Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1. Izumi Kotomi, the god-level heroine. When Aizen realized he was about to be hit head-on by a truck while walking on the street, he thought he was truly out of luck. Feeling the pain spreading through his body, Aizen couldn't make any sound to call for help. Was he going to die? Was he really going to be sent to another world by a truck driver at such a young age? He was only 17 years old. He had just successfully passed the entrance exam to his dream high school a year ago and was now in his second year. Was he really going to die now? I don't want to die. Not at all. He hadn't even had a girlfriend yet, and there was still so much he hadn't done. Despite his strong will to live, Aizen's consciousness was gradually fading, and he knew his life might really be coming to an end. It's so frustrating. I don't want to die. As long as I can survive, I am willing to do anything. Aizen struggled to murmur, but his body temperature was rapidly dropping, and his pupils dilated, losing focus as his life ebbed away, and his consciousness became heavy and blurred. At this moment, a pink light suddenly appeared, enveloping Aizen. System delay. A mystical female voice appeared in Aizen's mind, but before he could ponder it further, the pain from his heavily injured body made his consciousness even heavier. I really don't want to die. As long as I can live, I'm willing to accept anything. System restored to normal. System binding starting. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound with the god-level heroine system. The voice in Aizen's mind was blurry. He wanted to hear clearly what it was saying. But then, his vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. The moment he lost consciousness, he felt the pain in his body disappear, and his dwindling life force quickly returned. When he opened his eyes again, Aizen found himself not under the truck's wheels but sitting on a bench, with the red and white Tokyo Tower visible not far away. The setting sun painted the evening clouds a fiery red, and the twilight stretched from the western sky to the eastern horizon, giving the city a lazy feeling under the cover of dusk. What is going on? Sitting on the bench, Aizen couldn't react for a moment. He looked around and gradually pieced together his current situation. He had been killed by a truck, but he was reincarnated. However, this reincarnation seemed to come with a teleportation effect, sending him from his original home country to Japan. His memories of his previous life were still intact. He pinched his cheeks to confirm he wasn't dreaming. It all felt very real. Except, why did his cheeks feel inexplicably delicate and smooth, as if he was touching not his own face, but a beautiful girl's? Just as Aizen was confused about the situation, a gentle female voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with the god-level heroine system. Please open the system for the first time by waving your hand upwards. That voice again. It was the same voice he heard in his mind when he was in a car accident and near death. The ethereal female voice was very soothing and pleasant to listen to. What did she say just now? God-level heroine system. Heroine? God-level heroine system. What's that? I know you have a lot of questions, but don't worry, just wave your hand upwards to activate the system and you'll understand. Well, no. I was just saying, this system name is a bit retro, isn't it? Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but retort. Do you think I wanted to come up with this name? It's because my level is too low, and I haven't found a suitable host to bind with, so I didn't have the money to buy a rename card and had to use this initial name, the voice in his mind said helplessly, and Aizen could only wave his hand upwards. In the next second, a cyberpunk-style system panel appeared before Aizen's eyes, with God-level heroine system written at the top. Although it wasn't the time for a complaint, Aizen really wanted to point out that the font style of God-level heroine system looked very similar to the title font of Cyberpunk 2077. Could it be that this system had also been obsessed with Cyberpunk 2077 inches lately? Aizen continued to look down and found the system panel clearly recorded his various stats. Name, Izumi Kotomi. But my name is Aizen. Wait a minute. Why does my voice sound so much like a girl's? Aizen suddenly realized his voice had changed, becoming very gentle and melodious, completely like a girl's voice. Because you have become a girl. If I didn't turn you into a girl, the god-level heroine system would lose face, right? No way? That's too much. Because in your previous life, you said something like you'd accept anything just to survive. Anyway, congratulations on your successful reincarnation. Don't worry about the language barrier, this system has automatically made you proficient in Japanese. I guess I did say something like that. Aizen didn't know how to refute for a moment. However, he was originally worried that after coming to Japan, with his somewhat rudimentary Japanese, he might struggle to communicate with others. Hearing this from the god-level heroine system put his mind at ease. By the way, you must be curious about your current appearance, right? Aizen nodded. Although he knew he had become a girl named Izumi Kotomi after reincarnation, he was more curious about what he looked like now. In an instant, a small mirror appeared in her hand. Aizen. No, she should now be called Izumi Kotomi, looked at herself in the mirror and was instantly stunned. Her skin was as white as snow and exquisitely carved, and her pretty face, still slightly youthful, could eclipse the cherry blossoms of April. She had short white hair that reached her shoulders, like pure, untouched snow, and her pink gem-like eyes looked harmless and easily bullied. This kind of beauty could provoke the deepest desire for conquest and possession in any male, or even female, driving them to madness. Such beauty made her lose herself for a moment. If possible, she would confess her love to this girl without hesitation. Even if rejected, she would have no regrets. Unfortunately, she could not express love to the short-haired, snow-white girl in the mirror because this stunning beauty was herself. Izumi Kotomi looked at her reflection for a long time before she slowly spoke. I look just like Sirius from Azur Because in your past life, you always liked Sirius from Azur and would often say things like Sirius is my wife, so I made your reincarnated appearance resemble Sirius. Hee, you're welcome. Well, thank you very much. Izumi Kotomi said with a twitch of her mouth, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She did like Sirius from Azur and she did say Sirius is my wife in her past life. But that didn't mean she wanted to become Sirius. After reincarnating, she looked very much like her imaginary 2D wife from her previous life, so she probably wouldn't be able to look at Sirius fan art the same way again. Thankfully, she wasn't turned into a little lily. Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but sigh in relief. You should have admired your beauty long enough. Now, take a look at the system panel. I designed the god-level heroine system panel like this to make up for your regret of not being able to play Cyberpunk 2077 inches in your previous life. Well, thank you very much. Izumi Kotomi smiled wryly, then turned to look at the system in front of her. Name, Izumi Kotomi. Age, 16. Gender, female. School, Chiba City Sobu High School. Grade, first year. Strength, 5 agility, 7 endurance, 9 talent. Thanks to the training you accumulated in your past life, your hand speed is excellent. Writing level, 5, 15,000 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. Drawing level, 1, 1,000 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. Kendo level, 2, 2,000 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. Cooking level, 2, 1,000 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. Fame points, 100. These are the only data columns currently displayed, with several others locked below, marked with a big question mark. Driven by curiosity, Izumi Kotomi clicked on the big question mark. As soon as her finger touched the question mark, a new panel popped up. Insufficient fame points. Pay 100,000 fame points to unlock new skills. Then 2 annotations appeared. Note, fame points are like skill points in games. They can be used to upgrade skills and unlock new ones, as well as improve the host's overall physical attributes. Note, make more people know your name. Attract more people with your works. That's how you gain fame points. Izumi Kotomi gradually understood the operation of the god-level heroine system. No wonder each skill level had a plus sign after it. Just by clicking that plus sign, you could input fame points to increase your skill levels. Izumi Kotomi clicked the plus sign next to drawing level, and the fame points column instantly went from 100 to 99. The drawing level didn't change, but the progress bar behind it showed some progress. Drawing level, 1, 999 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. Oh, so that's how it works. Great, I'm starting to understand everything. This is my cheat after reincarnation. Izumi Kotomi understood how the system worked as she watched the changes on the system panel. On closer inspection, it wasn't hard to see that her skill levels weren't particularly high. Drawing was something she had never practiced, and at most, she could draw simple stick figures. Even stick figures were limited to drawing a basketball. Kendo, she had a desire to learn it when she was young after watching Rurouni Kenshin, dreaming of mastering the heightened Mitsurugi one day. However, in her second year of middle school, due to the consecutive deaths of her parents, Ailun had to work part-time while studying. As a result, kendo practice was put on hold. The reason the god-level heroine system showed her kendo level as 2 was probably because she had reached the introductory stage in her previous life. Cooking, although her cooking in the previous life wasn't particularly delicious, she could at least cook edible home-cooked meals. Frying, stir-frying, and stewing were not her expertise, but she was familiar enough to cook on her own. As for why her writing level was 5, at first Izumi Kotomi was surprised, but then she realized it must be because, in her previous life, she often liked to secretly write novels in her diary during her spare time. She had loved reading novels, manga, and anime since childhood. With her poor drawing skills in her past life, creating manga was out of the question, but she would occasionally write novels. Initially, she wrote in her diary, but in her first year of middle school, her performance improved significantly, and her parents were so pleased that they bought her a laptop. Although the laptop couldn't handle large games, it was more than adequate for watching anime, playing gal games, and writing novels in Word. Before she knew it, she had written over 1 million words of fiction. Although she never submitted those scattered ideas for publication. But ultimately, it accumulated some experience for her. Otherwise, her writing level wouldn't be as high as 5. Also, Izumi Kotomi noticed that there was no task panel in this system, meaning the god-level heroine system wouldn't assign tasks. The god-level heroine system is here to assist the host in becoming a god-level heroine, not a ruthless task-issuing machine. Therefore, this system doesn't have a task setup, the female voice in her mind reminded her at this point. The voice was no longer ethereal and serious as before, it sounded more playful. Why did this voice sound a bit like Teresa? After browsing through the current system, Izumi Kotomi gradually understood her status in this life. Izumi Kotomi, a 16-year-old high school girl who had just passed the entrance exam to Sobu High School. Her home was in Chiba City. Her father, Izumi Kaneyoshi, worked in a company as a well-liked section manager, earning more than 300,000 yen a month, not too high, but definitely not low, allowing the family to live without worrying about expenses. Her mother, Izumi Akina, was a full-time housewife who had been a great beauty when she was young. Now, she occasionally joked that Izumi Kotomi and her younger sister Izumi Amy perfectly inherited her good looks. That's right, Izumi Kotomi had a younger sister named Izumi Amy. As for why Izumi Amy was only a year younger and, although both girls were beautiful, Izumi Amy looked more like Izumi Akina, Izumi Kotomi learned the truth through the god-level heroine system. She was not the biological daughter of the Izumi family. When she was a baby, the Izumi couple, unable to conceive, decided to adopt a child. Unexpectedly, one night, while returning home, they heard a baby crying in a park. Following the sound, they found a baby abandoned in a cardboard box. Thus, the Izumi couple decided to adopt the baby and named her Izumi Kotomi. As if adopting Izumi Kotomi brought them luck, 2 months after her adoption, Izumi Akina found out she was pregnant. A year later, Izumi Amy was born, giving Izumi Kotomi a younger sister without any blood relation. The Izumi couple always treated Izumi Kotomi as their own, loving her like their biological daughter. Her younger sister Izumi Amy never knew that Izumi Kotomi wasn't her biological sister. They grew up together, essentially like real sisters. As for why Izumi Kotomi came to Tokyo, the reason was simple: she wanted to buy some manga from a bookstore. After sorting out her situation in her mind, Izumi Kotomi gradually accepted her reincarnation and transformation into a girl. Although she lived 17 years as a boy in her previous life, being reincarnated as a girl would certainly take a little time to get used to. However, recalling some of the light novels about reincarnation into another world she read in her past life, where protagonists often turned into slimes, spider girls, goblins, or even indescribably strange creatures. Comparing those, and realizing she had become a beautiful high school girl in her reincarnation, she couldn't help but feel relieved, even a bit amused. It seems you are gradually accepting it, host, you could say that. Since the change has happened, I have to accept it. Izumi Kotomi stood up and said. It was getting late, and if she didn't head home soon, her parents might worry. Izumi Kotomi quickened her pace to the train station and boarded the train heading from Tokyo to Chiba City. Luckily, it wasn't yet the rush hour for office workers, so the train wasn't crowded, and she easily found a seat. Sitting down, Izumi Kotomi began to think about what to do next. The date was August 17th, still within the summer vacation period. Japanese high school students' summer vacation ended on August 24th. In 7 days, she would officially enroll in Sobu High School and become a high school student. Izumi Kotomi decided to spend the remaining 7 days of summer vacation mastering the god-level heroine system. To enhance skills and unlock new ones, I need fame points. As the name suggests, fame points are gained by becoming famous. So, For my first method to earn fame points, I'll write a novel. Izumi Kotomi decided to write a novel as her first way to earn fame points and become an author. But after deciding this, another question arose. If she wanted to earn fame points by writing novels and improving her levels, what kind of novel should she write? This was a question that required serious thought. Suddenly, Izumi Kotomi had an idea. Did the novels, anime, manga, and gal games she read and played in her past life exist in this world? Once this idea popped into her mind, Izumi Kotomi felt a surge of excitement. Simply put, she wanted to be a copycat writer. But her phone was dead, so she couldn't confirm this idea. So, after the train arrived in Chiba City, eager to verify her thoughts, Izumi Kotomi ran to an internet cafe near the station. As she turned on the computer, the receptionist couldn't help but glance at Izumi Kotomi several times. This girl was too pretty. Plus, her figure was so well developed. It was truly envy-inducing. Once the computer was set up, Izumi Kotomi went to her chosen spot and turned it on. There were occasional admiring glances directed her way since a beautiful girl like Izumi Kotomi was a rare sight in an internet cafe. Focused on verifying her thoughts, Izumi Kotomi paid no attention to the stares. After successfully booting up the computer, Izumi Kotomi opened the Google browser. In the search bar, she entered the names of the light novels, manga, anime, and gal games she had liked and read as Eilun. Sword Art Online, Date Alive, Puella Mage Madoka Magica, Attack on Titan, Saya no Yuta, Chainsaw Man, White Album, My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute, Bloom Into You, and so on. Without exception, none of these famous works from when she was Eilun showed up in the search results. In this world, the anime, light novels, and manga she had read in her previous life didn't exist at all. After exiting the cafe, Izumi Kotomi walked down the street, recalling how none of the works appeared in the search results, and a smile crept onto her lips. She had found a way to earn fame points. She also found a way to make money in the future. But what should her first light novel be? Since she decided to use her writing level to earn fame points, Izumi Kotomi chose to start with a light novel. By writing light novels to earn fame points and using those points to upgrade her drawing level, she could eventually become an illustrator and manga artist when her drawing level reached 5. By the way, do you plan on getting a boyfriend in the future, host? Boyfriend? No way. Never. Then a girlfriend? Exactly. Izumi Kotomi nodded firmly. Ah, just as expected from you. Chapter 2, The Same Snowy White. What should I write for the first light novel? This was the first question before Izumi Kotomi. Although the novels, manga, anime, games, and gal games she was familiar with from her previous life had all disappeared, she felt she needed to carefully consider her first book in this new world. If you want to write a light novel, host, I must remind you, although the works you knew in your previous life are gone in this world, some characters from those works do appear here. Really? Izumi Kotomi asked excitedly. Yes, characters like Megami Kato, Utaha Kasamijoka, Yukino Shita Yukino, Mashiro Shina, and Mai Sakurajima, among others. Many beautiful girls originally from Meisiji works have appeared in the real world. Are you happy? Excited? Keep your excitement in check for now. You'll gradually meet them once school starts in a few days. Meeting the beautiful girls from Meisiji works of her past life was certainly exciting. However, amidst the excitement, Izumi Kotomi quickly noticed a problem. What should I do if I decide to write about them in my works in the future? Don't worry, I'm the god-level heroine system, your strongest support on the path to becoming a god-level heroine. If you plan to write about them, I'll remind you first. For example, if you plan to write how to raise a boring girlfriend, and the characters appear in real life, I'll alert you. You can then decide whether to write a different story or slightly change the character names. The god-level heroine system spoke with a hint of pride. Just from her tone, one could easily imagine a little Lily with a proud expression, hands on her hips, looking triumphant. I see, that's really convenient. Izumi Kotomi nodded. But, back to the original question, what should her first light novel be? After thinking for a long time, Izumi Kotomi still couldn't decide. Just then, she noticed it was getting late, and the clock ornament outside the convenience store, which served as both decoration and a timepiece, displayed the current time. 6 o'clock already? Wow. It's so late already. Izumi Kotomi quickly ran towards her home. In her memory, although Izumi Akina was a gentle and soft-spoken mother, she could be very strict when she and her sister made mistakes. How scary was Izumi Akina when angry? It's not that she would scold loudly. Izumi Akina never raised her voice at the children. She would simply wear a stern face and reprimand in her usual tone. The fact that one could tell she was angry, even without a hint of rage on her face, was what made it truly terrifying. The latest time for Izumi Akina to set for her and her sister to be home was 6:30 p.m. if they weren't home by 6:30. An angry mom was scary. Izumi Kotomi ran all the way home, taking about 10 minutes to arrive, just in time before 6:30. The Izumi house was a standalone, detached home. "I'm home," Izumi Kotomi softly announced after opening the door with her key. Was this her home in this life? She could faintly hear the sounds of cooking from the kitchen, where her mother, Akina, was preparing food. The bubbling sounds from the pot filled the air with a richer aroma, and the sizzling of frying made her mouth water. She wasn't sure what her mother was frying, but the aroma from the pot smelled like curry. Izumi Kotomi walked toward the kitchen. Although she had already seen what her parents looked like in her memories, this was her first official meeting with them. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Izumi Kotomi felt her heartbeat quicken. Gently pushing the door open, she saw a woman with long white hair styled into a side ponytail, the ponytail draped casually over her shoulder. A dark blue ribbon tied her hair, adding a touch of detailed beauty, and a mole beneath her left eye gave her a slightly mature appearance. In her memory, her mother, Izumi Akina, was someone who knew how to dress herself well. This didn't mean heavy makeup, but she had a knack for subtle accessories, like a new hairpin, earrings, or a headband. "Mom, I'm home." Izumi Kotomi hesitated for a moment but finally smiled and uttered the word "Mom." Upon hearing Izumi Kotomi's voice, Izumi Akina turned around with a smile and looked at her. "Welcome home. Dinner will be ready soon. Tonight, we're having fried pork cutlet curry. Your father is working overtime and will be home late, so the three of us will eat first. Dad's been working overtime a lot lately. There's nothing we can do about it. Your dad has been a section manager for 5 years and hasn't been promoted to department head, which makes him feel a bit unwilling. So he wants to work hard while he still can." Izumi Akina maintained an understanding attitude towards her husband's recent overtime work. Of course, she would occasionally complain, saying, "Even if you want to work hard, you need to take breaks. I wonder if there's food at his company, and if he's hungry. Where's Amy?" Izumi Kotomi glanced at the living room but didn't see her sister, Izumi Amy. It was summer vacation, and her sister liked to lazily curl up on the sofa to watch TV during this time. Izumi Akina covered her mouth and laughed softly. "She's cramming her summer homework in her room. I reminded her on the first day of vacation to finish her homework quickly so she could play. But she didn't listen. With only 7 days left before school starts, she hasn't touched a page of her summer homework. She has to work day and night to finish it in time." "Ha ha ha." Izumi Kotomi chuckled helplessly. Amy was in her 3rd year of junior high, preparing for the high school entrance exams next year. As for herself, having just passed the entrance exams this year, she didn't have any summer homework. Isn't that nice? It's really nice. To avoid disturbing her mother's cooking, Izumi Kotomi left the kitchen first, closing the door behind her with a warm smile. Just now, when she first saw Akina's long white hair, the god-level heroine system told her something. The Izumi couple originally had black hair. The reason Akina's hair was now white involved something that happened after they adopted Kotomi. After taking the abandoned baby home from the park, the baby grew healthily, making the Izumi couple very happy. They officially named the baby Izumi Kotomi. However, when Kotomi started growing hair, the couple realized her hair was naturally white. Though she was too young to consider this, neighbors would eventually ask. If they told them she was adopted, would Kotomi feel differently if she found out she was adopted? Because of this, Akina decided to dye her naturally black hair to match Kotomi's white hair. Later, when Amy asked why her hair color differed from her sister's, Akina simply said, "Your sister's hair color is like mom's, and yours is like dad's." The Izumi couple's kindness quietly nurtured both Kotomi and Amy. To be reincarnated with such parents is my luck. Izumi Kotomi chuckled to herself as she headed upstairs. Her parents' room was on the 1st floor, while her sister's and her own were on the 2nd. Passing her sister's room, the door was closed. Amy was probably inside, working diligently. Izumi Kotomi opened her room door, only to find her sister Amy there instead of working hard on her homework. Amy hadn't noticed the room's original owner, her sister Izumi Kotomi, had come in. Reclining on the bed, Amy had her long, slender legs outstretched, giggling at a talk show on her laptop, her little feet swinging back and forth. Those feet were so perfect, with delicate ankles and smooth lines. Moreover, Amy was very pretty and cute, with black hair cascading like a waterfall, tied with 2 burgundy ribbons. Her delicate features gave her a pure and innocent look. Did this look like she was cramming her homework? Izumi Kotomi thought to herself, speechless. She removed her slippers and approached quietly in her white socks. Amy was still engrossed in the talk show, occasionally giggling aloud. Watching her sister's small feet sway, Izumi Kotomi mischievously smiled, reaching out to tickle Amy's soft soles. Tickle the sensation was so soft, like jelly. Ah! Caught off guard, Amy shot up like a startled kitten, her face blushing as she looked back to see her sister, Izumi Kotomi, standing behind her with a mischievous grin. On-chan. Caught in the act by her sister, Amy's delicate face blushed with an enticing pink, her lips pouting. I heard from Mom that you were studying hard, catching up on your summer homework. Izumi Kotomi glanced at her bed, where a laptop and an open bag of tomato chips lay. She smiled sweetly. Your way of doing homework is quite special. Not only was she caught slacking, but her sister also saw her lazing around instead of doing homework. Amy's face turned even redder with embarrassment. On-chan, could you not tell Mom about this? Amy asked, her face still flushed. She had intended only to watch the talk show briefly. However, half an hour had passed, and she had opened a bag of chips and started eating. If Mom found out... Amy's palms instantly turned clammy with cold sweat. She was utterly panicking. Mom, who smiled sweetly while angry, was genuinely terrifying. Looking at Amy's nervousness, Izumi Kotomi chuckled inwardly, finding her sister even more adorable than imagined. Izumi Kotomi reached out to her with a smile. If you don't want me to tell Mom, buy me a pack in Azurlane. Though many ACG works from her previous life had disappeared, Azurlane still existed in this world. Buy a pack? But I don't play Azurlane. Amy shrank back, speaking softly. She didn't play Azurlane but often saw her sister being scolded by their mom for staying up all night playing it, so she remembered the name of this mobile game. No problem, I just want 5,000 gems. Just give main 10000 yen. Oh, alright, but please don't tell Mo. Wait. You want 10,000 yen? Amy, about to give her money, suddenly realized something was off. I remember you've been saving up, so you should have 10,000 yen, right? If you don't want me to tell Mom, just hand it over. Izumi Kotomi said with a mischievous smile. Though she said this, she had no intention of taking her sister's money, she only wanted to tease her slacker sister. Amy didn't realize she was being teased by her sister. After hesitating a moment, she reluctantly took out her phone and said pitifully, "This is all my allowance. On-chan, you can't tell Mom after I give you the money." Saying so, Amy was about to transfer the money to Izumi Kotomi. PFFT Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but laugh, patting Amy's soft hair as she said, "Alright, I was just joking with you. I wouldn't really take your money." Huh? Amy looked at her sister, a bit dumbfounded. "Don't worry. I won't tell Mom about you sneaking into my room and secretly using the computer. In exchange," Izumi Kotomi said, taking the half-eaten bag of chips and shaking it in her hand, "this bag of chips is mine." 10,000 yen instantly turned into a half-eaten bag of chips. "Thank you, On-chan," Amy said, pouting with her face still flushed. But speaking of which, Izumi Kotomi sat across from Amy, glancing at the talk show still playing on the computer. "I remember my laptop has a password. How did you get in?" Could her sister be a password-cracking genius? But Amy shook her head, seeming to know what Izumi Kotomi was thinking, and said, "You set the password too simply, 333,333. Isn't that just your birthday repeated 3 times? With a little thought, anyone could guess it. So she wasn't a genius at cracking passwords, it was just that her password was too simple." Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had to set the password as simple as possible because she tended to forget it occasionally. Thus, her computer password was her birthday. Her birthday was March 3rd, which in Japan is Girls' Day. Because of this special birthday, anyone who knew about it remembered it vividly. Chapter 3, My Sister Wants to Be My Classmate. Just as Izumi Amy was about to return to her room to continue her homework, she heard her mother's voice from downstairs. "Kotomi, Amy, dinner's ready. Alright, forget about homework for now. What's more important than eating?" Izumi Kotomi, who had just been urging Amy to diligently finish her homework, instantly changed her tune and started leading Amy downstairs. "On-chan, slow down," Amy said helplessly from behind as she was pulled along by Kotomi. Watching Kotomi's figure ahead of her, Amy couldn't help but feel that although her sister hadn't changed much, there was something subtly different about her today. When they arrived at the dining table, the enticingly colored fried pork cutlet curry rice was already served. As Kotomi sat down, her already somewhat empty stomach grumbled at the sight of the food, and her hunger instantly doubled at the smell. "Itadakimasu." After saying this, Kotomi picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of pork cutlet into her mouth. The crispy coating and tender meat, combined with the rich sauce drizzled over the cutlet, released a full-bodied flavor that filled every corner of her mouth. Just one piece was certainly not enough to satisfy her. It merely heightened her enjoyment of the meal. She then took a spoonful of the curry-covered rice, savoring a different kind of deliciousness. As Kotomi was enjoying the meal, Akina smiled at Amy and asked, "Amy, how's your summer homework coming along?" Almost done." Amy, who was sipping miso soup, suddenly stiffened and smiled awkwardly as if hit at her sore spot by her mother's question. Is that so? Akina smiled knowingly. You should study hard, or it'll be difficult to get into General Sobu High School next year. Haven't you always wanted to attend the same high school as your sister? Hearing that Amy wanted to attend the same high school as her, Kotomi was surprised and asked, Really? Amy, you want to go to Sobu High School? Amy's cheeks quickly flushed an enticing shade of red as she shyly replied, and no, it's just that Sobu High School is close to home, so it's more convenient. How unconvincing. Akina laughed softly, covering her mouth as she watched her daughters. I'm home, came a voice from the entrance, followed by the sound of the door opening. It was their father, Kaneyoshi. Welcome home. Akina walked over with a smile, taking Kaneyoshi's suit and briefcase from him. Kaneyoshi was a slender man who always wore a pair of ordinary black-framed glasses. According to Akina, he had been wearing the same style of glasses since his student days, never changing them. Akina often teased him, saying, Kaneyoshi, are those still the glasses from your school days? Dad, you're home, Amy said. Yes, I'm home. Wow, dinner smells amazing tonight. Akina, your cooking just keeps getting better. Kaneyoshi smiled and nodded. Although work was tiring and he had to deal with troublesome clients every day, coming home to see his wife and daughter's smiles made all the effort worthwhile. Dad, welcome home, Kotomi said with a smile. Kotomi, I heard you went to Tokyo by yourself today? How was it? Were you nervous going there alone for the first time? Nervous? No way. I'm about to become a full-fledged high school student. Taking the train to Tokyo is easy. By the way, Dad, are you thirsty? Mom bought a lot of soda and put it in the fridge. Soda? Then I definitely need to drink a can in one go. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and squeezing into the train during rush hour is really exhausting. I'll get it for you. You should sit down and rest for a bit and cool off before eating. The bathwater is already prepared, so after dinner, you can take a bath, Akina said as she pulled out a chair for Kaneyoshi, smiling. This was one of the few times the whole family could sit together for dinner since Kaneyoshi started working overtime. Sitting together, talking and laughing, created a warm atmosphere that made Kotomi feel completely relaxed. She hadn't expected that after so many years, she would have a family again. Even though there were still things she hadn't fully adapted to after reincarnation, meeting the Azumi couple as her parents and having Amy as her cute sister truly made her feel fortunate. She began to look forward to the days ahead. After dinner, Akina cleared the table and washed the dishes, while Amy returned to her room to continue working on her summer homework. As she wrote, she occasionally complained about the sheer amount of homework she had. Kotomi just smiled at her sister's grumbling, placing an energy drink on her desk before leaving Amy's room and returning to her own. After closing the door, Kotomi sat at her desk and opened her laptop again. I've decided what to write for my first light novel. Kotomi placed her hands on the keyboard and typed the title of the first light novel she chose to create, Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online, A Certain Magical Index, and Shakugan no Shana were the three light novels Kotomi initially considered. She chose Sword Art Online as her first light novel for a simple reason: its wide audience appeal made it the best choice for quickly earning fame points. Additionally, the world of Sword Art Online was easy to manage with her experience from her previous life. In her past life, Sword Art Online had achieved tremendous success and praise, with its anime adaptation making an even more sensational impact. The success of Sword Art Online had earned its author countless flowers and applause in the light novel industry. However, as a fervent fan of pure love, Kotomi had trouble accepting some of the plot points in the Sword Art Online novel and anime. She even wondered if the author had a penchant for inserting some of his strange personal preferences into the story. In this life, with me writing Sword Art Online, I'll make sure to change those uncomfortable parts from the previous version. Kotomi clenched her little fists, determined. The first light novel will be Sword Art Online. With Sword Art Online, she would take the first step in her creative career in this life. After deciding on Sword Art Online as her first light novel, Kotomi didn't rush to open the Word document and start writing the first volume. Instead, she opened the Google browser and searched for current light novel publishing houses in Japan. She needed to decide which publishing house to submit her work to. In this life, Japan's light novel publishers were mainly Dengeki Bunko, Kadokawa Bunko, and Fujimi Bunko, which were collectively known as the Big Three of light novel publishing. Compared to her previous life, there wasn't much difference, except that the familiar light novels from her past were absent in this world. Although these publishers all specialized in light novels, each one had different preferences and focus on various genres. After careful consideration, Kotomi finally decided to submit her first light novel, Sword Art Online, to Dengeki Bunko. Conveniently, Dengeki Bunko's official website prominently displayed the announcement for the Dengeki novel competition. The competition started today, with a submission period of 1 month. Authors could upload their novels online to compete, and the top 3 most popular entries would be published. Moreover, if the first place entry was of high quality, it would be awarded the Dengeki novel grand prize, with a cash prize of 1 million yen. Since its inception, the Dengeki novel grand prize had become the most challenging award in the light novel industry due to the large number of submissions. Despite the difficulty, countless authors submitted their works to Dengeki Bunko, aiming to win the grand prize in the fierce competition. The reason so many authors sought the grand prize wasn't just for the 1 million yen. Winning the grand prize would be a significant achievement, bringing more resources from Dengeki Bunko, enhancing the author's influence and income. It seems I've chosen the perfect time, with the Dengeki novel competition just starting. Kotomi smiled as she read the competition announcement. She was determined to win the Dengeki novel grand prize. To maximize fame points and upgrade the god-level heroine system, winning the Dengeki Bunko grand prize was her first step. Her ambitions didn't stop at the grand prize, it was merely her first small goal in her creative career. Her ultimate goal was to reach for the stars. Kotomi placed her small feet on the chair, moving the mouse to carefully review the Dengeki Bunko competition's guidelines. Her delicate feet were pressed together, and the rounded toes, visible through the thin white socks, looked adorably shaped. Like sweet candy, like stars shining in the night sky, the thin fabric of her socks added a subtle sense of mystery, with the white lace at the edges complementing her rounded ankles. Not long ago, Kotomi had marveled at how perfect Amy's feet were, but her own little feet were equally flawless. After closing the Google browser, Kotomi opened a familiar Word document. With a determined spirit, she flexed her wrists and placed her hands on the keyboard. Time waits for no one, I need to write the first volume of Sword Art Online quickly. With the sound of keyboard clicks, she began typing line after line. This may be a game, but it's not something you play. South Sword Art Online designer Kayaba Akihiko, a massive floating iron and rock castle in the boundless sky. This is the only sight visible in this world. Chapter 4, My precious daughter has grown up. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The sound of birds chirping outside the window could still be heard, bringing a sense of calm and relaxation. Izumi Kotomi, who had spent the entire night writing at her laptop, finally realized that she had unknowingly spent the whole night working on her novel. I didn't sleep all night and spent the entire time writing. I'm really such a diligent and hardworking author. My readers must have saved the galaxy in their previous lives to deserve such a hardworking and cute author like me, Kotomi said with a smile, stretching lazily and finishing the last sip of her energy drink. When she first started writing, she felt a little nervous, but the moment she opened Word and placed her hands on the keyboard, all her emotions and thoughts flowed seamlessly into her writing. The process felt incredibly smooth. Kotomi rubbed her eyes and looked at the progress she had made throughout the night. The next morning, I put on my bright white coat and set off with Asuna toward the 55th floor, Granzim. Starting today, I'll be acting as a member of the Knights of the Blood Oath. Although originally, the rule was to form groups of 5 for the raids, Vice Commander Asuna used her special privileges to allow us to form a team of 2, so the situation wasn't much different from before. However, an unexpected order awaited us at the guild headquarters. In one night, Kotomi had written up to the point where Kirito joins the Knights of the Blood Oath. She was quite satisfied with the pace. The most important thing in writing a novel is quality. Although she had the talent of fast typing, Kotomi would still review each section after writing it, checking for mistakes or revising the wording to make it more fitting. This naturally slowed down her progress. However, Kotomi felt that it was better to refine the content rather than rush through it. After all, this was her first light novel in this life, and she had chosen to participate in the Dengeki novel competition, which was known in the industry for its hellish difficulty. Even many established authors couldn't guarantee a top 3 spot in the Dengeki novel grand prize, and the slightest mistake could lead to elimination. Kotomi was well aware that she was still a complete newcomer. Standing out in the Dengeki novel competition and winning the grand prize would not be easy. The only way to increase her chances of success was to ensure that the content of her novel was of the highest quality she could achieve. The title of the first volume of Sword Art Online should remain the same as in the previous life, Inkrad. After finalizing this, Kotomi created a new folder in the Sword Art Online directory and renamed it, Volume 1 Inkrad. After saving the manuscript she had written overnight, Kotomi finally let out a sigh of relief. I've already reached the point where Kirito joins the Knights of the Blood Oath. Give me 2 more nights, and I should be able to finish Volume 1 of Sword Art Online. She calculated her writing speed and felt confident that she could finish Sword Art Online Volume 1, Inkrad before school started. The time displayed on her computer was already 6 in the morning. Yawn. Kotomi yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. Although she had been full of energy just moments ago, as soon as she saved her manuscript, drowsiness washed over her. I should catch some sleep first. I don't want my pretty face to have dark circles. With that, Kotomi shut down her computer, drew the curtains, and changed out of her sleepwear, revealing her soft, snow-white skin as she slipped into bed. In no time, she was fast asleep. For the past couple of days, Kotomi had been writing late into the night, often staying up until dawn. Kotomi couldn't help but wonder if she had somehow merged with an owl during her reincarnation. Otherwise, why did she enjoy writing so much at night? Every morning around 6, she would stop typing, crawl back into bed, and start sleeping. However, every time she slept in, she would wake up around 11, still feeling a bit tired. While serving breakfast, Akina noticed Kotomi yawning again and put down her bowl, asking with concern, "Kotomi, have you not been getting enough sleep these past few days?" Kotomi, who was asked this, simply shook her head. "No, it's just that I've been staying up a bit late lately." "Just a bit late?" Akina smiled knowingly, her tone more of a statement than a question, as if she already knew Kotomi had been staying up until 6 every morning. Akina's gaze made Kotomi feel a bit embarrassed. She turned her face away and quietly said, "I've been busy with something lately. That's why I've been staying up all night." Kotomi wasn't ready to tell Akina about her novel writing. It felt too embarrassing to let her family know she was writing a novel. If she was going to tell them, she wanted to wait until she had earned her first payment from writing before revealing it to her family. Only by earning money could she better convince her family to accept her pursuit of writing as a career. "It's something important?" Akina's tone grew more serious. She could tell that Kotomi wasn't lying. If she had been staying up all night playing games, she would have tried to change the subject instead of looking embarrassed. "Mom, can I not tell you for now?" Kotomi said softly. "But please don't worry, I'm not doing anything bad. I've just decided on the career I want to pursue. Some might see it as a childish and immature hobby, but I want to turn this hobby into a way to make money. I'm working hard toward that goal right now." Seeing Kotomi's rare serious expression, Akina couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, realizing that her precious daughter was growing up. Without realizing it, "You've already reached the age where you think about things on your own," Akina said with a smile, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "All right then, I'll wait until you're ready to tell me." Kotomi was a bit surprised by how readily Akina accepted her words, blurting out, "I thought you would insist on getting an answer today." "I'm not that forceful," Akina replied with a smile. "Thanks for understanding, Mom. It's nothing. As long as you're not doing anything bad, I'm happy to see you pursuing something you love. But I want to remind you that you're about to start high school. While developing your hobby, you should also pay attention to your studies." "I'll do my best with my studies," Kotomi nodded. She wasn't too worried about her studies. With the knowledge she had from her previous life, she was confident in maintaining decent grades, except for math. In extreme anger, one can do anything except solve math problems. And physics and chemistry. But she didn't need to worry too much, as she had the God-level heroine system to help her breeze through her studies. Akina smiled and nodded. "Then I'll look forward to when you're ready to tell me." While it's true that studying hard for 3 years in high school and getting into a good university is a solid path, since you have a hobby you're passionate about, I won't oppose it. In fact, I'll support you. I think it's amazing if someone can turn their hobby into a profession that makes money. You seem really happy, Mom. Of course I am. Akina stood up and gently patted Kotomi's head. "Even though I don't know what your hobby is that you're so serious about, I'm proud of you for doing something so impressive. I'm sure your dad would say the same if he knew." After that, Akina continued serving breakfast and then went upstairs to call Amy, who was still busy with her homework, down for lunch. Sitting at the table, Kotomi took small bites of her rice. Her mother's understanding made her very happy, and a little bit of nervousness she had felt earlier dissipated. "Tonight, I must finish Volume 1 and submit it," Kotomi said, clenching her small fists in determination. If she hadn't been holding chopsticks, this moment of a young girl making a firm resolution would have been truly inspiring. Chapter 5, Izumi. Another night passed as Izumi Kotomi sat in front of her computer, typing away. The more she wrote, the more she could feel the excitement and joy welling up from deep within her heart. With just a few movements, I was already out of breath. My limbs, which hadn't been used for 2 years, protested with pain. But how could I show weakness now? A voice urged me to hurry, faster. My whole body yearned for her presence. Until I could once again hold Asuna, Yoki Asuna, in my arms, my battle was not over. Gripping the forestand that had replaced my beloved sword, I leaned on it and took my first step towards the door. At this point, Kotomi's fingers paused slightly over the keyboard. She then took a deep breath and typed out the final line of the first volume. Sword Art Online Volume 1, Incrad, and, yes. I finally finished Volume 1. Kotami instantly felt like a warrior who had just conquered the highest peak in the world. She stood up on her chair in excitement, cheering triumphantly. Luckily, since she had become a girl, her weight was lighter. Otherwise, suddenly standing on the chair might have resulted in her falling off the next second. Oh, right, save. Remembering the most important task, saving her work, Kotami quickly sat back down and saved the completed manuscript of Volume 1. If something like a power outage caused her hard work from the entire night to disappear, Kotami thought she would be too devastated even to cry. After making sure everything was saved, Kotami finally relaxed, shut down her computer, and lay down on her bed. She planned to submit the manuscript to the Dengeki Bunko website after getting some sleep. What's up with sister these past few days? She hasn't come down for breakfast at all, Amy asked as she sat down for breakfast, noticing once again that her sister wasn't at the table. Is Kotami not feeling well? Or did her game release some new event, and she's been staying up all night playing it? Kaneyoshi, who was sitting at the table reading the newspaper, asked. Today he didn't have to work overtime, so there was no need to rush to the office. In response to their questions, Akina simply smiled and placed the breakfast on the table. Don't worry, Kotami is working hard on something remarkable. Something remarkable? Kaneyoshi adjusted his glasses with a curious smile. Now I'm even more intrigued. I thought maybe sister suddenly remembered she had summer homework to do and has been frantically trying to finish it. You think your sister is like you? Akina teased her younger daughter without mercy. Could it be that sister is someone who actually finishes her homework on time? I've never noticed that. No, like you, your sister never touches her homework until the last minute. But she's a bit faster at finishing it. What takes you 7 days to complete, your sister can finish in 3. Though I'm not sure if the answers are written with much care, that's probably so she can save the remaining 4 days to play games. Kotami woke up feeling incredibly refreshed, stretching lazily as she sat up in bed. It was the first time since her reincarnation that she had slept so well. Indeed, everything feels better after finishing a manuscript. She got out of bed, drew back the pink and white curtains, and saw the sun already high in the sky. The clock showed it was noon. After having lunch, Kotami returned to her room, opened her laptop, and navigated to the Dengeki Bunko website on the Google browser. She opened the registration page for authors, successfully registered an account and password, and linked her email and phone number for communication with editors. The only thing left was to choose a pen name. A pen name. I was so focused on finishing Volume 1 of Sword Art Online these past few days that I completely forgot about this important detail. Kotami rubbed her head awkwardly and thought for a moment before typing Izumi key in the pen name field. Izumi was her last name. As for why she added key, it was because Kotami wanted to pay homage to her favorite mangaka from her previous life, Fujimoto Key. After finalizing her pen name, the website took her to the page where she could upload her work. Sitting in front of the computer, Kotami took a deep breath to calm her excitement. It's finally time to submit. She entered the title, Sword Art Online. Volume 1, Incrad. After a few seconds, a message appeared, upload successful. This meant that Sword Art Online had successfully been uploaded to the Dengeki Bunko website. Yes. It's finally uploaded. Now all that's left is to wait for the results. Kotami chose to upload the entire volume at once, rather than uploading a chapter to gauge popularity and then releasing the rest gradually. Although this might slightly affect the data, uploading a complete volume allowed readers to experience the full impact and grandeur of the story. Kotami was confident in her Sword Art Online. She hadn't merely copied the original work from her previous life. Instead, she kept the essence and improved upon it. Good plot points were emphasized, while problematic ones were revised into something better. With Volume 1 successfully uploaded, it's time to do something important. Kotami said seriously, her expression becoming stern. If she had white gloves and glasses, she would undoubtedly strike Gendo Ikari's signature pose from Evangelion. Hands covering her face, glasses reflecting light. With a serious expression, Kotami opened Steam on her computer. Rainbow Six Siege, launch. Today was another day of rescuing hostages. Don't worry, hostages, Fuse, am here. Boom boom boom. 11 kills. Minus 500 points. As Kotami showcased her pro level of using breaching charges in Rainbow Six Siege, 40 kilometers away in Tokyo, the Dengeki Bunko headquarters was bustling with activity. Unlike in her previous life, in this world, Dengeki Bunko was not part of Kadokawa Group. Instead, it was an independent light novel publisher created by the Dengeki Group, and it was a direct competitor to the Kadokawa Group. Sigh. I knew the number of submissions would increase after the competition started, but I didn't expect it to explode like this. Thankfully, this time the submissions are all online. Otherwise, the editorial department's inbox would have been overwhelmed. A young, beautiful editor named Yukino Shita Haruno complained to her colleague. She had originally planned to visit her sister, Yukino Shita Yukino, today. After all, Yukino was about to graduate from junior high and enter high school, such a momentous occasion that Haruno, as her older sister, naturally didn't want to miss it. But seeing the scale of this competition, it looked like she would be working overtime tonight. That may be true, but you should be prepared for overtime from today onwards, her friend and colleague, Kagami laughed softly. The two had met during their university days and had ended up working together at Denjiki Bunko after graduation. Beautiful women often have other beautiful women as friends. Take Kagami for instance, she was just as stunning as Yukino Shita Haruno. In fact, with Haruno's capabilities and the influence of the Yukino Shita family behind her, she could have easily worked for a better company. However, Haruno disliked following the path set out by her family, so she had chosen to submit her resume to Denjiki Bunko and become an editor there. I was hoping to have dinner with Yukino tonight, especially since she's about to start high school in a few days, Haruno said, a little disappointed. Despite appearing indifferent to your sister on the surface, you're actually a very caring older sister deep down, I teased. Oh, come on, stop teasing me. I'd better get back to work. But you were the one who started the conversation. I muttered, shaking her head at her friend's antics. As Haruno moved her mouse, her eyes were focused on her computer screen. Just while we were chatting, several new books were uploaded. Every time I refresh, there are one or two more. The number of participants in this competition is much higher than before. While the increased workload was obvious, the more participants there were, the more it would enhance the prestige and visibility of the Denjiki Novel Grand Prize. Last month, Kusagakure Bunko had released a hit light novel that had significantly outsold Denjiki Bunko, which had left the entire Denjiki editorial department feeling frustrated. Normally, being overtaken occasionally wasn't a big deal, as it was impossible to always be at the top of the sales charts. But the key issue was that last month, the entire Denjiki team had been focused on promoting the upcoming competition, hoping to attract more attention from light novel authors and bring in a wave of new talent. However, just as they were at the height of their promotional efforts, Kusagakure Bunko swooped in and stole some of their thunder. It was hard to believe that Kusagakure hadn't done it on purpose. Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka has been gearing up for this Denjiki novel competition since the beginning of the year. After losing out to Kusagakure last month, she's been determined to make this the largest competition in Denjiki Bunko's history. I've heard they're even increasing the prize money, possibly up to 2 million yen for the grand prize. 2 million yen? This is the first time Denjiki Group has increased the prize for the competition. It looks like this year's contest is going to be the biggest in Denjiki Bunko's history. The Denjiki Novel Grand Prize might also become the most prestigious one yet, Haruno said with a sigh. Do you remember what Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka said during yesterday's meeting? An eye for an eye, payback double. Just thinking about how Hiratsuka Yuko had gritted her teeth and said this during the meeting made Haruno want to laugh. Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka's energy and determination are really impressive. She's like a woman on a mission, despite already having a daughter. Oh, by the way, speaking of Hiratsuka's daughter, Shizuka Hiratsuka, I remember she's a Japanese language teacher at Sobu High School. Didn't your sister get accepted to that school? I recalled. I didn't know Hiratsuka's daughter was teaching at Sobu High School. That's news to me, Haruno said, a bit surprised. Shizuka Hiratsuka is quite a beauty. She's 30 now, and I've often heard Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka lamenting that her daughter hasn't brought home a boyfriend yet. Apparently, Shizuka hasn't even dated anyone and is close to becoming a spinster. Everyone has their own path, Haruno said with a smile. She herself had never dated anyone, simply because she had no interest in romantic relationships. If nothing unexpected happened, she might go through her entire life without ever considering romance. Haruno then turned her attention back to her computer screen. As she scrolled down the page again, she noticed a newly uploaded book. Another new book? This one's classified as a game-themed light novel. A game-themed light novel? But I thought the focus for this competition was on fantasy and isekai themes. By the way, what's the title of this game-themed light novel? I asked. The title? Let me see. It's called Sword Art Online. Chapter 6, Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online? In a sea of long titles, it's rare to see a title with just 4 characters, Kagami quipped after hearing the title from Yukino Shita Haruno. Hopefully, it's a good one, Haruno said as she rubbed her neck, feeling a bit sore after spending an entire hour reviewing novels in front of her computer. After taking a brief break, she clicked on Sword Art Online to begin reading. As soon as she saw the table of contents, Haruno was surprised. Wow, the author of Sword Art Online uploaded an entire volume at once. Unlike most other submissions, which typically started with just a chapter to gauge popularity before uploading more, Sword Art Online had the entire first volume uploaded right away. This piqued Haruno's interest in the book. An entire volume at once? Kagami-I, intrigued by Haruno's comment, leaned over to take a look. Maybe it's a short story? Some authors who specialize in short stories tend to write the entire plot in advance and upload the complete manuscript during submission. But the title doesn't really sound like a short story. Anyway, let me take a look at the beginning. Haruno decided not to overthink it and clicked on the prologue to start reading. This may be a game, but it's not something you play. The opening line made Haruno's eyes widen slightly. There was something almost magical about this line, as if it pulled her thoughts deeply into the story right from the start. The more she read, the more she found herself increasingly amazed and on the edge of her seat. New and unprecedented terms appeared in the novel as if they were being dispensed freely. Full dive. Nerve gear. Sal Sword Art Online. Inkrad. Beater. Monument of life. Just by wearing a helmet, one could enter a completely virtual online space. What used to be a virtual game world experienced through a computer or a mobile screen could now be fully immersed in, with every sensation in the game being extraordinarily realistic, as if this wasn't just a game world but a real world without magic, entirely relying on swords and other cold weapons. The protagonist of this light novel was named Girugai Akazuto, known as Garito in the game. Whether he was lucky or unfortunate, he gained the privilege of participating in the closed beta. When SAO officially launched, he immediately donned the nerve gear, fully diving into the world of Sword Art Online. After spending several hours in the game, just as they were about to log out, the players were horrified to find that the logout button had vanished, seemingly due to a bug. The players, who were initially waiting for the official bug fix, were all summoned to the starting area, the Town of Beginnings. There, they were greeted by Kayaba Akihiko, the designer of SAO, who informed the fearful and agitated crowd that the disappearance of the logout button was intentional. There had never been a logout button designed into the game in the first place. To escape the game, players would have to clear all 100 floors of Inkrad and defeat the final boss in the Ruby Palace. The most terrifying revelation was that all in-game resurrection methods were disabled, meaning that if a player's HP dropped to 0, it would result in their real death. Once a player dies in the game, the helmet on their head will fry their brain like a furnace. What a brutal game. As Haruno read this part, she felt a chill run down her spine. Initially, she had assumed Sword Art Online was a typical competitive vermolight novel, but she was shocked to discover that it was a deadly game of survival. This may be a game, but it's not something you play. Reading the first line again, Haruno finally understood the true meaning behind it. SAO wasn't just a game, it was a deadly survival challenge. As she continued reading, page after page, Haruno found herself completely engrossed in the story. She was amazed by the author's imagination. Although online gaming had become a well-established industry, no one had ever proposed the concept of full-dive virtual reality gaming. It could be said that this author had introduced a groundbreaking concept to the gaming world. She admired the author's writing ability, which seamlessly integrated this novel concept into an engaging narrative. If the author had only focused on explaining this new concept, it might have made waves in the gaming industry, but it wouldn't have caused much of a stir in the light novel world. After all, it's the story that captivates readers, not a bunch of technical jargon. What made Sword Art Online so remarkable was its ability to perfectly blend this new concept with an enthralling plot. It allowed readers to become immersed in the story while gradually understanding the innovative gaming concepts, leaving them in awe. After spending a long time reading at her computer, Haruno suddenly realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. When she habitually clicked the mouse, she was surprised to find no new chapters. It was only then that Haruno realized she had finished reading Volume 1 of Sword Art Online. She was a huge book lover, and if she hadn't been, she wouldn't have chosen to become an editor at a light novel publishing house, even against her family's expectations. The story ended with Garito waking up in the hospital and setting out to find Asuna. It felt as if the author had deliberately designed the narrative to end with the words Volume 1 complete. At that moment, Haruno was so engrossed that she wanted nothing more than to rush to Izumi Kotomi, grab her, and lock her in a room to finish writing the rest of the story. However, Haruno quickly calmed her excitement. She exited the reading interface and looked up the author of Sword Art Online. Izumi Ki. She's a newcomer who's never published anything before? Haruno was stunned. She had expected that such a groundbreaking and captivating novel must have been written by an established and well-known author. But it turned out that the author was a complete newcomer named Izumi Ki, who had never published a novel, not even online. In other words, Sword Art Online was her debut work. Such polished writing, such mastery of storytelling, and such well-crafted characters. It's hard to believe this is a debut novel. It seems that geniuses really do exist. Haruno couldn't help but marvel at Sword Art Online as she sat in front of her computer. Gurgle, her stomach growled, and Haruno realized she had been so absorbed in reading Sword Art Online that she had forgotten to eat. But now wasn't the time to go out and grab a late lunch. Haruno grabbed a few cookies from Kagami to tide herself over. As Haruno nibbled on the cookies, I couldn't help but ask curiously, when I asked if you wanted to grab lunch earlier, you were so engrossed in that novel, staring at your screen, that you didn't even respond no matter how much I called you. What were you reading? Was it Sword Art Online? Yes. The author, Izumi Ki, is an absolute genius. Hearing Haruno's high praise, I was shocked and nearly dropped her cookie. This is the first time I've heard you praise someone like that. Because Izumi Ki-sensei truly deserves it. No more chit-chat, I'm going to see Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka. After a brief rest, Haruno stood up and headed straight for Hiratsuka Yuko's office. Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka, I've found an incredible light novel in the competition. I believe this book has immense potential, so I wanted you to take a look at it directly. After calming the excitement in her heart, which felt like she had discovered a treasure, Haruno pushed open the door and spoke to Hiratsuka, who was sitting at her computer. Hiratsuka Yuko was already 53 years old, but she looked much younger than her age, thanks to her careful self-maintenance. Despite her age, she exuded a charm that was enhanced rather than diminished by the passage of time. Oh, Haruno, you're here. You've found an incredible light novel? It's rare for you to give such high praise. What's the title? Let me see. Hiratsuka wasn't surprised that Haruno had come directly to her. At Dengeki Bunko, if an editor found a light novel with great potential, they could bring it directly to the editor-in-chief to request more resources for it. Moreover, Hiratsuka Yuko had known Haruno's mother, Yukinosha Tamaho, for a long time, so it was natural for her to help Haruno out. More importantly, Hiratsuka was well aware of Haruno's serious and professional attitude towards her work. The fact that Sword Art Online had impressed Haruno so much piqued Hiratsuka's interest. Sword Art Online. It was submitted to the website today. Sword Art Online? The title is intriguing. Is it an isekai light novel? No, it's a game-themed light novel. A game-themed light novel? While this competition focuses on fantasy and isekai themes, in the end, it doesn't matter what genre it is, if it's interesting enough, it can stand out. Hiratsuka said with a smile as she logged into the Dengeki Bunko website and began reading the Sword Art Online submission recommended by Haruno. Chapter 7, Gaining a Million Fans. Hiratsuka Yuko spent nearly an hour carefully reading the manuscript on her computer. Yukinosha Haruno, sitting quietly beside her, didn't interrupt, instead waiting patiently for the editor-in-chief's evaluation of Sword Art Online. Haruno was slightly surprised, as Hiratsuka was known for her sharp insight when it came to evaluating novels. Normally, it took her less than 10 minutes to determine whether a book had potential. Yet, this time, Hiratsuka was spending an unusually long time on Sword Art Online. Although Haruno found this unexpected, she was pleased deep down. The detailed world building in Sword Art Online suggested that the novel had the potential to become a long-running series. As long as the story didn't lose its way later on, Sword Art Online could easily become one of Dengeki Bunko's flagship titles. If Sword Art Online really became a cornerstone of Dengeki Bunko, then as the person who first discovered and nurtured the novel, Haruno herself might be in line for promotions and pay raises. She even let herself dream a little, perhaps within 3 years, she could be promoted to deputy editor-in-chief, and in 6 years, she might officially become editor-in-chief. Just the thought of it made Haruno feel a bit giddy with excitement. Finally, after reading for a while, Hiratsuka Yuko nodded in approval and said, "This novel is excellent. The author, Izumi Ki, is truly a genius. I have friends in the gaming industry, and if I introduced this book to them, they would be blown away by Izumi-sensei's imagination. They might even go to great lengths to recruit her into their game development teams. A game helmet, virtual reality. If these concepts became a reality, it would revolutionize the current gaming industry." Hearing this, Haruno couldn't help but chuckle. If Izumi-sensei weren't writing novels and instead pursued game development, she might actually become the real-life Kayaba Akihiko in a decade or so. Though Haruno was half joking, little did she know that Izumi Kotomi did indeed have plans to venture into the gaming industry. Of course, she wouldn't be joining any existing companies. She planned to start her own game development company in Japan. She had already thought of a name for it, Type Moon Boundary. By the way, did you check the view count for Sword Art Online on the website when you first came in? Hiratsuka suddenly asked. The view count? When I discovered the novel, it had just been uploaded, so I immediately started reading and then came straight to see you. I haven't checked the view count since, Haruno admitted. Take a look for yourself, Hiratsuka said, switching the screen to the details page. When Haruno saw the numbers, She froze. 1.7 million views? And the comment section had exploded with over 10,000 new comments. First comment, second comment, still fresh, a game-themed light novel? Probably another story about a retired sports pro making a comeback years later. I'm so tired of these. 10 minutes later, the same reader left another comment, whoa. This light novel is amazing. I feel like I just got slapped in the face, but I don't care as long as I get to read something this good. Is the author a deity? Full dive? Virtual reality? The setting and plot of this light novel are incredible. Is the author's brain really human? The concept of virtual reality gaming is so shocking. I've never seen anything like it before. It feels so real, almost as if it actually exists. Could the author be a time traveler from the future? Replying to the above, I was there when it happened. I can confirm the author is indeed from the future. Don't ask how I know, my job is being a truck driver. I've finished reading Volume 1. I'm bowing down to Izumi-sensei. Please hurry up with Volume 2, damn it. I can't wait to read Volume 2, where are the Dengeki Bunko editors? Can you see this comment? Don't make Izumi-sensei wait for the competition results, just give her the 2 million yen prize now. We need the paperback, the limited first edition, the special edition, the deluxe collector's edition, all of it, hurry up. My god. Is the website glitching? Sword Art Online has only been up for less than a day, and these numbers are insane. Haruno couldn't hide her shock. We had our programmers work through the night yesterday to maintain the site for today's competition. The site has been running smoothly without any issues that could affect the novel's data. The backend has been monitoring traffic, and there's no sign of click manipulation. Particularly around noon, the site traffic surged, with many visitors heading straight for Sword Art Online. In simple terms, the popularity of Sword Art Online has far exceeded our expectations. Although I had a hunch Sword Art Online would become popular, I never imagined it would hit over 1 million views in just one day. Haruno rubbed her eyes in disbelief. To reach 1 million views within a day of posting, with numbers still climbing, Sword Art Online's popularity was beyond extraordinary, it was terrifying. Hiratsuka Yuko stood up from her chair and instructed Haruno, notify all the editors to bring their laptops and meet in the conference room in 15 minutes. Understood. Haruno nodded and quickly left the office to inform the other editors about the meeting. Although Hiratsuka hadn't specified the purpose of the meeting, Haruno had a good idea. Hiratsuka seemed eager to discuss Sword Art Online with all the editors. While this wasn't a serialization meeting, it was clear that Hiratsuka was already considering signing Sword Art Online and moving forward with its publication. If they delayed any longer, Hiratsuka might even start thinking about which illustrator should be responsible for the book's artwork. 15 minutes later, all the editors at Dengeki Bunko gathered in the conference room. I've called everyone here despite your busy schedules for one reason, Hiratsuka began as she opened her laptop. Please open the Dengeki Bunko website and search for Sword Art Online. The editors quickly complied, searching for the title Hiratsuka mentioned. Some were still wondering what the meeting was about, but the moment they saw Sword Art Online's popularity ranking, every editor in the room was stunned. If it weren't for their trust in the programming team that had worked overnight to maintain the site, the editors might have suspected either they were seeing things or that the site was experiencing a glitch. Hiratsuka looked around the room, satisfied with the editors' reactions, and then asked, I believe you've all seen the popularity of Sword Art Online. What are your thoughts? It's truly an extraordinary light novel. I didn't expect that while we were busy reviewing submissions, a light novel with such terrifying popularity would appear. Is this written by some big-shot author using a pseudonym? Gaining 1 million views in just one day, this is difficult even for top-tier light novel authors. I'll give you all 10 minutes to skim through Sword Art Online. I'm sure you're all very curious about its content. As soon as Hiratsuka finished speaking, every editor in the room opened Sword Art Online and began reading. 10 minutes later, every editor's face displayed shock, disbelief, and astonishment. What powerful writing! Izumi-sensei doesn't just have excellent prose, she also has an outstanding grasp of plot structure. I've worked on 3 game-themed light novels before, but I've rarely seen one that integrates concept and story so seamlessly, creating such a harmonious blend. The settings presented in SAO, I've been a hardcore gamer for years, yet I've never encountered anything like them. Moreover, no one in the gaming industry has ever proposed such concepts. In other words, the idea of virtual reality gaming is a completely original concept created by Izumi-sensei without any reference material. What kind of immense imagination does it take to devise such a groundbreaking concept? These fictional settings are incredibly advanced, yet they feel so real. No wonder someone in the comment section asked if the author is a time traveler. Izumi. Are there any big names in the gaming industry with that surname? Somehow, This feels more like a gaming industry veteran who decided to try their hand at writing light novels. Every sentence has a purpose, there's no filler in the plot. Whether it's daily life scenes or battle sequences, everything is perfectly balanced. If even one word were removed, it could disrupt the entire story's flow. This must be the result of Izumi-sensei's painstaking efforts to polish every detail, Kagami remarked. The editors nodded in agreement with Kagami's assessment. Hiratsuka then addressed the room. Although this isn't a serialization meeting, after all, we're still in the submission phase for the Dengeki Bunko contest, it might be too early to discuss publication. However, I want to know, what are your opinions on Sword Art Online? Chapter 8, let's start with the Ni rank. Whether in terms of popularity or the quality of the work itself, Sword Art Online is a light novel worth nurturing. Unless something unexpected happens, Sword Art Online is very likely to be among the top 3 in this competition, one editor remarked. No, Yukino Shitaharuno interjected. The popularity of Sword Art Online is still steadily rising. I believe it might even win the grand prize. At this, the other editors exchanged glances. While Haruno's enthusiasm was clear, there was still some skepticism among them regarding whether Sword Art Online was worthy of the Dengeki Novel Award. While Sword Art Online's popularity is indeed impressive, it's still too early to determine the grand prize winner. The competition isn't over yet, and it's unwise to make such decisions prematurely, one editor cautioned. That's true, another editor added. Even though Sword Art Online has garnered a lot of attention, we still don't know how it will perform in sales once published. Realizing she might have spoken too hastily, Haruno nodded in agreement. You're right, I may have gotten ahead of myself. It's just that I've never seen a new work garner 1 million views on the first day. But, Kagami spoke up, even though we can't predict final sales, we can't ignore the current 1 million view milestone that Sword Art Online has achieved. I suggest we strike while the iron is hot. The other editors quickly voiced their agreement with Kagami's suggestion. Indeed, regardless of the final sales numbers, we should contact Izumi-sensei as soon as possible and secure a contract. We must act fast, said Ryo Owada, another editor. Even though Sword Art Online was submitted as part of Dengeki Bunko's contest, that doesn't mean we automatically hold the rights to it. Until the contract is signed, Izumi-sensei is free to submit Sword Art Online to other publishers. Owada voiced the concern that had been on everyone's mind. The Dengeki Bunko contest had been heavily promoted across various platforms, online, in bookstores, magazines, and on social media. This ensured that both readers and authors were well aware of the competition, but it also meant that their competitors, particularly Kadokawa Bunko and Fujimi Bunko, were likely keeping a close eye on the entries. These rival publishers could very well be analyzing the submissions right now, hoping to poach any promising new works from Dengeki Bunko. The scenario Owada-san described is quite likely, Hiratsuka Yuko said with a knowing smile. Given how popular Sword Art Online has become, it's possible that even as we're having this meeting, other publishing houses are holding their own discussions on how to snatch Sword Art Online away from us. There's no need for possible. I'm sure Kadokawa Bunko is already trying to reach out to Izumi-sensei through private messages on our site, one editor remarked. Everyone in the room felt a sense of urgency. Losing Sword Art Online to a competitor would be a significant blow to Dengeki Bunko's standing. It seems we're all in agreement, Hiratsuka concluded. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let's contact Izumi-sensei immediately and negotiate the contract terms. Also, since it was Yukino Shitaharuno who first discovered and recommended Sword Art Online to me, she'll be responsible for overseeing this project. Does anyone have any objections? None. Kagami was the first to respond loudly. Of course not, it's only fair. Congratulations, Yukino Shita-san. Please make sure to secure the contract with Izumi-sensei, Yukino Shita-san. The other editors chimed in, applauding. Thank you, Hiratsuka-sensei, and thank you all, Yukino Shitaharuno nodded in gratitude. Although she was the one who first discovered Sword Art Online and brought it to Hiratsuka's attention, she knew that in the workplace, expressing thanks and acknowledging the support of colleagues was a vital skill. However, she truly did feel grateful to Hiratsuka Yuko and Kagami. If it hadn't been for Hiratsuka's intention to support her, a high-profile light novel like Sword Art Online would typically be assigned to a more experienced editor. Despite being the first to discover it, Yukino Shita might not have ended up being the editor in charge. Hiratsuka had given her a significant opportunity, and it was now up to her to seize it. As for Kagami, her immediate show of support had deeply touched Yukino Shita. When she glanced at Kagami, her friend gave her a small smile and subtly mouthed a phrase they both knew well from their university days, a signal that Yukino Shita should treat her to Oden after work. Do your best, Hiratsuka said, her tone now more serious. I expect to see a signed contract with Izumi-sensei on my desk within 3 days. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, Hiratsuka added with a playful smile. Tell the programming team to disable the delete button on Izumi-sensei's author account. Already done, Kagami, I replied, stifling a laugh. The programmers said they've already taken care of it. I was just kidding. They put it back. With a few final remarks, Hiratsuka dismissed the meeting. Back at her desk, Yukino Shitaharuno immediately opened the contract template on her computer. For a potential flagship series like Sword Art Online, a standard contract wouldn't suffice. Earlier, she had consulted Hiratsuka Yuko about which contract tier to offer, and the decision was made to start with an A-rank contract. This decision had surprised many of the editors, including Yukino Shita herself. Denjiki Bunko's contracts were categorized into tiers, S, A, B, C, and D. The benefits and resources provided to the author varied depending on the tier. Typically, new authors received C or D rank contracts. Experienced authors with proven track records might receive a B rank contract, with the possibility of upgrading to A rank if their new work showed promise. An S rank contract, however, was reserved for works that had already become blockbuster hits, offering the highest level of support and resources from Denjiki Bunko. However, contract tiers were not set in stone. If a novel performed exceptionally well, the contract could be upgraded. This had happened with Uchiha Kasumijoka, a popular Denjiki Bunko author. Her series, Love Metronome, had initially started with a D-rank contract. The publishing team had even warned her that if sales didn't pick up, the series might be cut after just 2 volumes. But against all odds, Love Metronome had defied expectations. The first volume topped the Denjiki Bunko bestseller list for 6 months straight, and the limited edition of the second volume sold out within a week, prompting an urgent reprint. Even now, Love Metronome remained a strong seller, consistently ranking in the top 10. Earlier this year, it was adapted into a successful audio drama, which boosted its sales even further. With this momentum, the series was likely to be adapted into a manga or even an anime in the near future. Naturally, the D-rank contract had since been upgraded to an S-rank contract. When people mentioned Uchiha Kasumijoka, they often thought of her editor, Sanoko Machida, a capable and approachable woman. Machida had been Yukino Shita and Kagami's mentor when they first joined Denjiki Bunko, patiently teaching them the ropes of the editing world and how to communicate effectively with authors. At that time, Machida had been a seasoned editor, but she was now the deputy editor-in-chief of Denjiki Bunko. As Machida often reminded them during their gatherings, she was proud of Uchiha Kasumijoka's achievements but often lamented how challenging it was to get her to submit her manuscripts on time. After finalizing the contract draft, Yukino Shita picked up her phone and navigated to Izumi's author profile. She was relieved to see that Izumi had properly filled in her phone number and email address. In the past, she'd had trouble contacting authors who hadn't provided accurate contact details. I wonder what kind of person Izumi-sensei is? Yukino Shita thought as she dialed the number. As the phone rang, Yukino Shita felt a slight nervousness, but she pressed on, asking, "Hello, is this Izumi-sensei?" Meanwhile, Izumi Kotomi, having just finished a round of Rainbow Six, was surprised to see an unknown number calling her. She initially assumed it was someone trying to sell her something and was about to decline when she heard a young woman's voice on the other end. Izumi-sensei? It took Kotomi a moment to realize that someone was addressing her as sensei for the first time. After a brief pause, the voice continued, "Hello, I'm Yukino Shitaharuno, an editor from Denjiki Bunko. Am I speaking to Izumi-sensei? Yukino Shitaharuno? Denjiki Bunko?" Kotomi immediately perked up, almost cheering out loud. She couldn't believe how quickly she'd been contacted after submitting Sword Art Online. Was it even considered a submission yet? The speed of this response was astounding. Having spent most of the day immersed in Rainbow Six, Kotomi had no idea that Sword Art Online had already hit 1 million views. As for why the God-level heroine system hadn't notified her. Usually, the system would chime in whenever she earned popularity points, but seeing how engrossed Kotomi was in her game, it had decided to remain silent, planning to inform her once she was done playing, like a do not disturb mode in games. Chapter 9, It's Not Like We're Getting Married. I'm Izumi. Are you editor Yukino Shitaharuno from Denjiki Bunko? Izumi Kotomi asked, confirming the other person's identity. Yes, I'm an editor at Denjiki Bunko. I'm calling to discuss the details of Sword Art Online with you. After confirming that she was indeed speaking to the author of Sword Art Online, Izumi Haruno didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. It's an honor that you chose to submit Sword Art Online to Denjiki Bunko. Thank you for your trust and support. The reason for this call is to see if you'd be interested in signing a contract with Denjiki Bunko for further collaboration? So, it's about a contract, huh? Kotomi smiled slightly. She was confident in her work, Sword Art Online. It wasn't surprising that Denjiki Bunko would approach her about a contract. The only thing that surprised her was that Yukino Shita Haruno, the sister of Yukino Shita Yukino, was actually an editor at Denjiki Bunko in this world, and by some twist of fate, had become her editor. Fate works in mysterious ways. I'm very happy that Denjiki Bunko recognizes my work. After all, Denjiki Bunko is known as one of the most challenging light novel publishers to submit to, Kotomi said. Haha, you're too kind, Izumi-sensei. While Denjiki Bunko is indeed difficult to get into, Sword Art Online stands out with its intriguing setting and plot. Even Editor-in-Chief Hiratsuka mentioned that Sword Art Online is the most promising light novel she has read in a long time. During our meeting, the editorial team even speculated whether you might be a big shot in the gaming industry writing light novels as a hobby. Haruno laughed as she spoke, though she couldn't shake a curious thought. Even though she knew Izumi-sensei was a woman, her voice sounded remarkably young, like that of a student still in school. The youthful, almost childlike tone made Haruno wonder if Izumi was actually much younger than herself. However, she decided it would be inappropriate to ask about Izumi-sensei's age directly. After all, this wasn't a marriage registry. The main purpose of the call was to discuss the contract. The popularity of Sword Art Online was evident. If Denjiki Bunko didn't act quickly to sign her, there was a high risk that editors from other publishers would swoop in. If another publisher poached a light novel that had been submitted to Denjiki Bunko, it would be more than just a financial loss. It would be a humiliating blow to Denjiki Bunko's reputation. As for the contract, I have no objections. By submitting Sword Art Online to Denjiki Bunko's competition, I've already shown my willingness to collaborate with Denjiki Bunko. Also, Haruno-san, there's no need to be so formal with me. Being addressed so politely makes me feel a little pressured. Hearing Kotomi's response, which practically confirmed the contract, Haruno breathed a sigh of relief. She had been a bit nervous, but now she realized that Izumi-sensei was much easier to talk to than she had expected. No problem, I understand. I'll call you Izumi-sensei from now on, then. It's a sign of mutual respect between editor and author. Is that alright? Sure. Kotomi didn't say much more. Although she was still being called sensei, at least she didn't have to deal with the overly formal language. Being addressed with sensei always made her feel older than she was. Thinking of this, Kotomi glanced at herself in the mirror. She was, after all, a young and beautiful high school girl now. I've finished reading the first volume of Sword Art Online that you submitted. The story is absolutely captivating, and it leaves readers eagerly awaiting the second volume. Could we meet in person sometime soon? Of course, but I thought that for contracts, Denjiki Bunko typically sends the agreement by courier. Do editors usually meet authors in person? That's true for standard contracts. But for higher-tier contracts, it's common for the editor and author to meet in person to discuss the details. Authors who qualify for these contracts often have the right to negotiate certain terms, like extending deadlines, adjusting the payment per 1,000 characters, or altering the royalty rates for the sale of physical copies. Authors who sign contracts of grade A or higher generally have the right to negotiate and discuss the contract terms with their editors. The higher the contract level, the more attention Denjiki Bunko pays to it. A good working relationship between the publisher and the author is essential for mutual success. Good partnerships are usually built through discussions. After hearing Haruno's detailed explanation, Kotomi understood. It seemed that the contract level for Sword Art Online was quite high, which made her very happy. She even felt like shouting, yes. She knew very well that the higher the contract level, the more resources the publisher would allocate to her. For an author, the resources provided by the publisher are extremely important. Even if a book has excellent quality and a great story, without the publisher's support and resources, the author's journey would be much more difficult. At the same time, the more resources the publisher provides, the greater the influence and revenue the work will generate. And the chances of her work being adapted would also increase. Kotomi's goal in winning the Denjiki Novel Grand Prize was to secure a position in the literary world. This would increase her status, and the resources Denjiki Bunko would provide would become even more substantial. Now, hearing that Sword Art Online had secured a good contract level before even winning the Denjiki Grand Prize naturally made her happy because it was a great start. Though Kotomi was inwardly excited, she maintained a calm tone. I understand. I'm free tomorrow at 3 p.m. Where would you like to meet, Haruno-san? Great. How about meeting at the Denjiki Bunko editorial department at 3 p.m. tomorrow? We can discuss the details of the contract then. Alright, that sounds good. Is this your personal phone number? If so, I'll save it. Kotomi's question reminded Haruno that she had forgotten to mention that this was indeed her personal number and that Izumi-sensei should save it for future contact. A close call, Almost a big mistake. Yes, this is my personal number. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. By the way, Izumi-sensei, even though we haven't officially signed the contract yet, it might be a bit early to say this, but I'll be your editor at Denjiki Bunko moving forward. Please take care of me. I'm looking forward to working with you as well. See you then. Bye-bye, Kotami replied in a sweet, soft tone. This cute, gentle voice almost made Haruno feel like her heart was melting. Izumi-sensei's voice was just too sweet. However, Haruno's professional demeanor and the manners instilled in her by the Yuki Noshita family allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She politely said goodbye and then hung up the phone. I didn't expect my editor to be Yuki Noshita Haruno, Kotami remarked as she sat on her bed. She hadn't expected her first encounter with a Yuki Noshita would be with Haruno rather than Yukino. But, well, once school at Sobu High School starts in a few days, she'll probably meet Yuki Noshita Yukino soon enough. Just as Kotami was about to lie down and read some manga to pass the time, the voice of the god-level heroine system suddenly echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. Your work Sword Art Online has garnered 1.75 million popularity points. Converting to fame points. Oops, host, I apologize. System service delay, please wait patiently. Chapter 10, I'm probably the top. Another delay. I remember when you first bound with me, there was a delay too. Sometimes I wonder if the reason I ended up with a system like the god-level heroine system is because of this damn delay. Is your server part of Ubisoft's potato family? Can't you just enhance it a bit? As Izumi Kotami was passionately venting about the frequent delays in the god-level heroine system, something suddenly caught her attention. She felt like she had just heard something extraordinary. She couldn't help but wonder if she had misheard. 1.75 million popularity points? Did Sword Art Online really hit 1.75 million popularity points? Kotami asked, unable to hide her shock. Although she was confident that Sword Art Online would become a hit, she never expected that within less than a day after uploading it to Denjiki Bunko's official website, the novel would gain over 1 million popularity points. If it were already published, she wouldn't be this surprised. But she had only just released the novel, not even having signed a contract yet. The fact that it had achieved such excellent results in less than a day made Kotami feel both satisfied and happy, giving her even more motivation to continue writing. Chase the money, earn big. That's right. In fact, just now, Sword Art Online has successfully surpassed 1.8 million popularity points. Congratulations, host. Converting to fame points now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 180,000 fame points. Kotami looked at the fame points on her system panel. She had originally thought that 1.8 million popularity points would convert to 1.8 million fame points. If she instantly had 1.8 million fame points, she might not max out all her skills, but she could at least unlock new skills and significantly level up her existing ones. But 1.8 million popularity points had converted into 180,000 fame points. This conversion truly exemplified the phrase just knock off a zero. So that's how the god-level heroine system converts fame points, by knocking off a zero. Please continue working hard to earn more fame points, TSK. You should have told me this earlier, you greedy system. You might as well rename yourself the petty heroine system instead of the god-level heroine system. Huh? Did you really see through that? What the heck? I was just joking, don't tell me you're actually the petty heroine system. Kotami nearly fell off her bed at the system's response. This system always had something new to surprise her with. Hee, just kidding, but host, aren't you kind of petty yourself? You don't even need the system's help, you're naturally a petty heroine. I remember your Steam profile picture in your past life was that of the witch Elena, the queen of pettiness. Oh, come on. How did you even find out about my Steam profile picture? I also copied everything from your old computer's D drive, your gal games, certain educational films from Japan, and those indescribable anime and manga. Do you want me to transfer them to this laptop now? By the way, host, you had quite the collection in your D drive. It took me a full 5 minutes to copy it all. I don't know whether to thank you or say something else. Even though you're a system, knowing that you've seen everything I had stored on my old computer makes me feel strangely embarrassed, like being publicly shamed by my own system. Kotami said, covering her face in embarrassment. So, do you want me to transfer all those goodies from your old D drive to this laptop? Not yet. This laptop doesn't have much storage space. I'll ask you to do it once I get a new computer. Understood. Kotami temporarily declined, not because she didn't want to revisit all those goodies from her past life, on the contrary, she was eager to. The reason she declined was that her current laptop's D drive didn't have much free space. If she were to transfer all those goodies from her past life, her D drive would probably fill up instantly. Once she earned some royalties, she was definitely going to buy a new computer. Kotomi had already decided that she would get a desktop, along with a comfortable keyboard and mouse. While laptops are convenient, the keyboard on her current laptop was uncomfortable for long-term writing. Every time she finished typing, her fingertips would ache slightly. As for whether she'd get a mechanical keyboard or a topper one, or which brand of mouse to buy, Kotomi hadn't decided yet. She planned to think about it once her royalties came in. But after what the system said, Kotomi couldn't help but wonder, now that she had become a girl, could she still enjoy herself? She had already carefully examined her body after the transition. Her little brother down there was definitely gone. In its place was pink and tender. She had completely turned into a girl. Goodbye, little brother. Perhaps this was the price of reincarnation. The god-level heroine system, as if understanding what Kotomi was thinking, spoke in a comforting tone, "Host, you know. Girls can enjoy themselves too. But I'd suggest you consider getting a girlfriend. You must have read a lot of Yuri manga in your past life, right? Wouldn't it be nice to get cozy with a cute girl?" "That's true." Kotomi began to agree. But before she could finish her sentence, the system, with a bit of a mischievous tone, added, "But judging by your soft and weak appearance, you're definitely going to be the bottom, no way. Even if I do get a girlfriend, I'm definitely going to be the top." Kotomi retorted, trying to sound confident. "Really?" The system's doubt made Kotomi's fair face blush with embarrassment, and her voice grew softer with uncertainty. "There's at least a 70%. No, an 80% chance that I'll be the top." 80%. Yes. That's definitely the case. After saying this, Kotomi nodded as if convincing herself it was true. Huh, the system's unimpressed response carried a heavy dose of skepticism. "Okay, enough of this topic. I need to figure out how to allocate my fame points now." Kotomi quickly changed the subject, pretending not to hear the system's snark, and focused on the system panel. She currently had 180,000 fame points at her disposal. Even though 1.8 million popularity points only converted to 180,000 fame points, that's still a lot for me right now. I'll start by leveling up my writing skill. With a single tap, her writing skill level increased. Writing level 6, 20,000 fame points needed for the next level. As soon as her writing skill leveled up to 6, her fame points dropped from 180,000 to 165,000. Leveling up to 7 will require 20,000 fame points. It seems the higher the skill level, the more fame points it costs. Originally, Kotomi thought 180,000 fame points would last her a while. But now she realized that 180,000 fame points might not be enough. "It looks like I need to keep creating more content to earn more fame points." Kotomi then proceeded to level up her drawing, kendo, and cooking skills. Drawing level 4, 10,000 fame points needed for the next level. Kendo level 3, 5,000 fame points needed for the next level. Cooking level 3, 6,000 fame points needed for the next level. That's strange. Both my kendo and cooking skills are at level 3, but why does one require 5,000 fame points to level up while the other needs 6,000? Hehe, each skill is unique, so the fame points required to level them up will vary. I see. Kotomi nodded. She had 152,000 fame points left. Wow, I've already spent 28,000 fame points without realizing it. I thought 180,000 fame points was a lot, but it seems they get used up really quickly. Fame points were like money, you could never have enough, and they always seemed to disappear faster than expected. As Kotomi spoke, she looked at the locked skills, still marked with large question marks. Even the design of the question marks was heavily cyberpunk-inspired. A simple touch brought up a new interface. Unlock a new skill for 100,000 fame points. After successfully unlocking a new skill, your 4 current skills will increase to 5, so it costs 100,000 fame points to unlock the 5th skill. I wonder how many fame points the next one will require? Curious, Kotomi tapped on the 6th skill's question mark. Another new interface quickly popped up. Please unlock the 5th skill first. After unlocking the previous level, you will be able to see how many fame points are required to unlock the 6th skill. This system is clearly designed by veteran gacha game players. Should she unlock the 5th skill now? Kotomi pondered this. She currently had 152,000 fame points. It seemed like a lot, but unlocking this new skill would instantly cost her 100,000 fame points. After thinking for a moment, Kotomi decided to go for it. Unlock. What's the point of earning fame points if you don't use them? To level up your skills and further your creative journey, you must spend them. The higher your skill levels and the more skills you have, the more fame points you can earn in the future. 100,000 fame points? No big deal. Do you want to spend 100,000 fame points to unlock a new skill? Without hesitation, Kotomi clicked the confirm button. Her 152,000 fame points instantly dropped to 52,000. Although she had been quick to pay up, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret seeing 100,000 fame points disappear. Even though she knew she could earn them back, possibly even more, there was still that brief moment of heartache. It was like going on a shopping spree during a big sale. Watching your bank balance drop afterward always hurt, even if you knew you got good deals. 100,000 fame points successfully spent. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new skill. With the God-level heroine system's announcement, the large question mark on the fifth skill shattered into fragments. Unlock successful, accompanied by a soft blue-pink glow, the new skill interface appeared before Kotomi. Chapter 11, Ayachi Nin. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the new skill interface. Calligraphy level 1, 3,000 fame points required to level up. Now it takes different amounts of fame points to level up calligraphy. It costs 3,000 fame points just to go from level 1 to level 2. Looking at the required fame points for leveling up, Kotomi couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how quickly fame points get spent. She clicked the upgrade button, and the calligraphy skill instantly increased from level 1 to level 2. Calligraphy level 2, 6,000 fame points required to level up. After leveling up calligraphy to level 2, it doesn't seem like there's much of a change. Host, why don't you try writing your name on a piece of paper? The God-level heroine system suggested. Kotomi found a sheet of white paper and a black carbon pen and wrote her name on it, Izumi Kotomi. Nothing unusual happened. She had half expected the calligraphy skill to grant her some sort of supernatural ability like Light Yagami's Death Note. But after writing her name, nothing occurred. However, on closer inspection, her handwriting did appear more refined and neat. As they say, handwriting reflects the person. As a God-level heroine, your handwriting should naturally be beautiful. The calligraphy skill allows you to write beautifully, so that's how it is. I've never really paid much attention to my handwriting, especially since I write my novels on a computer. But as you become more famous, the publishing house will definitely arrange book signings for you, right? Just imagine, an up-and-coming light novel author who also happens to be a beautiful young woman. That alone will attract a lot of attention, both good and bad. Bad intention? TSK, I get it. I almost forgot that no matter what world you're in, there are always keyboard warriors, nitpickers, and trolls. Exactly. Some people who can't stand you will try to find any way to tarnish your image. If they discover that your handwriting isn't very good at a book signing, it might not be a big deal, but once the trolls online catch wind of it, they could blow it out of proportion and use it to stir up trouble. You should be cautious about this, Kotomi nodded in agreement. This was indeed something to take seriously. So, she immediately decided to level up her calligraphy skill again, raising it to level 3. Host, I was just giving you a heads up. Actually, level 2 calligraphy is good enough. But you went ahead and leveled it up again. You really like to play it safe, don't you? You don't understand. I just want to be more perfect. I know very well how bad my handwriting was in my previous life. As my mom used to say, that's not writing, it's like a bunch of little spiders crawling together. The saying handwriting reflects the person isn't entirely accurate. For example, although your handwriting in your previous life wasn't great, you still looked quite delicate and pretty. Still, I'd rather improve my calligraphy skill. I don't want my handwriting to look bad during future book signings. Whether or not trolls use it against me is one thing. But more importantly, the readers attending the signing are likely fans who support and care about me. Even those who can't make it will be following the event closely. I owe it to my readers to have nice handwriting so I don't disappoint them. Your readers are really lucky to have someone like you. The God-level heroine system seemed to be half joking but also somewhat sincere. No, Kotomi shook her head and smiled softly. I'm the lucky one to be loved by so many readers. Actually, host, if you ever wanted, I could eliminate anyone who makes you unhappy. They would be wiped from this world, but not before experiencing deep, soul-crushing regret. They deserve to die. To die. Anyone who dares make you unhappy deserves to die. The system's usual playful tone suddenly shifted to something darker, almost yandere-like. Just hearing it, Kotomi could almost picture a cute but blood-splattered yandere figure, like Teresa from Honkai Impact, standing before her with an empty gaze, holding a blood-dripping hatchet. I appreciate your concern, but please don't do that, Kotomi said, wiping away a cold sweat. After spending 100,000 fame points to unlock the calligraphy skill, plus another 9,000 to level it up, Kotomi looked at her remaining points. She now had 43,000 fame points left. In less than half an hour, I've spent 180,000 fame points down to just 43,000. Fame points really do get used up quickly. Kotomi sighed, then curiously tapped the question mark on the 6th skill slot. Insufficient fame points. 500,000 fame points required to unlock a new skill, 500,000. Kotomi exclaimed. She had expected the cost to increase but not by this much. Unlocking the 5th skill had cost 100,000 fame points, but the 6th skill required a whopping 500,000, an increase of 400,000 points. I'm sure with your talent, you'll be able to earn that much in no time. You, petty heroine system, should consider adding a fame points subscription. Like, pay 30 yen for a monthly card, get 300 points immediately, and then 90 points per day for 30 days, totaling 2,700 points. Great idea, my foot. Kotomi retorted, then moved to her computer and opened the Dengeki Bunko website to search for Sword Art Online. Just as the system had said, the novel's popularity was indeed astonishing, with the number nearing 1.85 million. The comments section had also surged to over 20,000. No wonder the editors at Dengeki Bunko reached out to me first. If I were an editor and saw a light novel gaining this much popularity, I'd immediately contact the author too, Kotomi remarked before closing the page. She was fairly satisfied with the current results. Now, she just had to wait for her meeting with Yukino Shitaharuno at the Dengeki Bunko editorial office to discuss the details. Kotomi didn't close the Dengeki Bunko website but instead browsed the purchase section, adding some light novels that caught her interest to her shopping cart. Halfway through, she decided to check out the bestseller list to see which novels were currently topping the charts. Clicking on the page, she noticed something. These books are selling really well. Wait, hold on, this book is... Kotomi's eyes lit up when she saw Love Metronome ranked in the top 5. The author of the light novel was Kasumi Utako. Kasumi Utako. That's Uchiha Kasumijoka. Excited, Kotomi added both volumes 1 and 2 of Love Metronome to her cart and quickly made the purchase. Kasumi Utako, real name, Uchiha Kasumijoka. Just thinking about Uchiha-senpai, Kotomi's mind immediately conjured up images of those elegant, black-stockinged legs and full curves. Here's some good news for you. Uchiha Kasumijoka attends the same high school as you, Sobu High, and she's a second-year student. For the first time in my life, I'm genuinely excited for school to start. I can't wait to see Megumi, to see Uchiha-senpai, to see Mashiro, to see Yukino. System, hurry and take out a gadget that can fast-forward time to a few days from now. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm Doraemon with a time travel gadget? Even if such a thing existed, why would I give it to you? I'd use it myself to skip ahead to the day you become a god-level heroine, sigh. This is the first time I've ever wanted summer vacation to end quickly, Kotomi lamented. If your sister heard you say that while she's frantically catching up on her summer homework, she'd probably want to eat you alive. I suppose I should do something productive to pass the time. Oh. Are you going to start writing the second volume of Sword Art Online right now? You're so diligent, so amazing, truly the host I'm proud of. Wait, no. Why are you launching a Ubisoft Gal game? And, hold on, I thought all Ubisoft's Gal games were stored within my system. How did you transfer them to your computer? Oh, I saw a copy-paste icon on the system interface earlier, so I tried clicking it. Although this laptop can't handle all the goodies, I can at least copy and paste a few to revisit. Time to immerse myself in Ubisoft. Is this what you meant by doing something productive? Of course. Reviewing old knowledge and learning new things helps you progress. No one understands productivity better than me, Kotomi said with a straight face. And then. Ayachi Nin, here I come. Wait, number Nin is a second year in the game. But that's okay, down with the establishment. Ayachi Nin, here comes your little sister. The next morning, without the pressure of a looming deadline, Kotomi woke up at 7 o'clock. After a quick wash, she went downstairs for breakfast. After eating, she mentioned to her mom, Izumi Akina, that she wanted to go to Tokyo in the afternoon. Going to Tokyo by yourself this afternoon? Didn't you just go a few days ago? Akina asked. Well, yeah, but with school starting soon, I wanted to take one last trip to Tokyo before it does, Kotomi replied with a sheepish smile. Akina gave Kotomi a meaningful look, then smiled and said, be home by 6:30. We're having hot pot tonight. I want to go to Tokyo with sister too. I'm also about to start school. Izumi Amy said enviously. You know school is starting soon, but have you finished your summer homework? Are you ready for the entrance exams? Have you memorized all the English words your teacher assigned? Can you write them out without mistakes? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Kotomi patted Amy's head and coaxed her like a child. Be good, I'll bring you your favorite caramel orange pudding when I get back. Really? Amy's eyes lit up, but then she realized she was acting too childish and blushed in embarrassment. Come on, An-chan, Stop treating me like a kid. That afternoon, Kotomi left home, headed to the train station, and boarded a train bound for Tokyo. Luckily, Chiba City isn't far from Tokyo, it only takes about half an hour by train. Denjiki Bunko is located in Tokyo's Chiyoda ward, where its famous counterparts like Kadokawa and Fujimi Bunko are also based. Chiyoda ward, Tokyo, could easily be called the political and economic heart of the city. When Kotomi arrived at the Denjiki Bunko building, she was greeted by a receptionist with a smile. She looked around, then walked up to the receptionist and said, "Hello, I'm Izumi, here for my appointment with Yukinoshita Haruno, an editor from Denjiki Bunko." Seeing the pretty young girl in front of her, the receptionist couldn't help but think to herself, what a beautiful little girl. When faced with beauty, people's moods naturally lift. "Miss Izumi. Miss Izumi, welcome to Denjiki Bunko. Please fill out this visitor form." After confirming the day's schedule on her computer, the receptionist handed Kotomi a visitor form from the drawer. Kotomi took the form and began filling in her pen name and contact information. The receptionist couldn't help but glance at Kotomi's handwriting, thinking, such elegant handwriting. Truly, a person as beautiful as her has equally beautiful writing. Chapter 12, looks very soft delicate by the way, I don't know your name yet, sister, Izumi, Kotomi asked casually as she filled out the visitor form. The receptionist, Sakura, was momentarily stunned. She wasn't sure how to respond or what was going on. Was she being chatted up by a little sister? "I'll be visiting Denjiki Bunko often, so I wanted to get to know you. This way, I won't have to fill out the form every time I come," Kotomi explained with a charming smile. After completing the form, she added, "Besides, with how beautiful you are, I'm sure both guys and girls would want to know your name after meeting you." The receptionist chuckled at Kotomi's playful yet flattering words. "My name is Sakura. You can just call me Saka-san, little Izumi. Cherry blossoms fluttering in the night sky, with the moon visible in your eyes. Your name is as beautiful as you are, Saka-san. Are you flirting with me, little Izumi?" Sakura joked. "It's a good thing you look so young. If you were my age, I might really fall for you, and then you'd have to take responsibility." After some light-hearted conversation, Kotomi and Sakura had become semi-acquainted. This familiarity meant that in the future, Kotomi wouldn't need to fill out the form every time she visited Denjiki Bunko. It was a small but useful social connection. Filling out the form every time would be a hassle, so engaging in a bit of friendly conversation and building rapport made things easier for her future visits. Moreover, Sakura seemed like a good-natured and attractive person, so it was nice to know her. However, Kotomi hadn't forgotten her primary reason for coming to Denjiki Bunko, to discuss the signing of her contract. She waved goodbye to Sakura and took the elevator to the second-floor editorial department. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, Kotomi saw Yukinoshita Haruno waiting for her not far away. Haruno, with her short, dark hair and blue-gray eyes, had a tall, graceful figure, reminiscent of a perfect older sister with a devilishly alluring charm. Kotomi recognized her immediately. Although they had spoken on the phone yesterday, Kotomi knew Haruno hadn't yet seen her in person. Her slightly youthful face would likely make her seem just like a typical high school girl. Approaching quietly, Kotomi saw that Haruno was checking the time on her phone, wondering why Kotomi hadn't arrived yet. At the same time, Haruno was also imagining what kind of girl could have written something as impressive as Sword Art Online. Honestly, when Haruno first saw that the author's gender was listed as female in the database, she thought it might have been filled out randomly. But when she made the call and realized the author was indeed a girl, she was surprised. It wasn't surprising that Haruno had doubts. There weren't many female authors in the light novel industry. Even counting Kotomi, Haruno could only think of around 100 or so. While Haruno was lost in thought, a slightly childish voice sounded beside her. "Hello. Are you editor Yukinoshita?" "Yes, I am." "And you are?" Haruno instinctively responded, but when she turned around, she was met with the sight of a beautiful girl with snow-white short hair and eyes like pink jewels. Her delicate, youthful face naturally evoked a sense of affection. "Little one, is there something you need?" Haruno composed herself and asked with a smile. But inwardly, she was screaming, where did this adorable little cutie come from? She's so young, so precious. Kotomi smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you, editor Yukinoshita. I'm the one you spoke with yesterday, Izumi, pen name Izumi Kotomi. Are you going to be my editor? Please take care of me. You're Izumi?" The usually calm and composed Haruno couldn't help but exclaim in the hallway upon learning that the charming girl in front of her was indeed the author of Sword Art Online. "Yes," Kotomi answered with a smile, showing Haruno her profile on the Denjiki Bunko website as proof. Haruno took a moment to process this revelation before regaining her composure. She smiled confidently and said, "Nice to meet you, Izumi-sensei. I'll be in your care as well. Let's move to a private room to discuss further." Haruno led Kotomi to a small meeting room within the editorial department, specifically designed for editors and authors to have discussions. It was a place where newly signed authors could celebrate, and experienced authors could brainstorm ideas with their editors. They entered the innermost room, where a contract and 2 steaming cups of tea were already laid out on the table. After Kotomi sat down, Haruno pulled out a chair and joined her, saying, "I asked you to come today to discuss the details of the Sword Art Online contract. I'm sure you saw the incredible response it received yesterday, right?" Kotomi nodded and smiled. "Yes, after uploading the entire volume, I didn't check on it for a while and spent half the day gaming. It wasn't until you called that I went online to see the popularity of Sword Art Online. Honestly, when I saw it, I was shocked. 1.8 million views, something I never dared to imagine before. This morning, Sword Art Online's popularity on the Denjiki Bunko website continued to rise. We expect it to surpass 2 million views within a week. Congratulations, Izumi-sensei." As Haruno spoke, she placed the A-level contract in front of Kotomi. Yesterday afternoon, Chief Editor Hiratsuka held a special meeting about Sword Art Online and decided to offer you an A-level contract. If the sales of the physical volumes are strong, this A-level contract can be upgraded to an S-level contract. Kotomi nodded and began reviewing the A-level contract. "Before we finalize the contract, I have a few questions. Could you answer them for me, Izumi-sensei?" Haruno asked. "Of course," Kotomi agreed, setting the contract aside to focus on Haruno. "How old are you, Izumi-sensei?" Haruno couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Based on Kotomi's voice, she had guessed she was a young girl, but seeing her in person made it clear, she was really young. "I'm 16. I'll officially start high school in a few days," Kotomi replied candidly. 16? Haruno was glad she hadn't taken a sip of tea, or she might have spit it out. To think that at 16, someone could write a light novel as impressive as Sword Art Online, this wasn't just talent, it was a rare, extraordinary gift. While it wasn't unusual for high school students to write novels, a high schooler with writing skills as mature and refined as Kotomi's was practically unheard of. Or rather, unprecedented. Sword Art Online, with its unique plot, characters, and world building, was nothing short of a groundbreaking work. It was hard to imagine that such a phenomenal light novel was written by a girl who hadn't even started high school yet. The only other high school author Haruno could think of who was equally talented was Uchiha Kasumijoka. Now, there was another, Izumi Kotomi. "Did you create the entire setting, characters, and plot for Sword Art Online by yourself?" "Yes, it was all done by me," Kotomi confirmed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Have you ever published a novel before?" "Nope, I'm a complete newbie," Kotomi said, meeting Haruno's gaze without any hint of insecurity. "Do any of your family members work in the literary field?" "No, my dad's a section chief at a company, and my mom is a full-time housewife. I also have a younger sister who's still in middle school," Kotomi replied calmly. After getting answers to all her questions, Haruno found herself momentarily speechless, inwardly taking a deep breath. A 16-year-old girl, writing her first light novel, with no guidance or assistance from any family members in the industry. Without any prior writing experience, she had produced Sword Art Online. Is a genius living right under my nose? Chapter 13, The Sincere Denjiki Bunko Yuki no Shita. Haruno's inquiries were just a brief interlude. Izumi Kotomi kept her head down, carefully reviewing the contract in her hands. She remained silent, occasionally taking a sip of tea from the cup beside her. Kotomi was fairly satisfied with the terms Denjiki Bunko offered. The payment for each volume's manuscript was 3,200 yen per 1,000 characters. With the first volume of Sword Art Online totaling 270,000 characters, this meant Kotomi would earn at least 860,000 yen just from selling the manuscript. And this was only the base manuscript fee. It didn't account for the revenue share from the sale of the published light novel or any merchandise rights. In the light novel industry, the publishing model is fairly standard. The most common format is the publication of single-volume editions, with the first batch being a limited first edition. When readers purchase the first edition, they often receive an exclusive short story written by the author specifically for that edition. For avid light novel readers, the first thing they do when their favorite series announces a publication is to pre-order the limited first edition at a bookstore. Following that, if a series proves successful, special editions are often released after 2 or 3 volumes. These special editions feature unique covers and special packaging and may include merchandise related to the characters, such as keychains, badges, or small acrylic stands. Finally, There's the deluxe edition, which is more extravagant in both presentation and content. The deluxe edition's packaging, cover, and included items are distinct from the special edition, often featuring even more collectible items like bags, posters, or mouse pads. The prices for special and deluxe editions vary depending on the specific plans for each release, so Kotomi didn't dwell on them. Instead, she focused on the revenue share from the standard editions of the light novels. The A-level contract clearly stated that the revenue from the sales of the published volumes would be split 60 out of 40 between the author and Denjiki Bunko, with Kotomi receiving 60%. To put it simply, for every volume sold at the usual price of 630 yen, Kotomi would earn 378 yen. The revenue split is just temporary, Haruno explained. If Sword Art Online's first volume stays on the bestseller list for a year, we can increase the split to 70 out of 30. Kotomi nodded in understanding. Although Sword Art Online was very popular on the website, it was still uncertain how well the physical volumes would sell once published. As a precaution, Denjiki Bunko wouldn't offer a 70 out of 30 split right away. After all, S-level contracts offered an 80 out of 20 split, and a 70 out of 30 split was already close to that. But a 60 out of 40 split was still generous, and buying the manuscript for 860,000 yen before the light novel was even published showed that Denjiki Bunko was serious about working with her. After nearly 20 minutes of reviewing the contract, Kotomi finally set it down and asked, "Can I sign now?" "Whenever you're ready." Haruno handed her a pen. Kotomi signed her name on the contract and passed the A-level contract back to Haruno. After confirming the signature, Haruno finally breathed a sigh of relief, releasing the tension she had been holding onto. Despite her calm exterior, Haruno was still a new editor and lacked experience in handling these situations. She had worried about whether she could successfully sign Kotomi. After carefully putting away the A-level contract, Haruno stood up and shook hands with Kotomi. "I look forward to working with you, Izumi-sensei." "Likewise," Kotomi replied, extending her hand. As Haruno shook Kotomi's hand, she was struck by how soft and delicate it felt, like holding a piece of sweet, fluffy cotton candy. It made her reluctant to let go, wanting to protect it carefully in her hands. "Izumi-sensei?" Kotomi's soft voice brought Haruno back to reality after she had held her hand for a whole minute. She smiled sweetly at Haruno, gently prompting her. "Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about something," Haruno quickly apologized, snapping out of her thoughts. "The base manuscript fee for the first volume is 860,000 yen. It will be transferred to your bank account within 3 business days. Please confirm that the bank details on the contract are correct," Haruno reminded her. "They're correct," Kotomi confirmed. Then she asked, "Is that 860,000 yen before or after taxes?" "It's after taxes." "Oh, that's great. It's really convenient that the 860,000 yen is after taxes," Kotomi said, pleasantly surprised. "By the way, do you have any questions about the light novel creation process? Feel free to ask anything. I'm here to help with any concerns, especially since you're new to the industry and might have some uncertainties," Haruno offered, softening her tone. Though Haruno herself was a new editor, she felt it was her duty to guide Kotomi. Haruno thought that despite Kotomi's calm demeanor, she was still just a 16-year-old high school girl. There had to be some nervousness or confusion about the signing process, and this was where Haruno's guidance and patience would be essential. So she braced herself to be the helpful older sister, ready to support Kotomi. "I understand the process, and I don't have any questions." "Why?" Kotomi replied without a trace of uncertainty. "Really? No questions at all? But aren't you thinking about how to write the second volume? Like how to start it, how the plot should develop, and how to wrap it up?" "Well, I am currently thinking about the second volume of Sword Art Online." In that case, before Haruno could offer her guidance, Kotomi casually mentioned, "I had some free time last night, so I went ahead and outlined the second volume." Haruno was speechless. Last night? She had some free time. So she just outlined the second volume? Is she even human? Izumi-sensei, don't you ever get writer's block? Haruno asked, trying to offer some sage advice. "Don't worry, I haven't hit any writer's block yet. If it weren't for the new event in Azur Lane, I might have already finished outlining the 5th volume of Sword Art Online last night." Kotomi's nonchalant response left Haruno dumbfounded. Now that the contract was signed and she was officially Kotomi's editor, she had expected that the young author would need guidance on plot development or other aspects of the writing process. Even veteran authors often consulted with their editors to brainstorm ideas. But Kotomi was so reliable, so competent, that there was nothing Haruno could do to assist her. As an editor, Haruno should have been thrilled to have such a dependable author, one who required little oversight. However, this left Haruno feeling like her role as an editor was diminished, with no sense of participation. I'm your editor. We're supposed to grow together. How can you not need my guidance? At least let me feel like I'm contributing. Even in games, beginners still need a starter companion, right? Chapter 14, Adorable Little Cutie. Is there really nothing you need my help with? Yukinoshita Haruno asked again, unwilling to give up. Izumi Kotomi shook her head vigorously, her innocent and naive expression showing her confusion about why Haruno was so insistent. Haruno couldn't figure out whether it was her who was out of touch or Kotomi. How could a new author not have any questions for her editor? Come on, give me some face as your editor. Just one question would do. That way, I could be like those classic editors in manga, slapping you out of your confusion and leading you to success. And then over time, maybe we could even. Haruno quickly shook her head, realizing her thoughts were straying in a strange direction. Sigh. Maybe all geniuses are just aloof, she sighed, feeling dejected. She had hoped to help Kotomi on her path to becoming a successful author, but it seemed that Kotomi, with her innate talent, didn't need any help from a novice editor like herself. Kotomi remained silent for a moment, but then she seemed to understand why Haruno was asking. She smiled and said, "For now, my writing process is going smoothly, and I don't need to trouble you, Yukinoshita-san. But rest assured, if I do need help, you'll be the first person I contact. I won't let it affect my writing schedule." Haruno nodded, finally feeling some sense of participation as Kotomi's editor. "Oh, by the way, Izumi-sensei, our editorial department is planning a dinner gathering the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join us? It would be a good opportunity to introduce you to the other editors, the operations team, and even Hiratsuka-san, our editor-in-chief," Haruno suggested. "The day after tomorrow? I'm afraid I can't make it, I'm starting school soon," Kotomi replied with a shake of her head. "Oh, right. You'll be a high school student once the school year starts." Haruno had almost forgotten that Kotomi was only 16 years old and would be starting high school after the summer break. "I'd love to join, but unfortunately, I'll have to wait for another opportunity." "No worries, it's just a casual dinner where we play games like Werewolf. But could I ask which high school you'll be attending, Izumi-sensei?" "Sobu High School," Kotomi answered. "Really? You're going to Sobu High School?" "Yes," Kotomi nodded. "What a coincidence. I went to Sobu High School. My younger sister, who's around your age, is also attending Sobu High School this year." Hee, I know it might sound like I'm bragging, but my sister is adorably cute, practically illegal levels of cute. "Of course, I know that," Kotomi thought with a playful smile. Out loud, she said, "What a small world. I hope I'll have the chance to meet your sister, Yukinoshita-san. She's cute, but..." Haruno sighed, her personality is not the easiest to get along with. She can be an ice queen, cold, and sharp-tongued. I wish she were more like me in that regard. "More like you?" Kotomi thought. At least then she might have some friends at school instead of being isolated. Haruno couldn't help but hope that her sister would meet someone like Kotomi at Sobu High School and become friends. As Haruno envisioned this, she wondered if her sister might encounter Kotomi at school. Would they become friends? "It's already almost 5 o'clock, Kotomi remarked, glancing at the clock, surprised at how quickly time had passed. "Izumi-sensei, would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" Haruno invited. In both Denjiki Bunko and other light novel publishers, it was almost a tradition for editors to take new authors out for a meal after signing a contract, to bond over dinner. This was a common social practice in the Japanese workplace. However, Haruno had never taken an author out for dinner before, not because she didn't want to, but because she had never had an author under her wing. Despite handling many author submissions and contracts, she had never been assigned as the official editor for any author until now. She had often envied other editors taking their authors out to dinner. Finally, after much waiting, she had her first author, Kotomi, and could finally experience being an official editor. But Kotomi shook her head, her voice soft and a little timid. "I can't. I need to be home by 6:30. My mom will be upset if I'm late." "Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Well, how about we go out to eat after Sword Art Online's first volume is successfully published?" "But wow, Izumi-sensei, you really are a good girl who listens to her mom." Haruno's playful smile and teasing eyes made Kotomi blush slightly, and before she could react, Haruno reached out and patted her silky white hair. Maybe it was instinctual. When seeing something cute, it was hard to resist the urge to touch it. And Kotomi was the epitome of adorable. "Oh no. I can't resist, she's just too cute," Haruno thought to herself. And with this kind of development, it would feel so nice to bury my face in it if she agreed. As she continued to stroke Kotomi's hair, Haruno daydreamed blissfully. "Yukinoshita-san, my hair is getting messy." Kotomi's voice was soft and weak. She didn't know why, but she felt powerless in front of assertive girls, unable to resist them at all. Could it be that she really was the submissive type? No way, no way. There's at least an 80% chance I'm the dominant one. I'm the dominant one. I'm the dominant one. I'm the dominant one. Kotomi mentally repeated to herself, trying to convince herself. Little did she know, her tiny expressions only made others want to hug and dote on her even more. Ah, sorry. It was just so pleasant to the touch that I got carried away, Haruno quickly apologized, reluctantly pulling her hand away from Kotomi's hair. The moment she let go, she felt a tinge of reluctance, wishing she could stroke her hair just a little longer. Kotomi smoothed her hair with her hand and then said, "It's getting late, I should head home. Let me walk you downstairs." "Thank you, Yukino Shita-san." Kotomi didn't refuse and walked with Haruno to the first floor. As they reached the entrance, Haruno couldn't resist saying, "Goodbye, Izumi-sensei. If you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. I'm super knowledgeable." "Haha. I will, Yukino Shita-san. Goodbye." Kotomi laughed and then jogged toward the train station. After watching Kotomi's figure disappear from sight, Haruno turned and headed back to the editorial office. "Haruno, you're back? How did things go with Izumi-sensei?" Kagami asked when she saw Haruno return. She had originally wanted to sneak a peek at what Izumi-sensei looked like, but she had been busy with editing a website article and missed the chance. "We successfully signed the contract." Haruno raised her index and middle fingers, making a V for victory. "Congratulations. Let's go celebrate with some Akiraku ramen tonight." "Sure, I was just craving some of their miso char-siu ramen," Haruno agreed with a nod. "But I didn't get to see Izumi-sensei. Such a shame. What does she look like, Haruno?" Haruno thought for a moment before answering with a serious expression. "I used to think my sister Yukino was the cutest in the world, but after meeting Izumi-sensei, I realized she's even cuter. If I were your sister and heard you say that, I'd probably think, so love really does fade away, huh?" "Haha, I'm just joking. But seriously, Izumi-sensei is really adorable. You'll have to meet her sometime," Haruno said with a half-joking tone before turning on her computer to finish some unfinished work. As she touched the mouse, her fingers subconsciously curled inward, and she was reminded of the feeling of touching Kotomi's soft hand and hair. The memory was so vivid, it felt like the sensation was etched into her mind. Looking at her hand, Haruno silently mused, "Kotomi. I really want to learn more about her." Her true feelings were that she wanted to know more about Kotomi, not just a little more. But greedily, she wanted to know everything about her. Haruno was greedy, but she hadn't yet realized just how much. Chapter 15, The Queen of All Females is Actually Me. Sword Art Online successfully signed with Denjiki Bunko, and Kotomi Izumi was in an extremely light and happy mood. Completing the contract meant that her writing career had officially begun. Thinking about the 860,000 yen in royalty she would soon receive, Kotomi felt like everything was going her way. Even the disappointment of not drawing the character she wanted in Azur Lane earlier that day quickly faded away. "Host, you seem to be in a really good mood right now." "Of course, I am. This is my first bucket of gold since reincarnating," Kotomi replied without hesitation. "But when do you plan to start writing Volume 2? There's no rush for Volume 2. "I'll start working on it after Denjiki Bunko publishes Volume 1, Kotomi said confidently, then waved her hand to open the God-level heroine system interface. Even though she was in the middle of the street, the system had assured her that no one else could see the interface because it was specially encrypted. The conversations between her and the system were also protected, making them inaudible to anyone else. With this level of security, Kotomi could access the system whenever she wanted, without worrying about the people around her. "The first light novel I wrote has been successfully signed, so I should start preparing to create some illustrations." Kotomi looked at her system interface and spent 10,000 fame points to level up her drawing skill from level 4 to level 5. "What do you plan to do with your drawing skills, host? Upload illustrations to Pixiv and Twitter? Or perhaps create a manga?" "Create a manga." Kotomi had already planned to start drawing manga once her drawing skills were proficient. The three major manga publishers in Japan are Shueisha, Kodansha, and Shogakukan. If she wanted to submit her manga for publication and gain both revenue and recognition, submitting to these three publishers would be the best choice. "Manga, huh? I had a feeling you would use your drawing skill for manga. After all, you loved reading manga in your previous life. Have you decided on the first manga you want to draw? Maybe something like Tokyo Ghoul? If possible, I'd like to draw Chainsaw Man," Kotomi said with a serious expression. "The moment you chose the pen name Izumi-ki, I had a hunch. Izumi-ki, always the mad genius, As Kotomi was about to close the system interface, she suddenly noticed a small icon in the top right corner of the screen. The icon had a small pink heart-shaped tail at the end, looking both seductive and slightly cute. The icon was so small that Kotomi hadn't noticed it until now. "What's this?" Kotomi pointed at it and asked. "Oh, that? It represents your species attribute, host." Hearing this explanation from the system, Kotomi didn't understand and felt even more confused. Species attribute? What the heck is that? Could it be that she wasn't human anymore? My species attribute? But am I not human? Ah, no, you're not human. You want to say that again? You don't need to worry, host. This attribute is a good one. It gives you plenty of energy and subtly enhances your physical abilities. You won't need to worry about things like physical education exams anymore. Oh, it sounds pretty awesome when you put it that way. So, what exactly is my species? Why does this little pink heart tail icon give me a not-so-innocent feeling? You're a queen of all females, what kind of species attribute is that? And why didn't you tell me you changed my species attribute to something like this? Because this is your innate ability from when you reincarnated. It's a natural talent, you could have at least told me. There's nothing I could do even if I did. Your hidden talent is the queen of all females, it can't be changed. But look on the bright side, host. You're incredibly lucky, this is a 1 in a million talent. Does it have any side effects? Kotomi decided to find out what side effects the queen of all females might have. No real side effects. It's just that if you go too long without engaging in certain activities, you might feel dizzy and weak. Kotomi, who had just let out a sigh of relief, suddenly tensed up again. What kind of activities? If you go too long without intimate contact with a girl, you'll start to feel unwell, and it could even lead to illness, like getting a cold or fever. Why do I feel like you're messing with me? Host, do you think I'd joke about something so important? The system's tone was unusually serious. Hearing this, Kotomi started to believe it. Just as she was about to apologize, the system's tone lightened up. Sometimes I do. Kotomi was speechless, covering her face, unsure of what to say. But host, I assure you that everything I just said is true. You might not notice it now, but if you go too long without getting close to a girl you like, you will feel unwell, and it could even lead to illness, eventually making you extremely weak. Hearing the system's explanation, Kotomi understood and felt relieved that this hidden talent wouldn't cause her much trouble. But host, you should still find a girlfriend soon. You don't want to end up targeting your sister, Izumi, do you? Even if I wanted to find one, it's not like I can just do it immediately. Besides, relationships need to be taken seriously. What a pure and cute young lady you are, stupid system, shut up, Humphrey. Kotomi huffed in annoyance and closed the god-level heroine system, continuing to walk home. Unbeknownst to her, by not opening the species attribute panel, she had missed an important detail about the queen of all females. And that detail had been affecting her since the moment she reincarnated. Originally, the system had intended to inform her, but it ended up forgetting. Species attribute, queen of all females. Note, the queen of all females attribute grants an irresistible allure and charm to other females. Even if they try to resist, they will eventually fall for you. Additionally, this attribute makes it possible for two girls to have a child together. Yuri love is truly wonderful, and yes, they can really have a child. Note, the queen of all females has one side effect. All girls with this attribute, without exception, are the submissive ones in a relationship. The system forgot to inform Kotomi about this side effect. It wasn't until the day Kotomi found herself being pinned down by a certain beautiful girl, crying out in pleasure, that the system remembered it had forgotten to tell her that the queen of all females attribute makes the possessor a natural bottom. But then again, looking at Kotomi, with or without the attribute, she was bound to be a bottom anyway. Chapter 16, Sobure High School, start of the new semester. You're back? Izumi Akina asked as she noticed Kotomi returning, not inquiring about what she had done in Tokyo. Yeah, Mom, when's dinner? I'm starving. Once I finish preparing the hot pot broth, we can start eating. Your dad doesn't have to work overtime today, so he should be home soon. He called earlier and mentioned he bought strawberry cakes for you and Amy, your favorite dessert. He must have also bought a Black Forest cake for you, right? Kotomi replied. Just as she and her sister loved strawberry cakes, Akina's favorite cake was Black Forest. However, Akina didn't like the cherries on top, so she always gave them to Kotomi to eat. Oh my, how did you guess that, you little girl? If Dad didn't buy you a Black Forest cake, you wouldn't be this happy, Kotomi said as she helped place the plates of lamb on the dining table. You guessed right. I'll reward you by letting you have the cherries when I eat the cake later, Akina teased. That's just because you don't like cherries. Kotomi muttered under her breath. You said I look happy, But don't you look the same? Akina glanced at Kotomi with a knowing smile and added, I'm excited because I'll get to eat the Black Forest cake soon. But what about you? Did something good happen in Tokyo that made you this happy? Of course, something good happened. I feel like I've taken another step closer to my goal. Is it about your hobby? Kotomi nodded without hiding anything. She planned to tell her family about her light novel writing once she received the payment for the first manuscript. Although her family would support her hobby even if she hadn't earned anything yet, Kotomi wanted to share her achievements with them after having some success. Yes, her family. It's been a few days since she was reborn. Although it hasn't been long, during this time, Kotomi had already came to regard the Izumi family as her own. Every day had been filled with joy. Even at night, when she shed tears for no apparent reason, she found herself smiling. After all these years, she finally had a complete and warm family again. Who would have known that, in her previous life, what Kotomi longed for the most was a family? Can you tell Mom what your hobby is now? Akina asked with a smile. Kotomi shook her head. I plan to officially tell Dad, Mom, and Amy in a few days. Officially? Akina raised an eyebrow, then teased, hearing you say that, I'm starting to worry that you're secretly building a rocket to land on Mars. Mom, you're really overestimating me if you think my hobby is building rockets and landing on Mars. Kotomi laughed awkwardly. But Akina, as if convinced, said, how can you talk about yourself like that? I've always believed my daughter is capable of great things. There's a saying, isn't there? A tiger mother has no weak daughters. I'm always confident in my two precious girls. Then Akina added, of course, it doesn't matter if you don't do great things. Whether you aim high or just enjoy a peaceful life, as long as you stay within the law, that's fine. If turning your hobby into a career is truly what you want, Dad and I will support you. Parents don't bring children into this world to make them do something for them, they want to do something for their children. Kotomi smiled softly and nodded. Did Mom's words touch your heart? Akina asked, noticing Kotomi's reaction. Facing her mom's playful inquiry, Kotomi turned slightly, cleared her throat, and said, Mom, the saying is a tiger father has no weak sons, not a tiger mother has no weak daughters. Though she said this, the smile on Kotomi's face remained one of pure happiness. Well, it's been years since I graduated, so it's understandable that I might not remember it exactly. As long as you understand the meaning, Akina retorted, but the look in her eyes was full of affection. She couldn't help but think that her child was growing up fast. Before she knew it, Kotomi would be getting married. Akina wondered what kind of person Kotomi would want to marry in the future. In the days that followed, Kotomi spent her time at home, enjoying the last days of summer vacation. She stayed in her room, enjoying the air conditioning, drinking soda, eating snacks, watching anime, playing Azurlane, and occasionally going to her sister's room to gleefully ask if she'd finished her summer homework. Kotomi felt this was the best way to spend her summer vacation. Of course, even though it seemed like she was spending her days lazily, she still set aside 1 or 2 hours every afternoon to practice drawing manga. Although she had the god-level heroine system's drawing skills to help her, creating manga wasn't just about having good drawing skills. There were many aspects to learn and consider. For example, color, design ideas for the visuals, panel composition, and more. Kotomi even bought a basic manga tutorial book set from the bookstore to help her learn. She spent her afternoons drawing and her evenings studying the basics of manga creation. In this mix of laziness and diligence, Kotomi spent the last few days of summer vacation. The alarm she had set on her phone rang, and Kotomi furrowed her brows as she reached out to turn it off. If it had been any other day, she would have chosen to stay in bed for a while longer, especially since the bed felt so warm and comfortable in the morning. But today, Kotomi didn't linger. She quickly opened her eyes, sat up in bed, and swiftly changed out of her blue and white penguin pajamas, putting on the school uniform she had prepared the night before. No longer the middle school uniform, but the high school uniform. As she dressed, Kotomi murmured to herself, it's finally the day to start at Sobu High School. It's strange, really, I've already been through high school once, so why am I so excited this time? Yes, summer vacation had ended. And today marked the first day of her new life at Sobu High School after being reborn. Chapter 17, The White Beret. After putting on the Sobu High School uniform, Izumi Kotomi admired her reflection in the mirror. The uniform consisted of a dark-colored blazer with 2 silver buttons and silver trim accents. Beneath it was a white blouse that gracefully outlined her slender, curvaceous figure, accompanied by a red ribbon at the collar. The bottom half was a blue pleated skirt. Sobu High School had no strict rules about sock length or style, students could wear them or not. Feeling a sense of embarrassment at the thought of bare legs, Kotomi chose to wear white pantyhose and brown loafers. Why is it that when you wear white pantyhose, it gives off such an irresistible vibe? Could it be that you're not just a nuke, but a seductive one too? Humphrey, then just don't look. Kotomi huffed, ignoring the god-level heroine system's teasing as she picked up her neatly packed tote bag, emblazoned with the Sobu High School emblem. When she came downstairs, Izumi Akina, who had gotten up early to prepare breakfast, greeted her with a smile. Good morning. Breakfast is ready, so hurry up and eat. You have to attend Sobu High School's opening ceremony today, right? Don't be late on your first day of high school. Don't worry, I set my alarm early last night, and I've already packed my textbooks and pencil case in my bag. Well, this is a surprise. I remember on your first day of middle school, you stayed up late playing games the night before, didn't pack your things, and ended up oversleeping. You couldn't even remember where you put your uniform, or what materials to bring to school, and ended up being late on the very first day. And back in elementary school, you were also late on the first day because you didn't want to get out of bed. Akina laughed softly as she reminisced. Last night, before bed, your father and I were betting on whether you'd be late again this time. I'm not a kid anymore. There's no way I'd be late on the first day of high school. Kotomi muttered, her cheeks flushing. Sure, you're not a kid anymore. Now, hurry and eat, or you'll end up being late because you ate too slowly. How could that happen? There's still an hour before the opening ceremony begins. What? Only half an hour left? Feeling confident that she had plenty of time, Kotomi suddenly noticed the clock on the living room wall showing 7:00 a.m. In Japan, students usually arrive at school by 8:30 a.m., and Sobu High School was no exception. However, since today was the first day of high school, freshmen like Kotomi had to arrive before 7:30 a.m. for the opening ceremony. Now, with only half an hour left, Kotomi realized she might not have enough time and quickly started eating her breakfast. Akina chuckled, relieved that she had anticipated this and had purposely avoided making time-consuming dishes like grilled or fried fish for breakfast. Good morning, Mom. Izumi Amy, dressed in her middle school uniform, also came downstairs, calmly sitting down to eat. Although it was also Amy's first day back at school, as a third-year middle school student facing upcoming exams, she didn't need to report early for an opening ceremony. She could choose to attend or simply arrive by 8:30 a.m. for classes. An-chan, you're eating too fast. A girl should be mindful of her image when eating. Ah. Seaweed crumbs just flew onto my face, Amy remarked, sitting beside Kotomi. Kotomi, who had just finished eating, placed her bowl on the table with a clatter and said, I'd like to eat slowly, but I don't have time. I don't want to be late on the first day of high school, like I was in elementary and middle school. Mom, I'm full. I'm heading out. Take care, Akina waved her off. An-chan, slow down on your way to school. Amy started to say, but before she could finish, she felt a light, fragrant touch on her cheek. Kotomi's cherry lips had kissed her face. Or rather, picked off the seaweed crumbs. Sorry, I ate a bit too fast and got seaweed on your face. I've cleaned it off. I'm off now, bye-bye, Kotomi said, grabbing her tote bag and heading out the door, running towards Sobu High School. Amy stared in shock at her sister's retreating figure, and when she finally snapped out of it, her fair face turned crimson with embarrassment. She turned to her mother, blushing furiously. Mom. An-chan, she. Seeing everything unfold, Akina covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously. Wow, was that a good morning kiss between sisters? I'm impressed. Mom, be serious. Oh, your sister's just like that with you. When you're hurt, she gets more anxious than when she's hurt herself. She probably panicked and used her mouth to get the seaweed off your cheek. Remember when you were in second grade and fell off your skateboard, scraping your knee? Your sister panicked and sucked on your wound to stop the bleeding, didn't she? Akina reminisced with a smile, then added, Kotomi was such a silly kid. She probably saw a scene in a TV drama where the male lead stops the female lead's bleeding by sucking on her finger and thought it would work for any wound. But I wasn't hurt just now. Amy murmured, still blushing. Well, Kotomi knows you hate seaweed, especially the crumbs. She probably panicked when she got your least favorite food on your face and just wanted to get it off quickly, Akina explained while continuing to eat. Understanding her mother's explanation, Amy realized why her sister had been so flustered. It was out of concern for her dislike of seaweed crumbs. While she understood, Amy's face only turned redder. Meanwhile, Kotomi jogged towards Sobu High School, spotting the school and the students in their uniforms, chatting and walking towards the school gates. She let out a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. The benefits of the Queen of All Females attribute on her physical fitness were apparent. Despite being a complete klutz in sports before, she didn't feel particularly tired after a jog, only slightly out of breath. I made it on time, I'm so glad. Kotomi thought as she walked along the street, breathing in the fresh air and the faint scent of flowers. The gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, and the streets were filled with students heading to school, the girls in their blue pleated skirts exuding youthful energy and elegance. When April comes next year, I'll be able to see the cherry blossoms in full bloom, Kotomi mused. When she had been reborn in Japan, it was already summer, so she had missed the cherry blossom season in spring, leaving her with a slight sense of regret. The cherry trees along the street swayed with the wind, their pink petals dancing in the gentle spring breeze. The thought of encountering a fateful meeting with a mysterious girl under the falling cherry blossoms was a beautiful scene in her mind. Plop. As Kotomi walked along, lost in her thoughts of serendipitous encounters, she suddenly felt something like a hat lightly touch the back of her head before it fell to the ground with a soft sound. Turning around to find the source of the noise, Kotomi looked down and realized what had touched her. It was a white beret that had been blown away by the wind. And this beret had just happened to touch Kotomi before she picked it up. Chapter 18, Megumi Kato, do you like lap pillows? Whose hat is this? Izumi Kotomi held the white beret in her hand, looking around. For some reason, the hat seemed familiar. At that moment, a light, almost imperceptible voice came from behind her. Excuse me, did the hat hit you? It was sitting on my head just fine, but then the wind blew it off. The light and somewhat faint voice sent a small shock through Kotomi. She turned to see a girl running towards her. The girl had short black hair and deep, captivating black eyes, though one wouldn't notice their depth and allure without careful observation. She was wearing the same Sobu High School uniform as Kotomi, and her clear, bright skin was evident with every movement. If she had to describe her in one sentence, it would be, where she should be curvy, she was curvy, where she should be slim, she was slim, a very cute type. The moment Kotomi saw her, she immediately recognized the owner of the white beret, Megumi Kato. It's fine, it's just a hat. There's no way it could have hurt me, Kotomi said with a smile, handing the beret back to Megumi Kato. Megumi Kato took the hat with both hands and bowed several times in thanks. Thank you. This was the third time Megumi Kato had thanked her. Kotomi waved her hand dismissively, thinking that if she didn't stop her, Megumi Kato might continue thanking her indefinitely. No problem, it was just a small favor. Kato-san. Megumi Kato looked at Kotomi with a puzzled expression and asked, how did you know my last name is Kato? Kotomi inwardly berated herself for letting that slip and then awkwardly smiled. You're right, it's strange, isn't it? Even though this is our first meeting, it feels like there's a subconscious urge in my mind to call you Kato-san. Darn it, I'm really bad at making up excuses, Kotomi thought to herself. Megumi Kato was momentarily surprised, then she gave a beautiful smile. You're quite an interesting person. Seeing her smile up close, Kotomi couldn't help but marvel at how someone with such a lovely smile could have such a weak presence, like a background character. Perhaps that was part of her charm. My name is Izumi Kotomi. It's nice to meet you, Kato-san, Kotomi introduced herself formally, her eyes inadvertently drawn to Megumi Kato's white, slender hands holding the beret. If possible, I'd really like to shake hands with Megumi Kato. Then I'll call you Izumi-san. Since you already know my last name, I'll tell you my first name. It's Megumi. Megumi Kato. Kotomi parted her lips and said the name of the beautiful yet seemingly ordinary girl standing before her. After hearing Kotomi say her name, Megumi Kato's lips curled into a faint smile. Izumi-san, are you also a first-year student at Sobu High School? Yes, that's right, Kotomi nodded. Oh? What a coincidence. I'm also a first-year student at Sobu High School. Although we won't know our class placements until after the opening ceremony, maybe we'll end up in the same class, Megumi Kato said calmly. If that's the case, I look forward to it, Kato-san. I'd be happy if we were in the same class, Izumi-san. Oh? Why? Kotomi asked, a bit excited. Could it be that Megumi Kato's affection for me is maxed out from the start? Megumi Kato's response quickly dispelled that notion. She put the beret back on her head and smiled as if it were the most natural thing in the world, because, like me, Izumi-san also has short hair. Seeing a girl with the same hairstyle always brings a sense of familiarity, right? Does it? Kotomi responded with an awkward laugh, mentally chastising herself. What was I even hoping for just now? There's no way someone's affection for me would be maxed out from the start. Even if that were possible, it's not guaranteed to happen to me. But do girls really feel a sense of familiarity when they see someone with the same hairstyle? Kotomi didn't quite understand. Meanwhile, the god-level heroine system, like a sports commentator, chimed in, alright. We can see Megumi Kato's smooth maneuver here, firmly taking the initiative and control of the conversation. And Ko, our protagonist, is left floundering like prey in the clutches of a skilled hunter. What are you even talking about? And who's Ko? Are you referring to me? Kotomi couldn't help but retort. Yep, It's a nickname I made from the Kotomi in your name. My dear Kotomi. Kotomi suddenly felt that one of her daily tasks was engaging in intense debates with the god-level heroine system. Izumi-san, you're about to walk past the entrance, Megumi Kato gently reminded her. Kotomi snapped back to reality. She was supposed to turn right into Sobu High School's gate, but she had been so caught up in mentally arguing with the system that she had kept walking straight. Luckily, Megumi Kato noticed and reminded her, otherwise, she might have walked right past the entrance. Thanks, Kato-san. I was just lost in thought. Kotomi said with an embarrassed smile. It's nothing. The two of them entered the Sobu High School campus and headed toward the school auditorium. At Sobu High School, every semester's opening ceremony was held in the auditorium. Though the ceremony was lengthy, the routine was always the same. First, the principal gave a speech, welcoming the new students to Sobu High School. Then, the grade director spoke, introducing the school's various rules and regulations. Finally, the student council president and student representatives took turns giving speeches. Kotomi found herself nodding off after just a few minutes. Izumi-san, are you falling asleep? Megumi Kato asked softly from beside her. Kotomi nodded without thinking. If you're tired, you can rest your head on my lap, Megumi Kato suggested seriously, before smiling. Just kidding. Thanks for the joke, Kato-san. I feel much more awake now, Kotomi said, rubbing her eyes and smiling. After enduring several more minutes, the principal finally wrapped up his closing remarks, and the lengthy opening ceremony ended amidst applause from students and teachers alike. As the first-year students left the auditorium, they gathered around the notice board by the school building to find out which class they had been assigned to. Kotomi stretched up on her tiptoes to look at the board. One of the most inconvenient things about being reincarnated was being shorter than before. How short? Even with shoes on, she barely reached 160 centimeters. This left Kotomi wondering more than once why, during her prime growth years, she ended up so short. She hadn't skimped on meals. Could it be that all the nutrition went to her chest? Izumi-san, you're in Class 1F, Megumi Kato said, pointing to a spot on the list. Kotomi followed Megumi Kato's direction and saw her name there. Class 1F, Izumi Kotomi. 3 names below hers was another name. Class 1F, Megumi Kato. Kato-san, it looks like we're in the same class. Yes, Izumi-san, what a coincidence. Do you think we might end up as desk mates? Megumi Kato asked, her serene smile exuding a calming presence. Probably not, I think the homeroom teacher assigns seats. By the way, who's our homeroom teacher? The other list has it written down. The homeroom teacher's name is Shizuka Hiratsuka. Chapter 19, Yukino and the Dangoetsu. Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but murmur, even though she had anticipated that she would eventually encounter Shizuka Hiratsuka after coming to Sobu High School. However, not only would she be meeting her soon, but Shizuka Hiratsuka was also her homeroom teacher. Could it be? With that thought in mind, Kotomi looked back at the list of students in Class 1F posted on the bulletin board, scanning from the top to the bottom. She found 2 more familiar names. Yukino Shita Yukino, Uagahama. Megumi Kato, Yukino, and you are all in my class. It seems like I'm enjoying some main character privileges when it comes to class assignments, Kotomi mused. Izumi-san, do you know Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei? Megumi Kato asked in her usual soft, gentle voice. No, I don't know her personally. I've just heard about her from some second-year students, Kotomi quickly came up with an excuse. What did you hear? Just that you should never mention topics like age or marriage in front of her. That part was true. Why? Is Hiratsuka-sensei a bachelorette? Megumi Kato asked with a serene smile, but her calm tone gave off a slightly mischievous vibe. Make sure you don't say that in front of her, Kotomi advised, concerned. I wonder what it would be like if Megumi Kato had a showdown with Shizuka Hiratsuka. No, I hope they never have any conflict at all. Since Izumi-san has warned me, I'll be careful, Megumi Kato replied with a faint smile and then pointed toward the entrance of the school building. It looks like Class 1F is on the 3rd floor of the West Building. It's a bit of a walk from the main entrance. Shall we head over? Let's go. It sounds like it's a bit far, and I don't want to still be on my way to class when it starts. Izumi-san seems very sensitive about being late. Were you a model student, like a class rep, back in middle school? Megumi Kato inquired. Kotomi could only give a wry smile. No, it's just that I was late to school too many times before. Both in elementary and middle school, I was late on the first day. It's such an embarrassing history that I decided to break the habit now that I'm in high school. At least I want to be a somewhat reliable older sister in front of my little sister. Hearing this, a fleeting, meaningful emotion passed through Megumi Kato's deep eyes, unnoticed by anyone. She smiled that reassuring smile of hers and, in her soft, emotionless voice, said, "So Izumi-san is an older sister at home?" "Yeah, I have a sister who's in middle school." "How about you, Kato-san?" Kotami asked as they walked into the school building, changing into their indoor shoes by the shoe lockers and heading toward Class 1F. "I'm an only child. I'm a bit envious that Izumi-san has a sister." "Let me guess, is your sister just as cute as you?" Megumi Kato said. When it came to her sister's cuteness, Kotami nodded confidently. "That's right, my sister is incredibly cute. She's a treasure I'm proud of as her older sister." "Hey, Sister Complex," the god-level heroine system quipped mercilessly. "Izumi-san seems like a good sister. Your sister must really like you, right?" "Like me? I think so. We've always had a good relationship," Kotami replied after thinking for a moment. "If one day, the sister you adore suddenly has someone she likes, wouldn't that make you sad? You might even get angry," Megumi Kato said with an air of mystery. "In those types of sisterly love stories in light novels and manga, that might be the case. But as for my sister, I'm sure she wouldn't have those kinds of feelings," Kotami replied with confidence. "Oh? Really? By the way, where does Izumi-san live? Does Megumi Kato's question about whether my sister would be angry if I had someone I liked have anything to do with where I live?" Kotami wondered, unable to see the connection between the two questions. She decided to treat Megumi Kato's question as a simple conversation starter. "Sure, I live at..." Kotami shared her home address with Megumi Kato. After hearing Kotami's address, Megumi Kato was surprised. "Oh. That means we live quite close to each other. Our routes to school and home are practically the same." "Really?" "Yes, my house is only about a 10-minute walk from yours." "It'll be convenient," Megumi Kato said with what seemed like genuine happiness. "Convenient?" Kotami caught on to the word and asked in confusion. "Yes. I was thinking that I could stop by your house every morning, and we could walk to school together. This way, Izumi-san, you might overcome your bad habit of being late. And if you'd like, we can also walk home together after school. Leave school together, go home together, and maybe sometimes go out after school," Megumi Kato suggested in her usual calm manner, as if they were simply discussing plans for the afternoon. Without hesitation, Kotami nodded. "Of course, I don't mind. Then let's start by walking home together today. Be sure to go to bed early tonight, Izumi-san. We'll be walking to school together tomorrow morning." "I'll do my best." As they chatted, the two arrived at the door to Class 1F. The short time they spent together had already brought them closer. Kotami slid open the classroom door, where many students had already arrived early. A few boys were gathered, discussing video games, seemingly friends from before. Kotami chose a random seat by the window and near the back of the classroom, and Megumi Kato took the seat next to her. The desks were arranged in pairs, and sitting together, Kotami and Megumi Kato were now temporary desk mates. Before the homeroom teacher assigned seats, students could sit wherever they liked. However, according to Sobu High School's usual practice, the first lesson was typically about going over class rules, followed by the teacher assigning seats to each student. So even though Kotami and Megumi Kato were sitting together now, they might be separated when the seats were reassigned. Kotami noticed Yukino Shita Yukino not far from her, sitting quietly in her chair with an air of cold elegance. Her dignified appearance was accentuated by the classical literature book she held. Yukino's over-the-shoulder black hair, her fair and stunningly beautiful face that was almost unfair in its allure, and the cold expression she wore made people hesitant to approach her. Her translucent skin seemed to embody the Yuki, snow, in her name. Sobu High School's girls' uniform, paired with over-the-knee black stockings, showcased her youthful beauty perfectly. Just like her older sister, Yukino Shita Haruno, she was a flawless beauty. However, as Haruno had said, Yukino's personality was vastly different from hers. She was a true ice queen. And sitting beside Yukino Shita Yukino was a certain someone currently dozing off at her desk, Yui Uegahama. Chapter 20, Quiet and cute Yukino Shita Yukino and Yui Uegahama sat together, or rather, it seemed more like Yukino Shita Yukino found sitting next to the dozing Yui Uegahama more conducive to quietly reading her book. The two girls sitting together are really pretty. Izumi-san, do you prefer the cold beauty with black hair, or the girl with light peach-colored hair who's dozing off? Asked Megumi Kato, sitting beside Izumi Kotami, as if she could sense exactly where Kotami's gaze was directed. Huh? Me? Kotami was a bit surprised. She had only glanced at Yukino Shita Yukino and Yui Uegahama, but Megumi Kato had already noticed? And why did she feel a pang of guilt, as if she had been caught cheating by a wife, when Megumi Kato asked her that? I just wanted to know if Izumi-san likes long black hair or short peach-colored hair. Megumi Kato smiled warmly. Her tone was always soft and gentle, almost emotionless, making it hard to detect any change in her mood. It was no wonder she was often perceived as a background character despite her beauty. After interacting with Megumi Kato in person after her reincarnation, Kotami understood even more why, in her previous life, Megumi Kato was often referred to as the background heroine. If you're asking me that, can I be honest? Kotami asked, smiling awkwardly. Of course, I want to hear your real thoughts, Megumi Kato replied with a smile. Kotami thought for a moment, then slowly spoke in a small but firm voice, I like both. Her tone was so bold and confident that it almost seemed like she was about to add, why choose? I'll take them all. Megumi Kato couldn't help but chuckle at Kotami's response, a sweet and pleasant sound. Izumi-san, your answer is quite unique. Haha. Kotami could only respond with a sheepish laugh. The school bell rang, and Shizuka Hiratsuka, dressed in a lab coat, slid open the classroom door and entered Class 1F. Perhaps it was the cigarette in her mouth, but there was an undeniable big sister aura about her. This teacher, so different from the stern and serious ones, instantly quieted the previously noisy classroom. The sudden silence was so complete that one might have thought they'd wandered into Silent Hill. Once on the podium, Shizuka Hiratsuka realized she still had a cigarette in her mouth. She extinguished it, made sure there were no embers left, and tossed it into the classroom's trash bin. Hello, Class 1F. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, and I also teach Japanese. Make sure to do your Japanese homework on time. I won't bore you with the usual speeches, I'm sure you've heard enough during the opening ceremony in the auditorium. Why do teachers have to attend such boring ceremonies every year? It's the same speeches every time, so dull. Shizuka Hiratsuka rubbed her head in frustration, clearly not a fan of the monotonous ceremonies. Anyway, back to the point, study hard, improve every day, and turn in your homework on time. Don't make the other teachers complain to me about Class 1F students misbehaving in class. That's the basic rule. And most importantly. At this point, Shizuka Hiratsuka cracked her knuckles, her tone suddenly becoming cold and intimidating, as if she had transformed into a demon. Don't let me see any bullying. I don't care about teaching or reforming. I don't want to hear excuses from teachers or parents like, why are they picking on you when there are so many others? All I know is that bullies are scum. My approach to bullying is simple, fight fire with fire. A wave of coldness spread through every corner of Class 1F. After her declaration, Shizuka Hiratsuka's tone returned to normal. That's all for Class 1F's rules. Everyone got that? Yes. The students responded in unison. Good. Now, let's start with self-introductions. If you want, you can share more details like your hobbies. If not, just say your name and sit down. And let me make one thing clear, no flirting during the introductions. If you want to flirt, wait until after class. The self-introductions began with the first row of students. Some chose to give detailed introductions, while others simply stated their names and sat down. Yukino Shita Yukino, for instance. When it was Yukino Shita Yukino's turn, she stood up slowly and said coldly, Yukino Shita Yukino. After saying her name, she sat down immediately, without any unnecessary words. When it was Yui Uegahama's turn. Well, she was still dozing off. Wake up, it's your turn to introduce yourself, Yukino Shita Yukino gently nudged Yui Uegahama and reminded her. Yui Uegahama finally woke up, stood up in a fluster, and said with an embarrassed smile, Hi everyone, I'm Yui Uegahama. Please take care of me. Got it, Uegahama-san, the fellow sleepyhead, Shizuka Hiratsuka said, deliberately leaning on the desk and mimicking Yui Uegahama's sleepy posture. Her voice was low and lazy, which made the entire class burst into laughter. Yui Uegahama awkwardly scratched her head, her face turning red as she sat back down. Ugh. I should have gone to bed earlier last night. Yui Uegahama thought, mentally berating herself. The reason she was so tired this morning was because she had stayed up late reading Sword Art Online. Last night, after taking a bath and planning to go to bed early, she felt a little bored, so she decided to browse her phone for a bit before sleeping. But to her surprise, while scrolling through Twitter, she stumbled upon an article recommending light novels, specifically Sword Art Online. And there were countless comments praising it. A mega hit that garnered millions of views on the first day of its competition entry, an unprecedented game-themed light novel. This may be a game, but it's not something you play. The most promising entry in this year's Tenjiki Novel Prize, please, Izumiki-sensei, release Volume 2 soon, Izumiki, the Eternal Legend. There were so many glowing recommendations that even someone like Yui Uegahama, who usually wasn't interested in light novels, couldn't resist the temptation. Driven by curiosity, she opened the Denjiki Bunko website, searched for Sword Art Online, and decided to read the first chapter. To her surprise, Once she started reading, she couldn't stop. After finishing one chapter, she felt an overwhelming urge to read the next. It was as if not reading the entire first volume in one go would be a huge loss. Uchiha, who initially intended to just kill some time on her phone, found herself completely engrossed. Before she knew it, she had stayed up until 3 a.m. reading. Luckily, her mom had pulled off her blankets to wake her up this morning. Otherwise, she definitely would have been late. Although she had barely avoided being late, Sword Art Online was just so good. She wondered when Izumi-sensei would release Volume 2. As Uchiha sat down, she couldn't help but think about it. And as she pondered when Izumi-sensei would release Volume 2, it was finally Izumi Kotomi's turn to introduce herself. Chapter 21, At Sobya High School, my deskmate is Megumi Kato. Megumi Kato's self-introduction was brief, and then it was Izumi Kotomi's turn. A self-introduction at school. I'm really not good at this, Kotomi thought to herself with a bit of reluctance. Don't worry, host. When you stand up, just follow my prompts, and you'll deliver a perfect self-introduction, the god-level heroine system suddenly chimed in. Really? System, this is the first time you actually seem reliable, Kotomi said. Why the first time? The system inquired. Don't sweat the details. With that, Kotomi stood up from her seat, following the prompts given by the system, and began her self-introduction. My name is Izumi Kotomi. I'm new here, so please take care of me. Then, like a nervous little rabbit, she gave a slight bow. Oh wow, so cute. What an adorably soft-spoken girl. I'm in heaven. OMG, I'm so glad I got placed in Class 1F. I never expected there to be so many beautiful girls. So fair, so big. Ugh, why am I, as a girl, feeling jealous? Kotomi's self-introduction, tinged with a bit of nervousness yet undeniably cute, instantly captured the attention of the entire class. Her name was now firmly etched in everyone's mind. But Kotomi herself, after completing the self-introduction according to the system's prompts, realized something was off. Feeling embarrassed, she mentally scolded the system. System. What did you just do? I was planning to just say my name and sit down. But I made your introduction short too, just one sentence, less than a minute, the system replied. Then why did my voice suddenly change as if I became a different person, and why did I sound like a cute little lily instead of the regular high school girl? I don't even have any voice acting skills activated. And why did I bow nervously like a kindergartner introducing themselves for the first time? Kotomi had assumed the system would simply provide her with a decent script for her introduction, but instead, it made her sound incredibly cute and even made her do that nervous go, which elicited a wave of endearment from everyone who saw it. Your voice, your shy movements, and expressions were all modeled after Chinokafu. I predicted there might be self-introductions on the first day of school, so I spent all last night watching Is the Order a Rabbit? From Season 1 to Season 3. Even though I did it to mimic Chino's voice and expressions, my favorite character is still Coco. Host, how about you draw Is the Order a Rabbit? When you start drawing manga. Draw the manga, and then we can animate it. Oh, so it was Chinokafu. No wonder my voice and expressions felt so familiar. But wait, if I had known you'd do this, I would have just done it myself. But host, you're supposed to be a god-level heroine, right? As a female lead, shouldn't you captivate everyone's attention from the start? My super cute introduction made sure everyone remembered your name. I'd say the effect was perfect. You definitely got everyone's attention, that's for sure, Kotomi grumbled inwardly, keenly aware of all the eyes on her. She quickly sat down. You were really cute during your introduction, Izumi-san, Megumi Kato remarked, looking at Kotomi with a gentle smile. Was I? Kotomi replied awkwardly. I was just really nervous. I get tongue-tied when I'm nervous. If you become that cute when you're nervous, then I hope you'll get nervous more often, Megumi Kato said calmly, her tone so soft and even that it was impossible to tell if she was joking or serious. Kotomi just assumed Megumi Kato was teasing her and forced a bitter smile. I prefer to be more relaxed. Really? Then, do you become cute when you're relaxed too? Huh? Megumi Kato glanced at Kotomi's puzzled expression and let a small smile curl her lips. I was just kidding. You don't need to worry. I just want to see more of your cute side, Izumi-san. Isn't cute a word more suited for children? Kotomi pouted, muttering under her breath. Megumi Kato responded with a soft chuckle. Soon, all the students finished their introductions, and it was time to assign seats. At Sobu High School, the first class for first-year students typically follow this pattern. The teacher would have everyone introduce themselves to get a general idea of who everyone was, and then they would assign seats. I wonder where my seat will be? And who my seatmate will be? Kotomi thought, a bit expectantly. If possible, she hoped her seatmate would be a girl, someone easy to get along with. Shizuka Hiratsuka called out Kotomi's name. Izumi Kotomi, your seat is by the window, in the 6th row. Your seatmate is Megumi Kato. The 6th row by the window, the very last row. Kotomi looked up and counted the rows from the front. Isn't that where I'm sitting now? And the person next to her didn't change either, it was still Megumi Kato. Yay! Izumi-san, I guessed right again. Not only are we in the same class, but we're also going to be seatmates, Megumi Kato said with a smile, holding up her hands in a cute V for victory gesture. You're really something, Kato-san, Kotomi remarked, genuinely impressed by Megumi Kato's luck in guessing correctly twice. Could it really be just a coincidence? It probably is. But having Megumi Kato as her seatmate actually matched her ideal quite well, a girl, easy to get along with. Megumi Kato ticked both boxes without fail. And she's cute too. Thanks for asking, I'm at Sobu High School, and my seatmate is Megumi Kato. Yay! I just got lucky and guessed correctly, Megumi Kato said nonchalantly. After another 3 minutes, Shizuka Hiratsuka finished assigning seats to all the students. There were less than 10 minutes left before the end of the first period. During this short time, the students began gathering their things to move to their assigned seats. The classroom quickly became lively again with the sounds of footsteps and chatter. You could hear similar noises from the floors above and below. It seemed that all the first-year classes were changing seats. Kotomi and Megumi Kato remained seated, as their assigned seats happened to be where they were already sitting, which saved them some trouble. Finally, one of the most beautiful sounds in the world, the bell signaling the end of class, rang. All the students had found their seats and met their seatmates, who they would be sitting next to for the foreseeable future, at least until they moved up to the second year and got reassigned. Since they would be sitting next to each other for a long time, every student hoped their seatmate would be easy to get along with. Speaking of which, Kotomi realized she hadn't noticed who was assigned to sit in front of her when Shizuka Hiratsuka was calling out the names. Just as Kotomi was wondering who her front seat neighbors would be, she heard approaching footsteps and a slightly airheaded voice. Oh! Yukino, we're seatmates. Huh? My back row neighbors are Izumi-san and Kato-san. Awesome. That voice was unmistakable. Kotomi couldn't help but smile inwardly, then looked up at the girl with light peach-colored hair in front of her and said, Hello, Dango. Ahem, Uegahama-san. Ah, yes. Her front seat neighbors were Yukino Shita Yukino and Uegahama. What a group. Chapter 22, Dango redefining the occasional word. Turns out my front row neighbors are Yukino Shita-san and Uegahama-san. I'll be counting on you both when the teacher asks questions during class, Megumi Kato said with a smile. Although she had a subtle presence, she wasn't shy. Hee, actually, I'll be relying on you, Izumi-san and Kato-san, because I tend to doze off during class. But it's only occasionally. Most of the time, I'm really serious in class. Uegahama emphasized, almost as if trying to convince herself that her dozing off was just an occasional occurrence. The Dango, redefining the word occasionally. Yes, I know, you're the student that Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei has officially recognized as a sleepyhead, Izumi Kotomi nodded, making a playful comment with a straight face. Izumi-san doesn't seem as shy and introverted as you appeared during your self-introduction. When I saw you earlier, I thought you were a really shy and reserved girl. But now that we're talking, you seem like someone who's very easy to get along with and even jokes around, Uegahama said, looking at Izumi Kotomi with a bit of surprise, as if she'd discovered something new. I'm just not very good at introducing myself in front of all the classmates, Izumi Kotomi replied, scratching her head with a sheepish smile. I get it. Back in elementary school, whenever the teacher asked me to read out loud in front of the class, I'd feel super nervous too, Uegahama nodded, empathizing deeply. When it comes to self-introductions, just saying your name is enough. Yukino Shida, who was sitting there reading a book, suddenly spoke up. Oh. This is rare? Yukino actually spoke up on her own, Uegahama exclaimed with a look of shock. I'm not mute, Yukino Shida replied matter-of-factly. Although she was speaking, there was still a cold aura about her, as if an icy queen was surrounded by a never-present frigid atmosphere. Compared to her sister Haruno, their personalities were completely different. Were they really sisters? Izumi Kotomi wondered to herself. But when I was sitting next to you earlier, you didn't say anything to me. The only time we interacted was when I learned your name and greeted you first, Uegahama pointed out. Because, Uegahama-san, you were dozing off earlier. Even if I wanted to speak to you, you were too deeply asleep to respond. Am I right, sleepyhead? Yukino Shita replied, turning another page of her classical literature book. Izumi Kotomi glanced at the content of the book, definitely a classic, but the text wasn't in Japanese, it was in English. In her past life, Izumi Kotomi had always thought that people who could understand and read classic literature entirely in English were impressive. With her barely passing grade in English back then, reading such complex material would have been quite challenging. However, in this life, with the help of the God-level heroine system, learning English should be much easier. Uegahama pouted, resting her face on the back of her chair and complaining cutely, "I don't want to be known as Hiratsuka-sensei's sleepyhead. Last night, I was really determined to go to bed early since today is the first day of school. But then I started reading this novel, and once I started, I completely forgot about going to bed early. By the time I finished, it was already 3 in the morning." Upon hearing Uegahama talk about the book, Yukino Shita's interest was piqued. She slightly lowered her book and asked, "Was it that good? What novel were you reading, Uegahama-san?" "Actually, it's a light novel called Sword Art Online." "Oh, and the author's pen name is similar to Izumi-san's name, it's Izumi-ki," Uegahama exclaimed. When Uegahama mentioned the pen name Izumi-ki, Izumi Kotomi, who was casually playing Azurlane on her phone, suddenly froze, causing her phone to slip from her hands and land on the desk with a thud, drawing the attention of Yukino Shita, Uegahama, and Megumi Kato. "What's wrong, Izumi-san?" they asked. "It's nothing, really. I just suddenly remembered that I've also been reading the light novel Uegahama-san mentioned," Izumi Kotomi said, quickly picking up her phone and pretending nothing had happened. Sword Art Online had a wide readership, which naturally included high school students. But Kotomi hadn't expected the Dango to be one of them. And from the way Uegahama described reading until 3 in the morning, it was clear she really liked Sword Art Online. For an author, there's no greater encouragement than knowing that someone genuinely enjoys and praises their work. It motivates them to keep writing. The two main sources of motivation for any author are a satisfying income from their work and the support and recognition of their readers. Both are essential. Knowing that Uegahama stayed up late into the night to read her book made Izumi Kotomi feel incredibly happy, even if she didn't show it on her face. "Really? So Izumi-san likes Sword Art Online too?" Uegahama asked excitedly. "Yeah, I stumbled upon it by chance, and since I really enjoy playing games, I naturally liked a game-themed light novel," Izumi Kotomi replied with a smile. She didn't reveal that she was actually the author, Izumi-ki, who wrote Sword Art Online. After all, she'd only just met Yukino Shita, Uegahama, and Megumi Kato, not even a full day had passed. If she were to suddenly claim that she was Izumi-ki, the author of Sword Art Online, they probably wouldn't believe her anyway. "I've heard of Sword Art Online before but haven't had a chance to read it. Since both Izumi-san and Uegahama-san say it's good, I'll check it out after school today," Megumi Kato said with interest. "What about you, Yukino? Have you read Sword Art Online? You can find it on Denjiki Bunko's official website. I wonder when they'll publish Sword Art Online as a standalone book? Once it's out, I'll definitely buy it," Uegahama began enthusiastically recommending it to Yukino Shita. However, Yukino Shita only glanced at her briefly before lowering her gaze again and shaking her head disinterestedly. "I'm sorry, but I'm not really interested in light novels." "Oh. That's too bad. But if you ever get curious, you should give it a try. I wasn't into light novels either until I started reading Sword Art Online last night. Now, I'm thinking of buying a few more light novels from the bookstore on my way home." Suddenly, Yukino Shita seemed to recall something and asked, "Did you say that Sword Art Online was posted on the Denjiki Bunko website?" "Yeah. Denjiki Bunko is holding a writing contest right now, and participating authors are posting their light novels on the website. Sword Art Online is one of them," Uegahama nodded. "I see." Yukino Shita murmured before returning to her classical literature book. "What's up, Yukino?" Uegahama asked. "Nothing, it's just that my sister works as an editor at Denjiki Bunko. A few days ago, she was really excited because she signed a contract for a super popular light novel and finally became an editor. That light novel might be the Sword Art Online you're talking about," Yukino Shita explained. Izumi Kotomi, who was trying to play it cool on her phone, was internally shocked once again. Did she really guess it right? "Wow. Your sister works at Denjiki Bunko? That's amazing. If there's ever a chance, can I visit?" Uegahama asked, her excitement bubbling over. "Of course, you can. Thank you, Yukino. Can I tag along too?" Megumi Kato asked, looking very interested. "Sure. I'll just let my sister know, and she can give you a tour," Yukino Shita nodded. "Izumi-san, do you plan to join us?" Uegahama asked. Izumi Kotomi just laughed awkwardly and replied, "If I have time, I'll go with you." In truth, she was already planning to say she was busy when the time came to visit Denjiki Bunko. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but if she did, there was a chance that Yukino's sister, Haruno, would see her and say, "Oh, Izumi-sensei, you're here too." How would she explain that? Would she have to make up some excuse on the spot? Like telling Yukino, "Hi, I'm your sister's girlfriend. We like to roleplay as teacher and student, so she calls me sensei." Yeah, that explanation would just make things worse. Host, aren't you worried that one day you'll run into Yukino and the others at Danjiki Bunko? No way, it'll be that much of a coincidence, Izumi Kotomi replied dismissively. What are the odds of something like that happening? Chapter 23, Give Me a Yuri Opportunity. The second period was math class. The math teacher stood at the podium, explaining how to use a particular formula, while some of the students below were listening attentively and taking notes. This is so hard. I originally wanted to study math on my own without relying on the system's help, but now I think I should give up on that idea, Izumi Kotomi muttered, resting her face on one hand and puffing out her cheeks. She looked at the teacher's explanation on the podium and realized she couldn't understand it at all, so she started complaining to the god-level heroine system. Don't worry, host. With me here, not only can you pass the math exam with ease, but if you want, you can even become a master of mathematics, a master of mathematics. No thanks, I'm not interested in diving that deep into math, Izumi Kotomi retorted. So, host, do you want to unlock the god-level heroine system's support for your learning abilities? Can I? Will it cost any fame points? Give main 10000 fame points, and you'll be able to slack off and still get into Tokyo University. Perfect, that's exactly what I need. Pay the 10,000 fame points. As soon as she finished speaking, her fame points decreased by 10,000. Over the past few days, she'd been earning fame points, but they seemed to vanish as quickly as she earned them. In an instant, another 10,000 were gone, leaving her with only 22,000 fame points. After spending 10,000 fame points to unlock her learning ability, Izumi Kotomi looked up at the math formula on the blackboard again and found that the problem, which had previously been incomprehensible, now made perfect sense. No matter how difficult the problem was, she could instantly understand it and arrive at the correct answer. In just 1 second, she went from a struggling student to a top student. This was a total win. Izumi Kotomi cheered inwardly, relieved that she no longer had to worry about her studies. After all, since her reincarnation, she'd wanted to pursue a career in creative work. Writing novels and drawing manga already took up most of her time, leaving her with little opportunity to focus on academics. But now, with the help of the god-level heroine system, she could excel in her studies without actually studying. This learning ability is really a lifesaver. Otherwise, I was a bit worried about how to balance creating and studying. You could ask your senior, Uchiha Kasumijoka, about that. She started writing light novels in her first year of high school and became hugely successful. She doesn't have the system's help, but she still managed to maintain a balance between her writing and her academic performance. Senior Kasumijoka really is amazing, Izumi Kotomi marveled. Uchiha Kasumijoka, a second-year student at Sobya High School, excelled academically and was one of the school's student representatives. However, during today's opening ceremony, Uchiha Kasumijoka, despite being a student representative, was notably absent. Izumi Kotomi could guess why. Kasumijoka had probably stayed up late writing her novel and overslept. Sobu High School had always turned a blind eye to Kasumijoka's tardiness. They didn't mind that she sometimes didn't come to school for an entire week because of her deadlines. After all, even if she didn't attend school regularly, she still aced her exams. In high school, what really mattered were grades and the school's graduation rate. As long as a student maintained excellent and consistent grades, they could practically do as they pleased. But now that you've unlocked your learning ability, host, you no longer need to worry about your studies. Whether it's math or any other subject, you can master them instantly and become a top student. That's true, Izumi Kotomi agreed with a nod. Bored, Izumi Kotomi took out her notebook and pencil, doodling on a blank page to pass the time while continuing to practice her drawing skills. With the help of the god-level heroine system, her drawing skills had improved significantly. No, thinking back to her previous life's inability to even draw a decent stick figure, improved wasn't the right word. Sword would be more accurate. Drawing level 5. 20,000 fame points needed to upgrade to the next level. At level 5, her drawing skills were sufficient for manga, at least for now. The only thing she still needed to improve was her proficiency in drawing. The god-level heroine system had given her excellent drawing skills, enough for her to debut as a professional illustrator or manga artist. However, mastering drawing techniques required time, practice, and repetition. For example, when drawing a beautiful girl, how much fabric should cover certain areas? What colors would be the most perfect? What small details could make the piece truly shine? These things could only be mastered through time, effort, and practice. Since Izumi Kotomi was sitting on the inside of the desk, it made it easier for her to secretly draw during class. However, while she was absorbed in her drawing, she didn't notice that several of the more attractive female classmates, as well as some male classmates, were occasionally sneaking glances at her. Wow, Izumi-san is so beautiful. I wish I could be desk mates with her. Her side profile is flawless, and her full face is just as stunning. I wonder if Izumi-san has a boyfriend? No way, if Izumi-san has a lover, it would definitely be a girl. Those pink lips, that slyly blushing face, she looks just like a heroine straight out of a manga. Izumi-chan, give me a chance. Some of the boys and girls around the room whispered to each other, their eyes invariably drawn to Izumi Kotomi. Meanwhile, Izumi Kotomi, engrossed in her drawing, was completely unaware of the attention and discussion she was generating in the classroom. By the way, who's that black-haired girl sitting next to Izumi-san? Did she introduce herself earlier? Someone sitting next to Izumi-san? No way, there's actually someone there. I didn't even notice. Her name is something like Kato. Ahem. Quiet. The stern math teacher knocked on the blackboard, his sharp gaze sweeping across the class. No talking in class. Can anyone solve this problem on the blackboard? Immediately, the classroom fell silent. Not a single person raised their hand. Since no one volunteered, the math teacher, Mr. Nakamori, who had overheard the students discussing Izumi Kotomi's name earlier, decided to call on her. Izumi Kotomi, please come up and solve this problem. Izumi Kotomi, who was absorbed in her drawing, was momentarily startled when the math teacher called her name. Realizing she had been asked to solve the problem, she quickly composed herself. Sure. Izumi Kotomi put down her pencil, as if she'd been diligently taking notes the entire time. She then stood up, a faint, sweet smile on her face as she walked towards the podium. Her hair, as pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow, her slender legs encased in white pantyhose, she walked up to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and began to explain in a calm and confident voice. This problem can be solved by understanding quadratic inequalities. From the given inequality, we can find the corresponding equation, and then. Izumi Kotomi explained the solution as if she were an experienced teacher, her explanation clear and logical. As she spoke, she neatly and precisely wrote the steps on the blackboard. Her voice was sweet, her demeanor confident, and her handwriting on the board was tidy and beautiful. As she explained the problem, her slightly serious yet smiling face captivated the entire class. Chapter 24. Kotomi just wants to eat crepes. Under Izumi Kotomi's explanation, the entire class focused intently. As Mr. Nakamori, the teacher, listened to Izumi Kotomi's explanation of the problem, he nodded in satisfaction. Izumi Kotomi displayed excellent logical thinking in understanding and solving the problem, and even came up with some approaches that Mr. Nakamori, despite his many years of teaching, had never considered. The final answer to this problem is that the range of real number im is 0, 2. After writing down the correct answer, Izumi Kotomi put down the chalk and looked at Mr. Nakamori with a smile, asking, "Did I solve it correctly, sir?" Mr. Nakamori, who had been momentarily lost in thought, quickly came to his senses and nodded, saying, "Absolutely correct. Izumi Kotomi, you may return to your seat now. Everyone, try to learn from Izumi Kotomi. You've all just entered high school, and although you're only first years now, that doesn't mean you can slack off. The 3 years of high school may seem long, but they pass in the blink of an eye. By the time you realize the importance of studying, the college entrance exams will be right around the corner." Applause broke out, applause for Izumi Kotomi. Originally, the students thought she was just a very pretty girl, but now they realized that she was not only beautiful but also a top student. The classmates began to recognize Izumi Kotomi's excellence. In school, academic achievers naturally earn respect, and even more so when that achiever is a cute girl. Izumi Kotomi walked down from the podium, returning to her seat amid the applause of her classmates. After sitting back down, Izumi Kotomi quietly let out a sigh of relief. On the surface, she had been composed and methodical in her explanation. But in reality, she had been incredibly nervous. Being called to the front to solve a problem on the first day of school, thankfully, she had unlocked the God-level heroine system's learning ability in advance. Otherwise, the reception she got when stepping down from the podium might not have been applause but laughter. "Kotomi, you were amazing just now. The way you explained the problem made you seem more like a teacher than a student," Megumi Kato said with a light laugh. "Really?" Hearing this from Megumi Kato, Izumi Kotomi blushed slightly, scratching her head in embarrassment. All she had done was try to explain the solution as straightforwardly as possible. If you hadn't been wearing a school uniform just now, you would have looked exactly like a beautiful teacher," Megumi Kato joked in her light-hearted tone, making it hard to tell if she was being serious or just teasing. "Kotomi, you're surprisingly good at studying," Yukino Shita Yukino, sitting in the front row, commented. Did I not seem like someone who was good at studying before? No. Yukino Shitayukino nodded without a hint of hesitation. Such directness. As for Yui Uegahama. Izumi Kotomi glanced up, and sure enough, Yui Uegahama, who had insisted earlier that she only occasionally dozed off, was now once again napping on her desk. Truly, she was the epitome of someone who paid no heed to the world around her. As Izumi Kotomi observed Yui Uegahama napping on her desk, Megumi Kato, sitting beside her, suddenly said out of the blue, "It's really beautiful." "Your drawing? I accidentally saw what you were sketching earlier," Megumi Kato said with an admiring smile. "Kotomi, your drawing is really lovely. Is the girl you drew someone you know? A close friend?" Hearing this, Izumi Kotomi suddenly remembered that she had been sketching in her notebook earlier. She had been so absorbed in drawing that she hadn't even realized what she had drawn. Izumi Kotomi looked down at her notebook. A beautiful girl with an innocent expression, a mix of natural airheadedness and a kadir vibe, was vividly brought to life on the page. Since she had only used a pencil, the drawing was in black and white, but if she could add watercolor, she would definitely color the girl's hair blonde and her eyes a pure, slightly dazed orange red. Slender waist, fair skin. Mashiro Shina, this was her name. Izumi Kotomi was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that the girl she sketched absent-mindedly would be Mashiro Shina. And Megumi Kato had seen it. Oh, no, it was just a random sketch of a girl. Izumi Kotomi quickly found an excuse. But it's really cute. And it feels so realistic, as if she could exist in real life. I'm happy to hear that, Megumi. Izumi Kotomi smiled, but she couldn't help but look at her drawing of Mashiro Shina again. When she had checked the student roster earlier, she hadn't seen the name Mashiro Shina, which meant she wasn't currently attending Sobya High School. But why did she have such a strong feeling? As if Mashiro Shina was about to step into her life. Izumi Kotomi thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with any clues. Shaking her adorable little head, she decided not to dwell on it. But her drawing of Mashiro really was cute. She had captured Mashiro's natural airheadedness, kadir vibe, and innocent demeanor perfectly. It was the best drawing she had done since she started practicing. Izumi Kotomi was very pleased with the final result and decided that once she got home, she would tear out the page and keep it as a memento. The day passed quickly. As the final bell of the afternoon rang, the students stood and said goodbye to Shizuka Hiratsuka, stand. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, everyone. Make sure you head home quickly after school. Oh, by the way, I mentioned club activities before class, so make sure you think about which club you want to join. Whether you join a club or not, decide within the next few days. You'll need to submit your club applications within a week. After Shizuka Hiratsuka left, the students began packing their bags, getting ready to head home. Izumi Kotomi quickly packed up her things. Since it was the first day of school, there wasn't much homework, so she finished packing quickly. After packing her bag, Izumi Kotomi stood up, ready to leave school and go home to play some Azur Lane. The Azur Lane event, the sacred tragedy, was about to end, and she was just a bit short of progress to exchange for Littorio. Tonight, I'll focus on grinding. I missed out on Littorio last time, so I have to get her this time. Izumi Kotomi resolved, clenching her small fist. If she had brought her Bluetooth headphones today, she would have even tried to grind during class. Kotomi. Megumi Kato, who had just finished wiping the blackboard, walked over and stood in front of Izumi Kotomi, smiling as she said, "Shall we go home together?" Megumi Kato stood very close to Izumi Kotomi, looking less like she was waiting for her and more like she was blocking her way. It seemed that if Izumi Kotomi didn't say she wanted to go home together, Megumi Kato wouldn't let her leave. Feeling hungry and craving a crepe, Izumi Kotomi didn't notice how close Megumi Kato was standing. As she picked up her bag, she said, "Let's go home together. Can we take a slightly longer route? I want to buy a crepe." Hearing that Izumi Kotomi would go home with her, Megumi Kato finally showed a genuine smile. "Of course, we can. I was thinking about having a crepe myself." Chapter 25. The Taste of Orange Peel. Izumi Kotomi was walking down the street with Megumi Kato when she heard the notification sound from her phone. Izumi Kotomi picked up her phone and, upon seeing the message, her pink gemstone-like eyes lit up instantly. It was a notification from the bank. The 860,000 yen in manuscript fees had finally been deposited. Izumi Kotomi took a few deep breaths, trying to maintain a calm demeanor as she exited the message screen. The manuscript fee was supposed to have been deposited yesterday, but since yesterday wasn't a business day, the bank's processing was slower, and Izumi Kotomi didn't receive the payment then. Fortunately, the first manuscript fee she had earned since her reincarnation had been deposited today. Earning her first manuscript fee in this life, which turned her bank account balance from 5,000 yen to 860,000 yen, brought her a sense of satisfaction and joy that was difficult to put into words. Yuki no Shita editor, I just saw a message from the bank saying the transfer is complete. Have you received your manuscript fee? Yuki no Shita Haruno promptly sent a message, inquiring. Izumi Kodami quickly typed a reply and sent it back to Yuki no Shita Haruno. Yes, I received it. I'm so happy to have earned my first manuscript fee after submitting my light novel. I'm glad to hear that. Please also make sure to start working on the second volume of Sword Art Online as soon as possible. Don't worry, I've already written the outline for the second volume. Oh? Really? Would you mind writing up a brief summary of the plot and sending it to me so I can take a look? Of course, but I just got out of school and haven't gone home yet. If it's not urgent, I can send it to you tonight. After sending that message, Izumi Kodami thought for a moment and added another one. By the way, Yuki no Shita editor, today was the first day of school at Sobya High School. I met your sister, Yuki no Shita Yukino. She's just as beautiful as you. Yuki no Shita Haruno perked up immediately upon reading that message. If you want to chat about this, I'm all ears. So, do you think my sister is as beautiful as I am? But honestly, she's still a bit inferior to me. Your way of complimenting your own sister is quite unique, isn't it? Izumi Kodami thought to herself after reading Yuki no Shita Haruno's message. Yuki no Shita Yukino is indeed very beautiful, but she has a bit of a cold personality, like one of those ice-cold heroines in novels. That's true, Yukino does have a bit of a cold personality and isn't easy to get along with. By the way, where did you meet my sister? At the opening ceremony. No, I didn't see her at the ceremony. I met her in the classroom after the ceremony ended. Wait. Does that mean you and my sister are classmates? Yes. Wow, that's such a coincidence. Izumi-sensei, if possible, I hope you can become good friends with Yukino. Good friends? Yuki no Shita Haruno's sudden request caught Izumi Kodami off guard. Yes, Yukino has had very few friends since kindergarten. It's not that she doesn't want to make friends, she's just not good at it. She doesn't know how to talk to people properly and won't take the initiative to make friends. Plus, she isn't great at being tactful, so sometimes she unintentionally hurts the feelings of those who try to befriend her. I've already experienced her sharp tongue firsthand, Izumi Kodami thought to herself with a sigh. It's not just bluntness, there's a bit of venom in there too. Yuki no Shita Yukino's sharp-tongued nature isn't mean-spirited, it's more like she's just naturally that way. Over time, Yukino hasn't been able to make a single friend. In middle school, she was even ostracized and isolated by her classmates, which made her personality even colder. Well, having a cold personality isn't necessarily a bad thing, being too cold isn't good either. So, I'm making a small request, Izumi-sensei. If you're willing, could you try to become good friends with Yukino? Izumi Kodami understood Yuki no Shita Haruno's request. While Yuki no Shita Yukino might long for friends deep down, her cold demeanor prevents her from reaching out to others to make friends. If she were a bit more outgoing, with her beautiful and adorable face, she would surely have no shortage of friends. Even her sharp tongue could be seen as a charming quirk among friends. Sure, leave it to me, Izumi Kodami agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Izumi-sensei. Oh, and remember to get back to writing as soon as possible. Who asks for a favor and then immediately starts pushing for the next draft? Izumi Kodami thought as she looked at the message. She began thinking about how to simplify the outline for the second volume of Sword Art Online into a brief summary. Since I've already written the outline for the second volume, I might as well send it over. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Izumi Kodami immediately dismissed it. She had indeed finished the outline for the second volume, but it still needed some revision. She might want to tweak some parts of the plot or add new scenes. So, even if she were to send the outline to Yuki no Shita Haruno, she would need some time to revise it thoroughly. Looks like I'll have to write up a summary first. Izumi Kodami furrowed her delicate brows slightly as she thought about how to go about it. Just then, a crepe appeared in front of her face. Kodami, you seemed really busy with your phone earlier, so I took the liberty of picking out a strawberry and cream crepe for you. Do you like that flavor? Megumi Kato smiled as she handed the strawberry and cream crepe to Izumi Kodami. Oh. Izumi Kodami responded instinctively to Megumi Kato's sudden attack and said, Sorry, I was replying to an urgent message. Thanks for the crepe. I'll pay you back for mine later. No need, it's just a crepe. Megumi Kato smiled and waved her hand dismissively. While her monthly allowance wasn't much, she could certainly afford a 170 yen crepe. Then I'll find a way to repay you later. Izumi Kodami accepted Megumi Kato's kindness and took a bite of the crepe with her inviting, moist lips. The refreshing sweetness of the strawberries, the rich sweetness of the cream, and the sweet flavor of the crepe itself combined harmoniously to create a perfectly balanced taste. It's delicious. Strawberry and cream is one of my favorite crepe flavors. Izumi Kotomi smiled sweetly, the simple pleasure of the delicious crepe evident in her expression. What other crepe flavors do you like? Megumi Kato asked with a smile. Apple compote and candied orange peel crepes. Along with strawberry and cream, those are my top 3 favorite crepe flavors. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Megumi Kato suddenly remarked. At that moment, Megumi Kato took her own crepe from the shopkeeper and showed it to Izumi Kotomi. My favorite crepe is the candied orange peel flavor. Chapter 26, The Art Club. Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato found a bench on the street and sat down. The first time I ever had a crepe, it was an orange peel flavored one, Megumi Kato said with a smile as she took a small bite of her crepe. I didn't like oranges much before, but after that, I started to enjoy the taste. Really? I've always liked oranges, but I'm not a big fan of the white pith on them. Whenever Izumi Kotomi peeled an orange, she would meticulously remove the white pith from the fruit. Of course, if she was in a hurry or just feeling lazy, she wouldn't bother and would eat the oranges. Would you like to try some? Megumi Kato, after taking another bite, offered her orange peel crepe to Izumi Kotomi. Huh? Izumi Kotomi looked up nervously at the crepe Megumi Kato held out. If she took a bite, would that count as an indirect kiss? But she really wanted to try it. Finally, she silently chanted in her mind, "We're both girls, we're both girls." Then, she hesitantly opened her cherry-red lips and took a small bite of the orange peel crepe. The orange peel crepe, despite what one might think, didn't just have a bunch of orange peels rolled inside. Instead, it featured thin strips of candied orange peel, along with orange juice cooked down with sugar and liquor to make a syrup, which was then drizzled over the crepe. There was also a version where the crepe itself was soaked in the orange syrup. Is it good? Megumi Kato asked with a gentle smile. It's really good, Izumi Kotomi nodded. Megumi Kato smiled again and continued eating her crepe. Whether it was her imagination or not, Izumi Kotomi couldn't help but feel that after she had taken a bite, Megumi Kato seemed to be enjoying her crepe even more. Before, Megumi Kato had been taking small bites, but now, with her eyes slightly closed, she seemed to savor each mouthful, as if the crepe had become magically more delicious after being shared. Gradually, the evening sun began to paint the sky with hues of red, casting a lazy, golden glow over everything. Whether on the streets or indoors, the presence of twilight always brought about a sense of calm. Izumi Kotomi had always loved the moment when dusk began to settle in. For as long as she could remember, she had cherished the feeling of creating something during twilight. She loved the sound of birds in the morning, just as much as she loved the setting sun's final act of the day. It's getting late, Megumi Kato remarked softly. Yeah, if I get home too late, my mom might scold me, Izumi Kotomi said, finishing the last bite of her strawberry and cream crepe. You really seem to listen to your mom. I'm a good girl, Izumi Kotomi replied with a hint of pride. After saying that, she realized she had spoken with a bit of self-satisfaction. But was listening to your mom really something to be proud of? Maybe, but not always. After finishing their crepes, Izumi Kotomi and Megumi Kato didn't linger on the street but headed home together. It was convenient that their homes were on the same route. They could walk home and chat until they reached their doorsteps. By the way, have you thought about which club to join? Megumi Kato asked as they walked. Izumi Kotomi was reminded of the announcement Shizuka Hiratsuka had made earlier in the day, just before the last class, about club activities. Every high school had clubs, either officially established by the school or small, student-organized ones created by like-minded students. However, first-year students weren't allowed to create their own clubs. They could only apply to start one in their second year. Izumi Kotomi had indeed been thinking about joining a club. The literature club and the art club were her top choices. As for the anime club, Izumi Kotomi hadn't really considered it. She had heard that Sobu High School's anime club was more like a gathering of popular guys and girls, a normie club. A second-year student had once vented his frustration, "Damn it. When I first joined Sobu High School, I was so excited to hear there was an anime club. I thought I'd finally found a group of friends who loved anime and gal games as much as I did. But when I joined, I found out it was just a bunch of normies hanging out. Apparently, they rarely talked about anime, and the only anime they were familiar with were the ones that had become super popular. Their club activities mostly consisted of going to karaoke together or cosplaying as couples at conventions." After hearing that, Izumi Kotomi quickly ruled out the anime club as an option. With her current appearance, joining the anime club might make her the club's mascot or the darling of the normie group. But Izumi Kotomi wasn't interested. It wasn't that their activities were bad, hanging out with a group of people could be fun too. It was just that she wasn't particularly interested in the activities the anime club had to offer. She'd rather stay at home, play games, watch new anime, catch up on old ones, write novels, or draw manga. So, between the literature club and the art club, Izumi Kotomi made her decision after a moment's thought. I'm thinking of joining the art club, Izumi Kotomi said. The art club? Megumi Kato didn't seem surprised. That makes sense. You're really good at drawing, Kotomi. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about with the other members. What about you, Megumi? Have you decided on a club yet? Megumi Kato shook her head with a smile. I've looked at all the clubs, but none of them really interest me, so I'm not planning on joining any. But if you join a club, you'll have to stay at school for an extra hour every day for club activities, which means we won't be able to walk home together. Megumi Kato's subtle reminder made Izumi Kotomi realize that if she joined the art club and Megumi didn't join any club, they wouldn't be able to walk home together anymore. Honestly, Izumi Kotomi really enjoyed these walks home, chatting leisurely with Megumi Kato. It's okay, Megumi Kato suddenly said. I heard that Sobu High School's library is open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. while you're at the art club. I can go to the library to read and do my homework until your club activities are over. Won't that waste your time? Izumi Kotomi asked. Not at all. If I finish my homework in the library, I won't have to do it when I get home. Oh, I see, Izumi Kotomi nodded in understanding. As they chatted, they found themselves standing in front of Izumi Kotomi's house. We're here. So this is your house, Kotomi? A detached house with its own yard, Megumi Kato said, glancing around as if trying to memorize the exact location of Izumi Kotomi's home. Yes, feel free to visit anytime, Izumi Kotomi replied with a smile. Sure, see you tomorrow, Kotomi. Bye-bye. Izumi Kotomi waved as she said goodbye to Megumi Kato. After seeing Megumi Kato off, Izumi Kotomi turned and walked into her house. Her first manuscript fee had been deposited. Now, it was time to tell her parents and sister about her writing career. Chapter 27, Kotomi is too good at this. I'm home, Mom. Izumi Kotomi called out as she pushed open the door, her excitement barely contained as she anticipated sharing the news of her first manuscript payment with her family. As she slipped off her shoes in the entrance, her white pantyhose-clad feet emerging from her brown loafers like a playful, adorable little bunny, she couldn't help but feel a rush of pride and happiness. Welcome home. How was your first day of high school? Did you talk to any classmates? How's the class atmosphere? No one bullied you, right? Izumi Akina, who was in the middle of preparing dinner, immediately put down what she was doing when she heard Kotomi return. She fired off a series of questions in one breath, clearly having spent the day at home worrying about these very things. It was evident from her questions that Akina's primary concern wasn't Kotomi's academic performance but whether she could adapt to the high school environment, make friends, and avoid any potential bullying. To Akina, the most important thing was her child's well-being, both physical and mental. The atmosphere in a classroom could greatly influence a student's mental health, and Akina understood that well. Feeling warmed by her mother's concern, Kotomi replied with a smile, "It was great. I got placed in Class 1F, and everyone there is really nice. I even made 3 friends today, one of whom is my seatmate, Megumi Kato. She was the first friend I made at Sobu High School, and we even walked home together after school." Oh? Akina's face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. Making 3 friends on your first day and walking home with one of them. As expected of our precious daughter, your social skills are just like your father's. Yukino Shita Yukino, Yui Uegahama, and Megumi Kato are all really nice people. Although, Yukino Shita-san is a bit on the cool side. They're all girls, right? Akina asked, her focus slightly misplaced. Yes, they're all girls. Yukino Shita-san and Uegahama-san sit in front of me, and Kato-san is my seatmate. We're close in proximity, so it was easy to start talking. I see. That Yukino Shita-san must be an ice queen with a warm heart. Akina nodded sagely, almost as if she were declaring herself an expert on identifying the ice queen archetype. Mom, are you some kind of psychic? Kotomi laughed as she grabbed a can of cold soda from the fridge and took a big gulp. Ah, that's refreshing. Don't just toss your jacket off and start chugging soda like that. You're a girl, and you should drink like one. Also, remember to let the soda sit for a bit after taking it out of the fridge, or you might end up with a stomachache, Akina reminded her. But, Mom, you used to drink soda like this too, remember? Back when I was in kindergarten, I saw you drinking it the same way. If anything, I learned it from you, Kotomi retorted, refusing to back down. TCH, Akina clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing she'd been called out by her daughter. When is Amy coming back? Kotomi asked as she noticed that her sister Amy's shoes weren't in the entrance. Normally, middle schoolers finished school earlier than high schoolers. She called me earlier. She's taking a detour with her friends to a cake shop to buy some desserts. She's bringing back your favorite Baumkuchen. But when I asked if she was buying it specifically for you, that little tsundere just huffed and said, "It's not like I'm buying it for my sister, I just wanted some myself." Akina couldn't help but imitate Amy's tone from the phone call, painting a vivid picture of the scene for Kotomi. Even though there's no blood relation between the sisters, both of you share a little bit of that tsundere streak. "It's perfect," the system commented slyly. "I'm not tsundere," Kotomi muttered under her breath, quietly rebutting the system's teasing. Feeling touched by her sister's thoughtfulness, Kotomi remarked, "It's nice to know that Amy still remembers that I love Baumkuchen. This must be one of the joys of being an older sister, being cared for by her younger sibling. She remembers because of what happened when you were younger. You'd been looking forward to eating Baumkuchen all day, but when you finally got home from school, you found that Amy, who had been let out of kindergarten early, had eaten it all. I still remember the look on your face. You stood there, completely stunned, with your mouth open for the longest time. And then, when you finally realized what had happened, you started bawling your eyes out. That was probably the second time you cried the hardest. Was there a time when I cried even harder?" Kotomi asked, feeling a bit embarrassed as her mother recounted her childhood stories. "The time you cried the hardest was when Amy was sick and had to be hospitalized. You ran to her hospital bed, and the two of you just hugged each other and cried until both of your voices were hoarse." Kotomi remembered that moment vividly. It was Amy's first time being hospitalized, and neither of them really understood what was happening. They thought they might never see each other again. So, they hugged each other and cried all night, their voices completely gone by the next day. When the doctor finally arrived, they found out that Amy was just there for a simple cold and fever. Thinking back on how she had mistaken her sister's condition for something far more serious, Kotomi couldn't help but cover her face with her hands in embarrassment. She had been such a silly child back then. "I'm home," Amy's voice echoed from the entrance as she returned, accompanied by the sound of her shoes sliding off against her socks. "Welcome back," Kotomi greeted her sister with a smile as she walked over to the entrance. "Here, sister, I got you some Baumkuchen," Amy said, her cheeks tinged with a light blush as she handed over the box containing the dessert. "Wow! My favorite Baumkuchen!" Kotomi exclaimed with exaggerated delight. "Honestly, you're a high schooler now, sister, yet you still get excited like a little kid over Baumkuchen," Amy huffed, though she couldn't hide the satisfaction she felt seeing her sister so happy. "Did you go out of your way to buy it for me?" Kotomi teased, knowing full well that Amy would get flustered, but she couldn't resist poking fun at her little sister. Amy's adorable face instantly turned a shade of pink as she stammered, I just wanted some Baumkuchen for myself, that's all." "Is that so? Well, do you mind if I have some too? If you want some. We can share, dummy." Yes, I'm a dummy, and my smart little sister has to take care of her silly, clumsy big sister." Kotomi's sweet smile was radiant and charming, an expression that was utterly irresistible to Amy. For Amy, it was a critical hit. Her face flushed red in an instant, and steam practically seemed to rise from her head as she bashfully lowered her gaze. "Wow, Kotomi, you're too good at this," the system cheered excitedly, almost as if it had become a fan of Kotomi's sisterly antics. Chapter 28, Nom Nom Izumi. Kotomi picked up a piece of Baumkuchen with her fork and savored it, her eyes curving into delighted crescents as she enjoyed the sweet treat. It's so good." Hearing her sister's joyful reaction, Izumi Amy felt a surge of happiness but tried to cover it up with a teasing remark, "You're a high schooler now, but you still like eating Baumkuchen, a dessert only kids usually enjoy." "I wouldn't mind staying a kid forever if it means you'll take care of me, Amy," Kotomi replied playfully. "Why yeah, sure. Wait, no. Don't say such childish things, An-chan," Amy stammered, her face flushing red as she quickly corrected herself. Kotomi chuckled softly and took a sip of her tea to balance the sweetness of the dessert. "This cake shop just opened recently, right? I really like their Baumkuchen, but it's a bit sweet. Still, you know how much I love sweets. How did you find this place? Don't tell me, Amy, that even though you claim not to be into sweets, you secretly know all the best cake shops in Chiba?" "Of course not. I only found out because Iroha mentioned it to me after class today. We went to check it out after school. I wasn't planning on buying anything, but when I saw they had Baumkuchen, I decided to get some for you. Just as a side thought, that's all," Amy replied, slightly defensive as she inadvertently let slip the real reason for her purchase. Kotomi, playing the role of the considerate elder sister, pretended not to notice the slip-up and continued, "Iroha? What's her full name? She's a girl, right?" "Yeah, her name is Iroha Ishiki. And of course she's a girl. Why are you suddenly interested in my friend's name, An-chan?" Amy asked, a bit puzzled by Kotomi's sudden curiosity. "No reason, Just making sure I know the name of the friend of the world's cutest little sister, Kotami replied with a teasing grin. It's not like that. Amy murmured, feeling a bit embarrassed by her sister's sudden seriousness. Hearing Amy's friend's name, Ishiki Iroha, Kotami was briefly taken aback but quickly accepted it. Since arriving in Japan after her reincarnation, she had already encountered Yukino Shita Yukino, Yukino Shita Haruno, Yui Uegahama, Megumi Kato, and the yet-to-be-met Shizuka Hiratsuka. She figured it was only a matter of time before she encountered other familiar names. After finishing their Bankuchen, the Izumi sisters were reminded by their mother, Izumi Akina, to head to their rooms and finish their homework. Amy grumbled about how the workload in her third year of middle school was already overwhelming, with each teacher assigning a full worksheet on the first day. Meanwhile, Kotami found her own homework to be quite manageable. She completed her assignments and even reviewed the next day's material within 40 minutes. With about half an hour left before dinner, Kotami tidied up her study materials and opened her laptop. She began typing up a summary of the second volume of Sword Art Online, which she had already outlined. The second volume focused on the various players in the death game SAO, each with different professions and goals. Notable characters included Silica, Lisbeth, the mysterious young girl Yue, and a member of the Moonlit Black Cats Guild, Sachi. When writing Sachi's part, Kotami hesitated for a long time. In her previous life, Sachi was one of the characters she felt the most sympathy for in Sword Art Online. Now, as the writer of the series in this life, she pondered whether she should alter the story to allow Sachi to survive and give her a happy ending with Garito. In the end, Kotami decided against it, maintaining Sachi's tragic fate. She even considered making the scene more poignant and heart-wrenching. Years later, when Kotami was a well-known author, she would be interviewed and say, "If a character's most fitting fate is death, then I will not hesitate to lead them to it, no matter how much I love that character." Changing the story out of sentimentality would be the greatest insult to them. This philosophy would further cement her reputation as a warrior of love in the literary world. But for now, Kotami focused on completing the plot summary for the second volume. After ensuring everything was in order, she saved the document and sent it off to Yukino Shita Haruno. With that task complete, Kotami put her work aside. It was time for dinner, her favorite part of the day. She hurried downstairs to the kitchen, feeling a flutter of excitement. Her father had returned home, and she was eager to share the news about her writing and her aspirations for a career in creative work with her family. "Dad, you're home." As soon as Kotami entered the kitchen, she spotted her father, Izumi Kaneyoshi, sitting at the dining table, reading a newspaper through his black-framed glasses. "How was your first day of high school, Kotami?" Kaneyoshi asked, setting down his newspaper and looking at her warmly. "It was great," Kotami replied confidently. Kaneyoshi, who had been worried about her all day, let out a sigh of relief at her words. "Remember to pay attention to your relationships with others. Don't treat people like robots," he reminded her, echoing one of his frequent pieces of advice. "Don't treat people like robots" was a saying Kaneyoshi often used, both in regard to work and personal relationships. "On-chan, why didn't you knock on my door to tell me dinner was ready?" Amy grumbled as she came downstairs, having just finished one of her assignments. Sorry, I was so hungry I forgot about you," Kotami replied with a sheepish smile. "You're such a great sister," Amy muttered sarcastically. As the family gathered around the table for dinner, Kotami ate a few pieces of teriyaki mackerel before setting down her chopsticks. She looked around at her family, then took a deep breath. "Mom, Dad, Amy, there's something important I need to tell you all." Chapter 29, As Expected of My Daughter. After hearing Izumi Kotami's words, the Izumi couple put down their chopsticks, ready to listen attentively. In their eyes, whenever a child wanted to talk to their parents, no matter how trivial the matter might seem, it was important to listen seriously and help the child solve any confusion. It wasn't right, like some parents, to impatiently dismiss a child's concerns. "What is it?" "Whatever it is, you can tell us, and we'll help you with it," Izumi Kaneyoshi said, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "Is it about the hobby you've been busy with lately?" "You told me before that you would let us know once you had some results," Izumi Akina asked with a knowing smile. She was the first to guess what was on her daughter's mind. "Yes," Kotami nodded, not denying it. "Then, are you telling us now because you've achieved something?" Akina continued. "Yes," Kotami confirmed again. Having a mother who understood her so well was quite convenient, she hardly needed to explain, and her mother already had most of it figured out. Just like how a grandparent will always remain a grandparent. A mother will always remain a mother, and there's no denying it. Seeing Kotami acknowledge it once more, Akina simply smiled. "So, tell us about it. Your father and I are very curious about the hobby that's been keeping you so busy. A hobby that can turn into a profession." "Haha, I can't quite guess what it could be," Kaneyoshi pushed up the black-framed glasses on his elegant nose, smiling warmly. On-chan, what's this hobby of yours? Izumi Amy asked, unable to contain her curiosity. It's writing novels, Kotomi said seriously, then added, to be more precise, I enjoy creating stories, and if possible, I'd like to make a career out of it. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the family was still surprised by Kotomi's revelation. Writing novels? I never knew you had this hobby, you little rascal. You really kept it well hidden. You don't look like someone who writes novels at all, On-chan. Are you secretly writing those kinds of novels full of adult content on some mysterious website? Quick, send me the link. Cough, not for me, but for my friend Iroha who wants to read it. Novels, huh? I prefer reading Haruki Murakami's works, Kaneyoshi said, chiming in. Seeing that her family was only surprised and curious, without any negative reactions, Kotomi felt warmth in her heart. She continued, I noticed that Denjiki Bunko was holding a novel contest, so I decided to submit a manuscript. Denjiki Bunko? That's the light novel label by the Denjiki group, right? Kaneyoshi was somewhat familiar with Denjiki Bunko. I've heard from colleagues that their novel contests are notoriously difficult. If you're planning to submit to Denjiki Bunko, the chances of success might be slim. But whether you succeed or not, I support you. Just having the courage to try makes you worthy of being an Izumi. Creating, huh? When I was in school, I loved Sailor Moon, so I dreamed of becoming a manga artist like Neko Takeuchi, Akina reminisced. But you gave up that dream the very next afternoon because you couldn't draw to save your life, Kaneyoshi added, not holding back. Kaneyoshi. Akina, rarely seen blushing, shouted in embarrassment. On-chan, do your best. When your novel gets published, treat me to some yakiniku with the royalties, Amy encouraged. If you want yakiniku, I can treat you this weekend, Kotomi said with a smile. Wait, does that mean you've already? Amy was the first to catch on. Yes, my novel became very popular after I submitted it, and I've successfully signed with Denjiki Bunko. The first volume should be entering the publication process soon. Really? That's my daughter. Akina praised. Not only that, but I've also earned some royalties. Denjiki Bunko deposited them into my account today. How much? Do you need mom to help you manage it? Haha, just kidding, Akina joked. Compared to her mother's optimism, Kaneyoshi was a bit more concerned, his voice serious as he said, Kotomi, you're still young and might not fully understand what signing a contract means. Once you sign, it means that while you gain benefits, you also have obligations to fulfill with Denjiki Bunko. Don't worry, Dad. I read the contract carefully, and there aren't any major issues. Plus, I'm very satisfied with the terms Denjiki Bunko offered. The contract I signed is an A-level contract. An A-level contract? That sounds like a high-level contract. If that's true, securing an A-level contract with your first book shows how talented you are. But remember, the fact that Denjiki Bunko is willing to offer you such high terms means they value you greatly. They'll likely use your novel to make back their investment many times over. That's just the nature of business. Well, explaining it like that might be a bit too complicated for a child to understand. But I'm sure our daughter won't be taken advantage of, Akina said with a smile. True, Kaneyoshi agreed, nodding. That reminds me, a few days ago, when you went to Tokyo in the afternoon, was that to sign with Denjiki Bunko? Akina suddenly recalled. Since her mother had remembered this, Kotomi saw no point in hiding it and nodded. So that's why you insisted on going to Tokyo alone. You're really brave, going all the way there by yourself to sign a contract. Do you realize you're only 16? Akina said, her voice tinged with concern. Kotomi responded with a sheepish grin, scratching her head and sticking out her pink tongue. It's fine. Kids need to grow up eventually. Consider it a valuable experience, Kaneyoshi said, more at ease with the situation. He hoped his daughters would learn to be independent. You. Akina shook her head, half in exasperation. Then she asked, by the way, Kotomi, since you've signed the contract, how much are your royalties? Kotomi raised her hands, her left hand showing an 8, and her right hand showing a 6. 8,600 yen? Are royalties from Denjiki Bunko usually this stingy? But it's okay. It's already impressive that you earned royalties with your first submission. Keep at it, and your royalties will surely increase. Akina encouraged. But On-chan, 8,600 yen isn't enough to treat me to yakiniku. How about we split the bill? No, I should treat you. Consider it a celebration of your first successful novel submission. Amy, who was already subconsciously thinking of taking care of her sister for life, chimed in. Not 8,600 yen. It's 860,000 yen, Kotomi corrected. In an instant, The Izumi household fell silent again. Kotomi, that's a good joke, but it's not very funny, haha, Kaneyoshi said with a chuckle. It was understandable. After all, it was hard for parents to believe their 16-year-old daughter had suddenly earned 860,000 yen. Kotomi had anticipated this reaction. Fortunately, she had already mentioned that the money came from her light novel royalties. Otherwise, if she had just said she earned 860,000 yen, her parents would have been worried she was involved in something shady. But my first royalties really are 860,000 yen. If you don't believe me, take a look. Kotomi pulled out her phone, which she had prepared in advance, and showed them the text message confirming the deposit. Akina took the phone and, after seeing the message from the bank, was stunned. Then, with a voice full of surprise, she asked Kaneyoshi, "Dear, is this real?" Kaneyoshi checked several times before finally nodding. "It's real. It's a notification from the Tokyo Central Bank. It seems our precious daughter really did earn 860,000 yen in royalties." After a moment of silence, Akina turned to her husband, her voice tinged with excitement. "It looks like our daughter truly has a talent for making a career out of writing." "Indeed," Kaneyoshi agreed with a nod. Chapter 30, Amy's disappointment because she can't take care of her sister. Speaking of which, honey, how much do you make a month at work? About 300,000 yen per month, Izumi Kaneyoshi replied, rubbing his nose and chuckling. Goodness, my daughter's first earnings from writing are equivalent to nearly 2.5 months of my salary. Akina, maybe one day, we'll have to rely on Kotomi to support us. You're absolutely right. How about you quit your job tomorrow, and we can enjoy an early retirement, Izumi Akina joked lightheartedly. Kaneyoshi smiled and gently stroked her snow-white hair. Silly wife, what are you thinking? Watching the affectionate exchange between their parents, Kotomi smiled slightly and glanced at her sister, Izumi Amy, who was staring in shock at the bank notification on Kotomi's phone. Still in disbelief, Amy? Our parents have already accepted it, Kotomi said with a chuckle. Of course, I'm shocked. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that you would make so much money from writing novels. It might not have appeared in your dreams, but I made it happen in reality. Your sister is pretty amazing, right? Amy nodded, feeling that her once familiar sister had undergone many changes without her noticing. In the past, while Kotomi enjoyed reading novels, she never seemed like someone who would write them. But now, not only had she started writing, but she had also successfully signed with Denjiki Bunko and earned her first manuscript fee. A sum of 860,000 yen. Amy thought to herself that even when she graduated from university and found a job, she wouldn't dare dream of making 860,000 yen in a single month. Yet her 16-year-old sister had already achieved it. Moreover, Amy had a premonition that this 860,000 yen was just the beginning of Kotomi's journey in the world of writing. I used to think about supporting my sister. Although I should be happy that she's successfully taken the first step on her creative path, Amy couldn't help but feel a strange sense of loss, as if she were already mourning the fact that she might not be able to take care of Kotomi in the future. Kotomi, what's the name of the novel you submitted to the Denjiki Bunko contest? Kaneyoshi asked. Sword Art Online. It's not published yet, but you can read it on Denjiki Bunko's website, Dad. After learning the title, Kaneyoshi immediately took out his phone, searched for the Denjiki Bunko website, and entered Sword Art Online in the search bar. After clicking confirm, the page automatically redirected to the book's details. 3.1 million views, 40,000 comments. Although Kaneyoshi didn't know much about light novels, just seeing these numbers made him realize it was an impressive work. The thought that such an impressive novel had been written by his eldest daughter filled Kaneyoshi with a surge of pride and joy. Kotomi has really written something remarkable. Who would have thought that our family would produce a great writer? Your grandfather will be thrilled when he finds out, Kaneyoshi said with a wide grin. Times have changed. There are so many ways to make money now that didn't exist in our day. What used to be considered mere hobbies can now be lucrative professions. For example, video games, once seen as a waste of time, are now professional competitions. Your brother wanted to pursue a career in sports, and that caused quite a rift with your father. That's true. Kazuma has always been headstrong, and my father is rather old-fashioned. When he found out Kazuma wanted to go into sports, he was furious, Kaneyoshi said with a rueful smile as he thought about his younger brother, Izumi Kazuma. Hearing her father mention Kazuma, Kotomi's memories of her uncle surfaced. Izumi's grandfather had two sons, Izumi Kaneyoshi and Izumi Kazuma. Unlike the mild-mannered Kaneyoshi, Kazuma had a more fiery temperament and a strong personality, often clashing with their father. It could be said that Kazuma inherited his temper from their grandfather. In essence, it was a case of two stubborn men being father and son. Kazuma was the youngest child of the family, born much later than Kaneyoshi, with almost a 20-year age gap between them. This year, Kazuma was only 23 years old. At 23, he was in the prime of his youth, eager to make his mark on the world. Having been passionate about video games from a young age, Kazuma always dreamed of becoming a professional player, competing on the world stage, and winning championships. Naturally, their old-fashioned and strict grandfather was adamantly opposed to this dream, leading to a strained relationship between father and son. It's often the case that conflicts arise between people with similar personalities, and this was certainly true for Kazuma and their grandfather. However, Kotomi's impression of Kazuma was quite positive. Although Kazuma had a bit of a temper, he doted on his two nieces and respected his older brother and sister-in-law. Every time Kazuma visited his brother's home, he would arrive with arms full of gifts. One hand would be carrying gifts for his brother and sister-in-law, while the other held presents for Kotomi and Amy. Still, Kazuma seems to have joined an exports team now. I wonder how he's doing. He's doing quite well, I think. His salary with the team is high, and he gets a good share of the prize money after each competition. He doesn't have to worry about living expenses and has even saved up a bit. So, things are going well for him. It's just that Dad is too stubborn and refuses to acknowledge Kazuma's dreams. Whenever the relationship between his brother and father was brought up, Kaneyoshi would always smile helplessly. Although he wished their relationship could improve, there wasn't much he could do except let things take their course. Back to the topic at hand, Kotomi, this 860,000 yen is your first manuscript fee, your first earnings. Do you have any plans for it? Akina asked. Yes, Kaneyoshi added with a nod. You're 16 now, and it's time you learned how to manage your finances. So, we won't handle this money like we did with your childhood New Year's money. You're free to choose how to use it, whether to save it or invest it. The choice is yours. Your father's right. Learning how to manage your finances early is a good thing for you. So whether you decide to spend it all or save it, we won't say anything. Of course, if you need advice, you can always ask us, Akina said, sharing the same view. 860,000 yen was no small amount, but the Azumi couple was willing to use this opportunity to teach Kotomi how to manage her income and savings. They weren't worried about her making mistakes. After all, mistakes are part of growing up. This had always been their approach to parenting. How should I spend it? Kotomi started to seriously consider this. It was her first earnings, so how should she allocate it? After thinking about it for a while, Kotomi decided to stop overthinking it. She figured the best thing to do with this money would be to buy herself a new computer. She already had a laptop, so naturally, she would choose a desktop computer. As for the graphics card, there was only one choice. Go straight for the 3090 Ti. Chapter 31, Izumi Kaneyoshi's perfect cover. Mom and Dad, I want to use this money to buy a new computer. After buying the computer, I'll set aside a small portion for daily expenses and save the rest in my bank account. Kotomi Izumi expressed her plan, showing little interest in financial investments. She only wanted to use her first earnings to buy a new desktop computer that would allow her to play games to her heart's content. The remaining money would be divided into two parts, one for daily expenses and the other to be kept in her bank account. A new computer? But don't you already have a laptop? Izumi Akina asked, somewhat puzzled. Before Kotomi could respond, Izumi Kaneyoshi, with a knowing smile, stepped in to cover for Kotomi. Even though Kotomi already has a laptop, the screen is still relatively small. If she plans to pursue a career in creative work, she'll need to spend a lot of time in front of the computer. A desktop computer with a large screen would be much easier on her eyes. Hearing Kaneyoshi's explanation, Izumi Akina was quickly convinced. You're right, Kotomi is a big-time author now. Most authors nowadays don't write on paper but use computers to type their manuscripts. A good computer is definitely important for Kotomi. Since your father and I aren't well versed in computers, you can pick out one yourself. Got it. Kotomi nodded happily, relieved that her mother had agreed so easily. She was grateful her mom didn't suggest getting a friend to take her to a computer store to assemble a custom PC. While the intention would be good, getting a custom-built computer at a store could lead to potential pitfalls. For those who aren't tech-savvy or are worried about assembling a PC on their own, going to a computer store or buying a pre-built system from a reputable brand might be a convenient choice. It eliminates the need for DIY assembly and offers long-term after-sales service. However, Kotomi planned to write up a configuration list and buy the components on Amazon. In her past life, she had a good understanding of PC assembly and believed that putting together a computer herself wouldn't be too difficult. She had previously known all the theory behind building a PC, but due to financial constraints, she had never been able to put it into practice. Now, in this new life, with money at her disposal, she could finally build her own rig. With her first earnings decided, the family continued their meal. Halfway through, Kotomi suddenly remembered her conversation with Izumi Amy earlier and affectionately patted her sister's silky hair, saying, "Amy, how about we go out for some yakiniku on Friday night?" Kotomi suggested with a smile. Amy's eyes lit up with excitement, and she replied enthusiastically, "Yay! You two want to have yakiniku on Friday night?" Izumi Akina chimed in. "Yeah. Mom, Dad, do you want to join us?" Amy asked. "You two go ahead. Your father and I have to attend a college friend's son's wedding on Friday evening," Izumi Akina replied, adding with a sigh, "Time flies so fast. I can't believe the son of my college dorm mate is getting married. I remember she had her child during her sophomore year," Kanyoshi recalled. "That's right. I even held him when she brought him to our dorm after class. Time sure does fly, now her son is getting married." Kanyoshi nodded in agreement, realizing how quickly time had passed. He had become a 43-year-old middle-aged man, now at the age where people would start calling him uncle. "I remember when Kotomi was just a little baby, so tiny, like a cute little pudding. In the blink of an eye, she's grown into a graceful young lady. Honey, sometimes I dream of Kotomi in a wedding dress on her wedding day," Akina said, her voice filled with nostalgia. The moment she finished speaking, Kanyoshi, who was drinking miso soup, started coughing in surprise. Cough cough cough. "Honey, why are you suddenly talking about weddings? You gave me a scare, our daughter is only 16. Kanyoshi's tone and expression became uncharacteristically serious, a rare display of his deep love and protectiveness for his daughter. "I was talking about 4 or 5 years from now. Well, since it's still a long way off, let's discuss it when the time comes. Right now, you're just putting unnecessary pressure on Kotomi," Kanyoshi replied, regaining his composure. Yes, Akina responded playfully. The small family moment soon passed, and the Izumi family finished their meal. Akina began clearing the dishes, taking them to the sink to wash, while Amy returned to her room to continue her homework. "Thanks for covering for me earlier when I mentioned buying a new computer," Kotomi expressed her gratitude to Kanyoshi. Sitting on the sofa, Kanyoshi put out his cigarette in the ashtray on the coffee table and waved off her thanks with a smile. "It was no big deal. But even if I hadn't helped, your mom wouldn't have said anything. After all, this money is yours, and how you spend it is your choice. Just remember not to use on anything shady. The Izumi family might not be wealthy, but we have principles." Kotomi nodded firmly, indicating she understood. "Even though we're proud of your success in writing, you still need to focus on your studies. No matter what, you have to graduate from high school and get into college. Life is about walking on 2 legs." At this, Kanyoshi added with a light-hearted smile, "After all, if you spent all your time thinking about your novel, you'd get exhausted. Consider studying as a way to clear your mind and refresh your thoughts." "I understand, Dad. You don't need to worry," Kotomi replied as she massaged her father's slightly sore shoulders, aware of the toll his long hours of work took on him. Feeling his daughter's concern, Kanyoshi smiled warmly and took off his black-framed glasses. "Have you thought about which university you want to apply to?" "Dad, I'm only in my first year of high school. Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about universities?" Kotomi asked, puzzled. But Kanyoshi shook his head. "It's not too early. Once you enter high school, every day counts. The sooner you decide on your target university, the sooner you'll be motivated to study. While college entrance exams aren't the only way to change your life, they are one of the fairest competitions you'll ever face. The university I want to attend." Kotomi thought for a moment, then said, "Tokyo University or Kyoto University, one of the two." "Wow, those are both prestigious universities. You have quite the ambition, young lady. Your grandfather will be thrilled to hear this." Given that Kotomi's academic performance had been average at best, when she mentioned aiming for Tokyo University or Kyoto University, Kanyoshi assumed she was simply setting a high goal to motivate herself. And even that was enough to make him happy. He had always believed that where there's a will, there's a way. He trusted that if Kotomi truly set her sights on these goals, even if she didn't make it into Tokyo University or Kyoto University, she would still end up in a good school. This thought filled Kanyoshi with a deep sense of pride, seeing his daughter growing up and developing ambition. But Kotomi didn't see it as mere encouragement. She had already unlocked the academic abilities in her god-level heroine system. There was no need to wait for the college entrance exams. In just a few weeks, during the midterm exams, she would amaze everyone at Sobu High School with her results. As the system had assured her, even if she spent all her time slacking off, she could still get into Tokyo University. At that point, choosing between Tokyo University and Kyoto University would be a luxury decision. "By the way, system, if I accidentally get first place in the entire grade during the midterms, will I earn fame points?" "Of course, you can. After all, The answers on the exam sheet will be written by you, Kotomi. Wait a minute, are you aiming for first place just to rack up fame points? Darn, you figured it out. Chapter 32, Haruno wants a hug. After returning to her room, just as Izumi Kotomi was about to open her Google browser to search for Amazon's website and start purchasing computer parts, she received a message from Yukino-shita Haruno. Hope I'm not disturbing you, Izumi-sensei. I've finished reading the plot outline for Sword Art Online Volume 2. I originally thought it would continue with Garito searching for Asuna, but I didn't expect the main stage to remain in Inkrad. However, this time the storyline feels more like an anthology, with each story making Inkrad's world and its characters feel even more real. Izumi Kotomi nodded in agreement as she read Yukino-shita Haruno's analysis of Volume 2. Even though she hadn't yet started writing the main text for Volume 2, Yukino-shita Haruno's guesses were already about 1/5 correct. Izumi Kotomi thought for a moment and then typed a reply, yes, that was the approach I had in mind when I was initially outlining the story. Although I could have started a new chapter, Fairy Dance, in Volume 2 without any problem, I wanted to use another volume to thoroughly explore the stories that happened in Inkrad. Izumi-sensei, you really are meticulous with your writing. It's not just about being meticulous. In the upcoming plot, Inkrad, which ends with the game's completion, still holds significant importance. In fact, all subsequent plots in Sword Art Online are intricately tied to the initial SAO arc. Upon reading Izumi Kotomi's response, Yukino-shita Haruno was taken aback. She had initially assumed that the massive floating stone and steel fortress, Inkrad, would disappear from Sword Art Online's world once the SAO arc concluded. Even if it were mentioned again, she thought it would only be in passing, as a remark made by Garito. But to her surprise, Inkrad would not fade away with the conclusion of the SAO arc, rather, it would become the focal point for all future developments in Sword Art Online. Izumi Kotomi seemed to have planned everything from the very beginning, with every plot point intricately connected as if even the smallest foreshadowing could influence the entire story's direction. If she could, Yukino-shita Haruno would love to visit Izumi Kotomi's home and see how much material and outline work she had done for Sword Art Online. However, even if she did visit, she wouldn't see any materials or outlines because Izumi Kotomi had never written them down. Not only had she never written them down, but she also hadn't written a single word of Volume 2's main text. It's truly impressive. I'll look forward to reading Volume 2 of Sword Art Online when it's finished. I won't keep you any longer, good night. Reading Yukino-shita Haruno's encouraging response, Izumi Kotomi felt a bit embarrassed and murmured, I haven't actually written a single word of Volume 2 yet. She initially wanted to send this message to Yukino-shita Haruno, but Kotomi worried that if Haruno found out, she might turn dark, lock her in a small black room to finish her draft, and not let her out until she completed Volume 2. With her strong survival instinct kicking in, Izumi Kotomi quickly dismissed the idea of revealing her actual progress. People must learn to protect themselves. Shortly after, Yukino-shita Haruno sent another message, I almost forgot to mention the publishing details. Sword Art Online Volume 1 is being prepared for release as a standalone book. The quality of the manuscript you wrote is excellent, so all that's needed is for you to review it once more to see if there are any parts you want to revise. If everything looks good, we can proceed to the printing stage. As for the illustrator, we haven't decided yet. Do you have any preferences? I don't know any illustrators, so I don't have any specific preferences at the moment, even though her current drawing skills were good enough to handle the illustrations for Sword Art Online herself. But wouldn't that cut into her gaming time? For Izumi Kotomi, the most precious time in the world was gaming time. The one thing she couldn't accept was having her gaming time taken away. With the time she would spend illustrating, she could at least play several rounds of Rainbow Six, CSGO, Left 4 Dead 2, or grind some Blue Archive. I see. In that case, over the next few days, I'll pick out a few illustrators who work with Denjiki Bunko and are suitable for Sword Art Online. I'll compile their pen names and previous works into a document and send it to you. Thank you for your help, Yukino-shita-sensei. Good night, Izumi-sensei. And don't forget to do your school assignments while working on Volume 2. Yukino-shita Haruno couldn't resist teasing Izumi Kotomi. After all, how could she resist when Izumi-sensei was so adorable? Last night, Yukino-shita Haruno even fantasized about how comfortable it would be to cuddle Izumi Kotomi like a body pillow and sleep with her. I've already finished my assignments. Izumi Kotomi puffed up her cheeks in indignation as she replied. After finishing the conversation, Izumi Kotomi returned to browsing Amazon. After selecting the components, she added them all to her shopping cart. CPU, motherboard, 3090 Ti graphics card, RAM, cooler, power supply, 4K monitor, case, etc. All went into the cart. Izumi Kotomi chose a flat-screen 4K monitor instead of a curved one. Although she had heard that some pro gamers preferred curved monitors, she still liked flat screens better. She felt that a flat screen perfectly met her two main needs: 1. Writing her manuscript. 2. Gaming. The computer is almost ready. Now I just need a keyboard and mouse. For the keyboard, Izumi Kotomi chose a T-switch mechanical keyboard and a topper electrostatic capacitive keyboard, so she could switch between the two. For the mouse, she went with Razer. With that, Izumi Kotomi had her gaming peripherals. Ahem, writing peripherals all set up. Add everything to the cart, and pay. Payment successful. Finally done. Once the new computer arrives, I can transfer all the good stuff I saved from my previous life onto it and enjoy revisiting them. But Kotomi, aren't you planning to buy a graphics tablet? Didn't you want to draw manga? The god-level heroine system chimed in as a reminder. Oh, right. I forgot to buy a graphics tablet. Izumi Kotomi suddenly remembered that she needed a tablet for drawing. Although she had been drawing on paper recently, when she started working on manga, Izumi Kotomi wanted to use a graphics tablet to draw digitally. She reopened Amazon. Selected a graphics tablet she liked. Ordered it and paid. Now, there was another package to be delivered. Now I've got everything I need, Izumi Kotomi said with satisfaction. So, Kotomi, are you going to start writing your novel or drawing your manga now? I should start working on the draft. After all, I haven't written a single word of Volume 2's main text yet. I need to keep an eye on the deadline. Maybe I'll start writing tomorrow. With that, Izumi Kotomi turned off her computer, lay down on her bed, and started playing the relaxing and leisurely Blue Archive. Chapter 33, Bathing and Doing Laundry on the Other Side, in downtown Tokyo. After a long day of work, Yukino Shitaharuno finally finished her overtime and managed to leave the office. She initially thought about grabbing a late-night snack, but now she just wanted to get home quickly, lie down on her bed, and have a good night's sleep. After all, she had to be back at work by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Ugh. Working overtime until 10 p.m. is already hard enough. How do those corporate slaves manage to work until 2 or 3 in the morning? Yukino Shitaharuno muttered in complaint. As the eldest daughter of the Yukino Shita family, she didn't fully understand that sometimes overtime isn't a choice. Some people work late simply because they have no other option. It's one thing if overtime comes with extra pay, but many companies don't offer that. They frame it as voluntary overtime for their employees. Many so-called voluntary activities are often just disguised obligations. When she got home, she originally planned to go straight to bed, but as soon as she lay down, she realized her stomach was empty. The hunger instantly killed any chance of sleepiness. "Mom, I'm hungry." Yukino Shitaharuno instinctively called out, only to realize that she wasn't at her family's home. She was in her rented apartment. The apartment she rented wasn't very large, but it was just the right size for one person. It had a private bathroom, a shower, and a small kitchen for cooking. Although it was small, it was convenient for living alone and easy to clean. Even renting such a small space in the city wasn't cheap. After all, this was central Tokyo. Renting a place was expensive, and buying a property was even more so. When she wasn't earning her own money and was living off her family's wealth, Yukino Shitaharuno might not have felt the pinch of paying rent every month. But now that she was on her own, earning her own money, she began to understand the difficulty and effort involved in making a living. With no parents around to cook for her, Yukino Shitaharuno had no choice but to get up and make herself a cup of instant noodles. TSK. My favorite rich pork soy sauce flavor is already gone. Tonight, I'll have to settle for cheese pizza potato tomato flavor. Once she had decided on her flavor, it only took a few minutes for the noodles to be ready. She had originally planned to add a sausage and a boiled egg, but she realized she had run out of both. She hadn't thought to pick up more when she passed by the convenience store on her way home. Sigh. I'll have to restock at the convenience store tomorrow after work. Yukino Shitaharuno sighed in resignation. In her opinion, instant noodles without sausage and egg just weren't complete. But her hunger left her with no energy to make another trip to the store. Besides, the convenience store was a bit of a walk from her apartment, and by the time she got back, the noodles would be cold. Itadakimasu. With that, Yukino Shitaharuno began eating her noodles. Although her favorite flavor was the rich pork soy sauce, perhaps because she was so hungry, the cheese pizza potato tomato flavor tasted 10 times better than usual. The small cheese-flavored cubes were especially tasty, with the rich, cheesy flavor satisfying both her empty stomach and her taste buds. While eating, Yukino Shitaharuno also checked Dengeki Bunko's website to see the current popularity of Sword Art Online. 3.37 million views. Oh my. The popularity is growing so fast. I remember it was just 3.1 million this afternoon. In less than 6 hours, the view count had increased by 270,000. and by the looks of it, the growth wasn't slowing down at all. It seems I really struck gold with this one, Yukinoshita Haruno chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Being Izumi-sensei's editor could mean promotions and pay raises weren't just dreams. After finishing her noodles, she tossed the empty cup and disposable chopsticks into the kitchen trash can, planning to take out the garbage to the recycling point near her apartment in the morning. With her hunger sated, she turned off the lights, leaving only a small nightlight by her bed. Crawling back under the covers, she finally felt comfortable and knew she'd have a good night's sleep. Indeed, the happiest time after work is when you're lounging around at home. Yukinoshita Haruno sighed contentedly as she lay under her blanket, with the air conditioner on. She closed her eyes, ready to drift off into dreamland. But to her surprise, as soon as she closed her eyes, Izumi Kotomi's delicate and cute face appeared in her mind. Izumi Kotomi's still slightly youthful face was irresistibly refined and beautiful. Her crescent moon-like slender eyebrows, clear and shimmering eyes resembling pink gems, porcelain white skin, and those alluring, kissable lips. And that large, white, soft. Yukinoshita Haruno suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up in bed. When she had thought of Izumi Kotomi just now, she had actually. A blush spread across Yukinoshita Haruno's snow-white face as she turned the lights back on, grabbed a set of clean black lace lingerie from her wardrobe, and walked towards the bathroom. I guess I'll take a shower tonight. And maybe wash my clothes as well. Blushing, Yukinoshita Haruno went into the bathroom to take a shower and wash her undergarments. Meanwhile, back in her room, Izumi Kotomi, still playing Azurlane, suddenly sneezed and rubbed her cute little nose. Why did I sneeze all of a sudden? Could it be that someone was thinking about me? In a way, yes. Someone was indeed thinking about you, the god-level heroine system, ever so wise, responded leisurely. Who? A girl, do I know her? Yes, you do. Is she pretty? Very pretty. Oh, then I'm relieved. Izumi Kotomi shifted her focus back to her phone. What? You're only concerned whether it's a guy or a girl and if they're attractive? This isn't relief, this is you being infatuated with her. Blushing as the god-level heroine system exposed her thoughts, Izumi Kotomi pretended she hadn't heard anything and continued with her daily joy and sorrow, the time to build. Let's draw a single pull first, to test her luck. Whoa, it's formidable. After so long of eyeing her, the build pool had finally granted her wish, and Formidable had arrived. So happy. Time to buy Formidable's outfit, Royal Lady by the Seaside. Let's try another draw. Whoa, it's Lamalin. Lamalin's white silk stockings. Today's build time was a happy one. Chapter 34, Pajama Buttons. The alarm on Izumi Kotomi's phone rang. Kotomi skillfully turned off the alarm with one hand and slowly got out of bed. She had stayed up late last night, too excited to sleep after consecutively drawing both Formidable and Lamaline in her game. Her dreams were filled with thoughts of Formidable's chest and Lamaline's white stockings. Kotomi wiped the drool that had unconsciously gathered at the corner of her mouth. As she prepared to take off her blue and white penguin pajamas and change into her school uniform, she paused, noticing something odd about the buttons on her pajamas. The second button was fastened in the position of the first. That's strange. I thought I buttoned it correctly last night, Kotomi muttered in confusion as she examined the misplaced button. She was sure she had buttoned it correctly when she put it on, so how did it end up like this? Could she have made a mistake last night and not noticed? Rubbing her head, Kotomi brushed the thought aside. She remembered that she always locked her door before bed, a habit she had carried over from her previous life. With that in mind, she didn't dwell on it further. She proceeded with brushing her teeth, washing her face, and changing into her Sobu high school uniform before heading downstairs for breakfast. Kotomi didn't notice the single strand of black hair in an inconspicuous corner of her bed. If she had seen it, she would have instantly known who it belonged to, Izumi Amy. When Kotomi came downstairs, Amy had already finished most of her breakfast and was sipping the milk tea that their mother, Izumi Akina, had just made for her. Good morning, An-chan, Amy greeted with a smile, her eyes half closed in contentment. Morning. Mom, good morning. Can I have some milk tea too? Sure, but finish your breakfast first. You shouldn't drink milk tea on an empty stomach, Akina replied as she poured the milk tea into Kotomi's cup, reminding her gently. Where's Dad? Kotomi asked, noticing that her father, Izumi Kaneyoshi, wasn't having breakfast with them this morning. Your dad has an important meeting at his company this morning. Since he's the section chief, he had to leave early, about an hour ago. Oh, okay, Kotomi nodded and then focused on her breakfast. As Amy continued to sip her milk tea, her eyes occasionally darted toward Kotomi. Since Sobu High School's opening ceremony had ended yesterday, both sisters were scheduled to go to school at the same time today. Amy hesitantly spoke up, An-chan, can we go to school together this morning? Kotami looked up at her sister, considering. We can, but I'm on duty today, so I need to get to school a bit earlier. She glanced at the clock on the wall. As a duty student today, she needed to be in the classroom by 7:40 a.m. As long as she left 20 minutes earlier, she'd make it in time. Huh? Amy was slightly disheartened. She had hoped to walk to school hand in hand with her sister, but with Kotami on duty, she'd have to leave earlier than usual. While Amy could accompany her sister and wait outside the middle school gates until they opened, she knew Kotami wouldn't allow her to wait alone outside. So, Amy, if you come with me, it'll be a bit too early for you, Kotami said, just as Amy had expected. But, I need some time to get to middle school, too. If I leave early with you, I'll arrive just on time, Amy insisted, unwilling to give up. I went to the same middle school as you, so I know exactly how long it takes to get there. The gates open at 8 a.m., and classes start at 8:30. You'll be fine leaving at 8, Kotami reasoned. But even if the gates aren't open yet, I can just wait outside for a bit. Amy protested weakly. No, it's not safe, Kotami said firmly. Okay. Amy sighed in disappointment. As expected, her sister refused to walk with her to school. She knew Kotami was only concerned for her safety, but she had so desperately wanted to walk to school hand in hand with her sister. Would you like another slice of bread? Akina offered. Kotami shook her head, her cute face framed by her silky hair. She quickly finished the last bite of bread, drank her cooled milk tea in one gulp, and grabbed her school bag. No, thanks. I made plans to meet a classmate on the way to school, so I can't keep them waiting. Mom, Amy, take your time with breakfast. I'm off. With that, Kotami quickly moved to the entrance, put on her shoes, and opened the front door. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed Megumi Kato standing under the street lamp across the road. Megumi was gazing down at her feet, her short black hair gently framing her face. Her lips held a subtle smile, making it impossible to guess how long she had been standing there. Kotami hurried over to her, calling out, Kato-san. Megumi looked up, her eyes brimming with warmth as she smiled at Kotami. When Kotami was close enough, Megumi greeted her softly, Good morning, Izumi-san. Have you been waiting long? Not really. I came over after breakfast, thinking you might be ready soon. I only waited about 10 minutes, Megumi replied. Next time, if I'm not out within 5 minutes, just come inside and wait, Kotami offered. Really? Won't I run into your parents then? Well, you'll definitely meet my mom. If my dad hasn't left for work early, you might see him too. Hee, does that count as meeting the parents? Megumi teased, catching Kotami off guard. Why does meeting the parents sound so weird? Kotami asked, a bit flustered. Before Kotami could recover, Megumi continued, It's just meeting the parents of a friend. We're friends, right? Of course, Kotami nodded. So if we're friends, and I meet your parents, that counts as meeting the parents. Simple, Megumi said with a matter-of-fact tone, as if her logic was unassailable. Kotami thought it over and realized Megumi's reasoning actually made sense. So she nodded, Well, if you come over tomorrow morning, you can join us for breakfast. My mom's cooking is really good. Megumi's smile widened, Really? Then I definitely want to try Izumi-san's mom's cooking. As they walked towards school, chatting along the way, Megumi suddenly turned to look back. What's wrong? Kotami asked, concerned. It's nothing. I just thought I felt a small bug fly past my ear, Megumi said with a light laugh as she brushed back her short hair. The two of them walked side by side towards Sobu High School, their figures growing smaller as they went. Meanwhile, in Kotami's bedroom, Izumi Amy stood by the window. When she heard Kotami mention she was meeting a classmate, she lost her appetite. After Kotami left, Amy quickly ran upstairs and opened the door to Kotami's room. The only place in the house where she could see the street from was Kotami's bedroom. But to her surprise, as soon as she looked out the window, she saw her sister walking away with an unfamiliar short-haired girl, both of them chatting and laughing together. They looked so close. Amy stood by the window, watching until they were completely out of sight. Who is that short-haired girl? Is she the classmate On-chan mentioned? And did she notice me just now when she looked back? With a sigh, Amy lay down on Kotami's bed, hugging the blanket that still held her sister's scent, and took a deep breath. So fragrant. Amy murmured, burying her face deeper into the blanket, savoring the lingering scent. As she rolled over, she noticed a stray strand of her own hair in a small corner of the bed. In my rush to leave last night, I didn't notice this. I hope On-chan doesn't find out. It took me so long to find the spare key to her room, Amy whispered to herself as she carefully picked up the hair. She then skillfully tidied up the bed, restoring everything to its original state as if she had never been there. After completing her task, Amy reluctantly left Kotami's room. Chapter 35, Izumi-san, are you an angel? After entering the classroom, Izumi Kotomi noticed that there was a form on every student's desk. Upon picking it up, she realized it was the application form for Sobu High School's clubs. This form was used to decide whether to participate in club activities, and if so, which club to join. It looks like Shizuka Hiratsuka-sensei distributed these application forms in advance, Megumi Kato remarked as she put down her bag and casually picked up a pen, marking no on the form. Just as she had mentioned yesterday, Megumi had no interest in joining any club activities. Kato-san also chose no like me, Yukino Shita Yukino, who had arrived early, commented when she saw that Megumi had also written no on her application form. It was rare for Yukino to initiate a conversation with someone. Yes, I'm not particularly interested in club activities, Megumi replied with a light smile. While those two opted out, Izumi Kotomi chose yes and selected the art club. Given her current level of drawing skills, getting into the art club shouldn't be an issue. Good morning, Uagahama. Good morning, Garagiri-san. Good morning, Uagahama-san. You almost came late again today. Ahaha, I stayed up a bit late last night. Mizuno-san, the manga you recommended to me yesterday was really good. As soon as Uagahama stepped into the classroom, she was greeted by several girls. Yui responded to each of them. Even though it was only the second day of school, Yui had already managed to meet most of the girls in the class and seemed to have hit it off with a few. Uagahama-san is really good at making friends, Yukino Shita Yukino said, her eyes never leaving the book in her hands, but her words were clearly about Uagahama. Is she hoping she could have as many friends as Yui? Izumi Kotomi glanced at Yukino and thought to herself. Uagahama has a personality that naturally draws people in, Kotomi said, sharing her opinion. Clumsy, cheerful, or maybe a bit of a healing type airhead. Kotomi really liked Yui's personality. If Yui were to be her girlfriend in the future, facing this somewhat clumsy and adorable Yui, Kotomi would definitely be the. Ahem, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Some people are naturally good at making friends, while others seem destined to be alone. Perhaps it's fate, Yukino said, her voice as emotionless as ever, as if she was speaking about herself, yet not quite. I don't see it that way. If it were up to me, I'd choose both Yukino Shita-san and Uagahama-san, Kotomi said, her tone carrying a hint of sincerity. Yukino, usually composed and calm, was momentarily taken aback by Kotomi's unexpectedly bold statement, doubting if she had heard correctly. Kotomi-san, that sounded like something a player would say. A flirt, playing with the feelings of innocent girls, Megumi Kato teased lightly. Seeing Yukino's shocked expression and hearing Megumi's teasing words, Kotomi quickly realized that what she said could easily be misunderstood. No, that's not it. You both misunderstood. I just meant I wanted to be friends with Yukino Shita-san and Uagahama-san. Just friends, nothing more. Kotomi hastily explained, waving her hands in denial. Megumi feigned an interested look and pressed, you only mentioned Yukino Shita and Uagahama. What about me? Am I not Kotomi-san's friend? Of course you are. PFFT. I'm just teasing you. But Kotomi-san, you look so cute when you're flustered. I hope I get to see more of that in the future, Megumi said with a playful smile. Watching Kotomi's cute, flustered face, Megumi couldn't help but smile. Yukino, who had been observing their banter, allowed a faint, barely noticeable smile to touch her lips. Then let's try getting to know each other better, Yukino said softly. Though her tone remained cold, it was clear that a bit of the frost had melted away. Does getting along really require an effort? Kotomi asked. Yes. We've only known each other for 2 days. I need to understand what kind of person Kotomi-san is. Are you worried Kotomi-san might be a bad influence? Megumi joked lightly. It was obvious from her tone that she was just teasing. Yet Yukino nodded earnestly, agreeing with Megumi's jest. Kato-san has a point. Hearing this, Megumi couldn't help but laugh again. PFFT. Listening to the two beautiful girls' conversation centered around herself, Kotomi could only offer a helpless smile. It seemed that becoming friends with Yukino wasn't going to be an overnight affair. But at least there was progress. Yes. At that moment, Uagahama, having finished chatting with her new friends, came over to sit down at her desk and greeted the three of them. Good morning, Yukino, Kotomi-san. Have either of you finished the math homework? Can I borrow it to take a look? I was reading a novel last night and forgot to finish my homework. Not doing your homework on the first day back? That's so like Uagahama-san, Megumi, sitting behind them, remarked with a light laugh. Right? Wait. Kato-san, when did you get here? I've been sitting here the whole time. I walked right by and didn't notice you? Maybe staying up late reading novels is starting to mess with my attention span, Yui muttered to herself, a bit frightened by the thought. Looks like I definitely need to go to bed early tonight. Uchiha-san, were you reading Sword Art Online again last night? Megami asked with a smile. Yeah. It's just so good that I couldn't help but reread it last night. Although she had told her classmates earlier that she was reading manga, Yua now admitted she was actually reading a novel, the same Sword Art Online written by Izumi Kotami. So that's why you didn't finish your homework, because you were reading my novel. Kotami thought, finding it hard not to laugh upon hearing this. In a way, she had been keeping Yua up late at night. Kotami took out her completed math homework and handed it to Yua. Here you go, I finished mine. Wow. Thanks, Kotami-san, you're a lifesaver. Yua said, clutching the notebook as if it were a life preserver. It's understandable, if it were homework for any other subject, it might not be such a big deal. After all, every high schooler has missed a homework assignment or two. But their math teacher for Class 1F, Mr. Nakamori, was notoriously strict. Upperclassmen in their second and third years had plenty of stories about him. For example, there was one time during class when he got so frustrated with a low correct answer rate in the exercise books that he ended up throwing one across the room. It wasn't just a casual toss, the book flew like a shuriken, slicing the light fixture clean off. Crash, it fell and shattered on the floor. That throw made Nakamori-sensei a legend. Though strict, Nakamori-sensei's students often achieved math scores of 180 out of 200 points. That said, if Yua didn't finish her math homework before class, she'd probably get called out and have to bring her parents in. For students in kindergarten, elementary, middle, or high school, nothing was more terrifying than being told to bring their parents. Finally having something to copy from, Yua felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking Kotami must be an angel sent from above. An angel wearing white stockings. Chapter 36, I might be a little naughty, but I'm a good girl. As Yua Uchiha finished copying the math homework, the bell for the first class of the day rang. However, instead of the expected math teacher, Nakamori-sensei, it was the homeroom teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, who walked into the classroom. That's strange. Wasn't the first class supposed to be math? Izumi Kotami thought to herself, briefly wondering if she had made a mistake when she checked the schedule earlier. Your math teacher is out sick today, so this period will be dedicated to Japanese instead, but before we start, I need to collect the club application forms. Has everyone finished filling them out? Hiratsuka-sensei asked as she stood at the podium. Yes, we're done, the students responded. Alright, then. Would the last student in each row please collect the forms from your row and bring them to the front? Once the forms were collected, Hiratsuka-sensei briefly glanced through them, getting a general sense of which clubs her students were interested in joining. As expected, most students opted not to join any clubs, leaving only about 10 students who had chosen to participate in club activities. It seems like most of you aren't too keen on club activities. It looks like someone in our class chose the art club. Let me see who it is. Izumi Kotami. Izumi-san, are you planning to join the art club? Hiratsuka-sensei asked, her tone indicating a genuine interest. The mention of the art club piqued Hiratsuka-sensei's curiosity. If a student was interested in the art club, she wondered if they might also be considering pursuing art as part of their academic career. After all, Sobu High School hadn't had many students participating in the art entrance exams, known as Jutsu-nishi, in recent years. Yes, Hiratsuka-sensei, I want to join the art club, Izumi Kotami replied, standing up. Good, good. Do you have any plans to take the art entrance exams in the future? Hiratsuka-sensei inquired further. The art entrance exams? Izumi Kotami hadn't really considered this. She had joined the art club to focus on improving her drawing skills, with the intention of enhancing her future work in manga and illustrations. She hadn't thought about using the exams as a way to gain additional points for university admissions. Kotami shook her head. I'm sorry, Hiratsuka-sensei, but I haven't considered taking the art entrance exams. Hiratsuka-sensei didn't press the issue but instead offered some advice. If you ever change your mind, feel free to come talk to me. The art entrance exams can be a valuable way to earn extra points for university admissions. If you excel, getting into one of Tokyo's top 5 art universities could give you a significant advantage when applying for jobs in related fields. A degree is often seen as a key to open doors. I understand. Thank you, Hiratsuka-sensei. I'll let you know if I change my mind. By the way, including you, there are 2 students in 1F who chose the art club. 2? Kotami asked, curious about who else in the class had chosen the art club. Yes, the other student is a transfer student. She's currently still abroad, so she'll probably arrive at Sobu High School in a few days. When I called her yesterday to ask which club she wanted to join, she chose the art club. Oh, I see, Kotami nodded and sat back down, now curious about who this transfer student might be. She wondered if this student was also skilled in drawing. Hey, did you hear? There's going to be a transfer student. And it sounds like she's coming from abroad. Has she lived abroad her whole life? I wonder if she's a cute girl. Foreign girls with blonde hair and blue eyes are the cutest. If we're talking about cute, I still think Kotomi-san is the cutest. Huh? Weren't we just talking about the transfer student? How did the conversation suddenly shift to me? Alright. Take out your Japanese textbooks. Even though it's only the second day of school, time waits for no one. Your first monthly exams as high school students are at the beginning of next month. I hope all of you will study hard and aim for good results. Always telling you to get good results feels a bit cliché. Anyway, just do your best for the exams and try not to embarrass yourselves too much, Hiratsuka-sensei said as she started the class. The Japanese lesson began, and Kotomi glanced at Yui Uegahama, who was sitting in front of her. As expected, the little airhead was already dozing off at her desk. Kotomi could only smile wryly at the sight. Finally, the most beautiful sound in the world, the bell signaling the end of the class, rang out, and Hiratsuka-sensei promptly ended the lesson without lingering, closing her textbook and walking out of the classroom. As for why Hiratsuka-sensei never went overtime, it was because teachers were not allowed to smoke during class. And Hiratsuka-sensei was someone who always had a cigarette in hand, so she never dragged out the class. When it was time to end, she ended it. The students waited eagerly for the bell to ring, and she waited just as eagerly to head outside for a smoke break. I love Hiratsuka-sensei's Japanese class the most, she never goes overtime. With class over, the once sleeping Yui Uegahama suddenly seemed to revive. Uegahama-san, you were dozing off again, Megumi Kato remarked with a light laugh. No matter how much you enjoy reading, you should still try to get to bed early, Yukino Shita added. Ahahaha. I'll definitely go to bed early tonight. But even if I do, I somehow still end up dozing off in class. Why? Izumi Kotomi asked, curious if Yua had some sort of unusual condition. Yua, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed her light peach-colored hair, her cheeks turning a bit pink as she replied, whenever class starts, it's like a sleeping pill walks into the room with the teacher. Comparing a teacher to a sleeping pill, if Hiratsuka-sensei heard that, she'd be both flattered and annoyed, Yukino said with a slight smile. Wow! Yua suddenly exclaimed, as if she had discovered something amazing, startling Kotomi and the others. Just as they were about to ask her what was going on, Yua, still looking amazed, said to Yukino, Yukino, you smiled. Since when did you start thinking of me as some emotionless ice queen? Of course, I smile, Yukino replied with a sigh. You look so pretty when you smile, Yukino. Can you smile again? No. Just once more no. You can ask Kotomi-san to smile for you instead. Kotomi, ever the instigator, chimed in, Yukino, I'd also like to see you smile. Yukino turned to look at Kotomi, her cool blue eyes meeting Kotomi's as she slowly said, Kato-san forgot to mention earlier, you're not just a bad woman, you're a sly one too. After delivering this line, Yukino finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace her lips before turning back to her classical literature book. Kotomi, having been labeled as sly, could only point at herself, a huge question mark practically floating above her head. What do you mean, Yukino? I may have a tiny bit of mischief in me, but I know one thing for sure, I, Izumi Kotomi, am a good girl. Chapter 37, The Art Club and the Light Music Club. The final bell of the day finally rang, signaling the end of school and the start of the much-anticipated time of freedom, after school. The last period of the day often seemed to drag on endlessly, with students frequently glancing up at the clock, willing the hands to move faster. But no matter how many times they checked, the hands always seemed to be stuck, far from the time when they could leave. That's why, when the final bell rang, there were always a few small cheers of relief and joy. The English teacher, who had been aware of the students' eagerness to leave, didn't push the lesson further. Having taught for nearly 6 years, she understood the students' restlessness all too well. Fortunately for them, she was in a good mood today, so she decided not to keep them longer. After quickly going over a key point, she ended the class right on time. As soon as the teacher left, Yui Uegahama, who had been dozing off at her desk, sprang to life as if she had been recharged. Finally, it's time to go home. Yui, who had managed to sleep through most of the English class, had an uncanny ability to wake up right when the bell rang. Uegahama-san really does love to sleep, Yukino Shita Yukino, Yui's deskmate, couldn't help but remark. Throughout the day, which consisted of 6 periods, 4 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, Yui had managed to sleep through almost 3 of them. Make sure you do your homework tonight. Don't let reading your novels make you forget about it again, said Megumi Kato, who was packing up her bag and getting ready to head to the library. I promise I'll do my homework today, Yui laughed sheepishly, recalling how she had forgotten to do it this morning. Oh, right. Yukino, Izumi-san, Kato-san, how about we go to that new cake shop in Chiba after school? I heard their cakes are really good, Yua suggested enthusiastically. I'd love to, but I think you forgot that I have club activities today. I'm in the art club, so I won't be able to leave school until much later. We'll have to go another time, Izumi Kotomi replied. Oh, right. I almost forgot you're in the art club, Izumi-san, Yui remembered, then turned to the others. What about you, Yukino, Kato-san? Yukino shook her head. My sister is coming home today, so I need to head back early. Having been turned down twice, Yui's hopes now rested on Megumi Kato, and she asked with a glimmer of hope, Kato-san, what about you? Huh? Me? Megumi looked at Yui, noticing the slight hint of disappointment in her expression, and then smiled softly. Sure, let's go together. Thank you. Alright, Kato-san, let's go. Yui exclaimed, happily grabbing Megumi's hands. It was clear that she was thrilled to have a friend to go with her to the cake shop. Is she really this excited about having someone to go to the cake shop with? Yui doesn't seem like the type who would struggle to find someone to go with, Kotomi thought to herself as she watched the exchange. However, she couldn't help but recall that Megumi had mentioned yesterday that she would wait for her in the library while Kotomi attended her art club activities, and then they would walk home together. Maybe she just changed her mind, Kotomi reasoned. But the thought of not walking home with Megumi today left her feeling a little bitter for some reason. Oh? Jealous, are we? The god-level heroine system chimed in, perfectly timing its interruption. Huh? Jealous? Why would I be jealous over something like this? Kotomi denied, trying to convince herself as much as the system. Sure. Whatever you say, the system responded knowingly. Just as Kotomi was about to stand up and head to the art club, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. She turned around instinctively, meeting Megumi's eyes. The moment their eyes met, Megumi gave her a reassuring smile that somehow put Kotomi's heart at ease. Before Kotomi could say anything, Megumi released her grip, picked up her bag, and left the classroom with Yui. Kotomi stood there, completely bewildered, with 3 big question marks hovering over her head. Little Kotomi, do you have a lot of questions right now? Kotomi wasn't sure how long she stood there in a daze until Yukino, who was about to leave the classroom, gently tapped her on the shoulder, snapping her out of her thoughts. Izumi-san, we're the only ones left in the classroom. Are you going to the art club? You only have about 10 minutes before the activities start, Yukino reminded her. Oh. I almost forgot. Thanks, Yukino-san. You're welcome. The two left the classroom, heading off in different directions. The art club was located in the art classroom on the 4th floor of Sobya High School. Conveniently, the light music club was right next door. Before entering the room, especially in Japan, it's customary to announce oneself to any seniors present. However, in a place like the art club, where a quiet environment is crucial for creativity, remaining silent was a form of respect. So, Kotomi quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside, planning to introduce herself to everyone after the activities ended. As soon as she stepped inside, the distinct smell of oil paint and turpentine hit her nose, a strong, somewhat nostalgic scent that wasn't exactly pleasant but wasn't unpleasant either. Because she had been delayed in the classroom, the other club members had already arrived when Kotomi entered the art room. The club's advisor wasn't present, which wasn't surprising. Advisors typically only showed up when necessary, often just to check in or fulfill official duties. As Kotomi took in the scene before her, she realized something surprising. The art club was made up entirely of girls. Chapter 38, Megumi Kato's Milk Cake. In the art club room, a group of girls had gathered around a long-haired upperclassman, their voices filled with admiration and awe as they watched her paint. Senpai, you're amazing. How do you create such a detailed background? Were just a few of the praises that echoed in the room. This wasn't unusual for Japanese high school art clubs, where the ratio of girls to boys often leaned heavily towards the girls. Boys in these clubs had become something of a rarity. The fact that so many girls were crowded around this one upperclassman indicated that she was likely the best artist in the club, possibly a 2nd or 3rd-year student. Kotomi Izumi didn't want to interrupt the scene, so she took the opportunity to familiarize herself with the art club's environment. After all, this would be one of the places she would frequent regularly from now on. The art room was marked by a creative mess, paint splatters on the floor, walls, and the seemingly disorganized yet perfectly placed hokis all scattered around. These paint stains had become a natural part of the room's aesthetic, adding a unique charm to the space. Kotomi soon found an easel marked with her name. In the art club, each member had their own designated easel, personalized with their name. The morning had been busy with the teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka, sending in the list of club members from Class 1F, And by the afternoon, Kotomi's easel was already prepared. This was one of the perks of being in an official school-recognized club. Requests for art supplies and tools were handled quickly, with members often receiving what they needed in a timely manner. Kotomi chose a spot by the window, where she could enjoy the view outside while painting. After moving her easel to the desired location, she found a small stool and sat down, her feet propped up on a paint-splattered board that bore the marks of countless projects. The paint-splattered board was covered in layers of colors, a testament to its long history of use. Over time, as artists used it to mix and adjust their colors, the original surface had become a canvas of its own, telling the story of all the work that had been done on it. Picking up the board, Kotomi commented with a hint of amusement, "This board has quite a history, doesn't it?" "So, Kotomi, what are you planning to paint today?" asked the god-level heroine system. Kotomi glanced at the art supplies the club had prepared for her. Everything she needed was there, even a water bucket for cleaning her brushes. With her level 5 painting skills, setting up her materials was second nature. She quickly prepared the canvas, adjusted her colors, and then confidently replied, "I have no idea what to paint." "What? I thought you were all set to create something amazing with how seriously you were preparing," the system exclaimed, surprised. "Painting can be complicated, so I need to give it some thought," Kotomi explained. "True. How about this, when you think of painting, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Whatever that is, you should paint it first." "Oh. That actually sounds like a good idea." Kotomi agreed. "So, start thinking. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think about painting?" Kotomi gazed seriously at the blank canvas before her and slowly said, "Lewd art." "What?" I said, "When I think about painting, the first thing that comes to mind is lewd art." "You know what? Just pretend I never said anything." While Kotomi and the system were busy debating whether or not to paint lewd art, something else was happening on the other side of town. Megumi Kato and Yui Uegahama had arrived at the cake shop that Yui had mentioned. "This is a nice little cake shop," Megumi remarked as she stepped inside, taking in the cozy atmosphere. Despite its small size, the warm-colored decor and the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread created a welcoming and homey feel. Yui beamed with pride at Megumi's compliment. "Yui, are you done with school for the day?" A woman emerged from the kitchen, having just put a tray of bread in the oven. She wore a white baker's uniform and had a gentle smile on her face. The woman looked strikingly similar to Yui, so much so that it was easy to tell they were mother and daughter. The only noticeable difference was that Yui's mother had orange hair and a more mature, nurturing appearance. "Oh my, is this a friend from school, Yui?" Yui's mother asked with pleasant surprise when she saw Megumi. Yui nodded and introduced them. "Mom, this is my friend, Megumi Kato." "Megumi, this is my mom." "Hello, Mrs. Uegahama," Megumi greeted politely, bowing slightly. She then looked at Yui and added, "I had a feeling this cake shop might be run by our family, Yui. That's why you were so eager to recommend it after school." "Welcome to Dango Cake Shop," Mrs. Uegahama said warmly, clearly pleased to have one of Yui's friends visit their family business. Mrs. Uegahama's smile was so warm and inviting that it made everyone feel at ease. He. "So you figured it out, huh?" Yui admitted with a shy smile, rubbing the side of her face as she confessed that this was indeed her family's shop. When Yui had been so enthusiastic about recommending the cake shop, and after seeing the disappointment in her eyes when Kotomi and Yukino had to decline, Megumi had suspected that this shop might belong to Yui's family. Realizing this, Megumi had changed her mind and agreed to come along, wanting to support Yui. "Yui, why don't you keep Megumi company while I finish baking the bread?" Mrs. Uegahama suggested after serving them both a glass of juice. She then returned to the kitchen to check on the oven. Once her mother had left, Yui turned to Megumi, a bit embarrassed. "Megumi, what kind of cake would you like?" "It's on me. Consider it my treat for dragging you here. If I hadn't insisted, you'd probably be at school right now, waiting for Kotomi so you could walk home together." Yui had noticed the small gestures and exchanges between Megumi and Kotomi, which made her realize that the two of them were quite close. Megumi shook her head and replied, "It's completely fine, Yui. You were just trying to get more customers for your family's shop. And thanks to you, I've discovered this charming little cake shop. Dango Cake Shop is such a cute name." With that, Megumi walked over to the display case and admired the cakes inside. "Wow, these cakes look so cute and delicious." "My mom would be so happy to hear that," Yui said, stepping up beside Megumi. "Thank you, Megumi." Megumi simply smiled and pointed to one of the cakes. "Is this a Baumkuchen?" "Yup, that's a Baumkuchen. Are you going to get one?" "If you ask me, I'd recommend it too. Our shop's Baumkuchen is really delicious." Yui handed Megumi a plastic tray and a pair of cake tongs. "Oh, is that so?" Megumi mused. She had initially planned to get the Baumkuchen, but she paused for a moment, then reached for a slice of mango milfil instead. I prefer milfil, Megumi said with a smile as she placed the slice onto the tray. Milfil, huh? That's one of our most popular cakes too. But I'm not a big fan of too much cream, so my favorite is the taro cake. As she packed the milfil into a box, you asked, anything else you'd like, Megumi? How about 2 bottles of chilled ramyun soda? Megumi replied. Ramyun, huh? Sure thing, Yua said without asking why Megumi wanted 2 bottles. She figured maybe Megumi just liked the drink. By the way, the cake shop's logo was a pair of dango, one large and one small, nestled together like a mother and child. The larger dango was orange, while the smaller one was a soft peach color. The 2 round, squishy dango looked absolutely adorable. Even though Yua had offered to treat her, Megumi insisted on paying for the mango milfil, saying, if you really want to treat me, Yua, you can treat me to the ramyun. Reluctantly, Yua accepted the payment for the cake. After walking Megumi to the door, Megumi gave the bag a gentle shake and said, Yua, your family's cakes are really adorable. I'm sure they taste just as good. I'll be sure to tell my mom what you said. She'll be so happy. Bye, Megumi. See you tomorrow, Megumi replied as she walked off in the direction they had come from. Taking out her phone, Megumi checked the time. Kotomi's club activities were almost over. Perfect timing, Megumi murmured to herself as she made her way back towards Subuhai. By the time she arrived, there were about 10 minutes left before the club activities ended. Instead of waiting at the school gate, Megumi went to the side entrance, where she had a clear view of the art room on the 4th floor. Megumi hummed a soft, unfamiliar tune as her sharp eyes scanned the windows, searching for someone. When she spotted Kotomi sitting by the window, fully absorbed in her painting, Megumi's smile grew. She glanced down at the cake bag in her hand, staring at the milfil inside, and whispered, Yua's family's cakes are really adorable. I bet they're delicious too. Just like Kotomi, so cute that I just want to eat her up. Meanwhile, Kotomi, who was still sitting on her little stool, put down her paintbrush and checked the time on her phone. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes left before the club ended, Kotomi pouted, sticking out her soft, pink tongue in frustration. Why do I have to wait another 10 minutes? My mouth is so dry. I really want a bottle of ramyun soda. Chapter 39, We fell in love secretly for nearly an hour. Izumi Kotomi focused on familiarizing herself with the steps and techniques of oil painting, gradually putting them into practice. She didn't actually paint anything risque, she didn't want to take such an unconventional route on her first day in the art club. Instead, she chose to recreate a simple painting from her art book, something appropriate for beginners. First, she used a pencil to lightly sketch the main elements from the reference image onto the canvas. This initial step was easy for her, as she'd spent the past few days doodling in her notebooks during her free time. Then, she moved on to the next step, applying the background layer using broad brush strokes to add the darker shades first. She had recently learned from an oil painting guide that with oil paints, you typically start with the dark colors and then layer the lighter colors on top, a technique that differed from what she knew about watercolors, where the process often goes from light to dark. Kotomi paused, stepping back to view her work from a distance. The painting depicted an autumn street covered in fallen leaves, with the sky tinged in the colors of twilight. Autumn, fallen leaves, and twilight, these elements combined to evoke a sense of laziness in Kotomi. To her, lazy elements were synonymous with warmth and comfort. Autumn, she thought, was a season that made you want to relax and take things easy, just like winter. One more session to add some finishing touches, and this painting will be complete, Kotomi thought with satisfaction. Given that this was her first oil painting and primarily an exercise, she didn't stress over the finer details. After finishing, she began to clean up her tools. As she put away her supplies, Kotomi glanced ahead and noticed that the other art club girls were still gathered around the older girl in the center of the room. They sure are devoted fans, Kotomi mused with a smile. It seemed that her quiet, unobtrusive movements had gone unnoticed by the others, who were too engrossed in their admiration to pay attention to her. I just hope the art club members are easy to get along with, Kotomi thought. Since she would be spending a lot of time in the art club, getting along well with the other members was important. Wherever you are, maintaining good relationships is crucial. As her father, Izumi Kaneyoshi, often said, you can't treat human relationships like a machine. Hey, there's a new student here. Really? When did they come in? I didn't even notice. Hearing the girls chatter, Kotomi smiled slightly as she realized she'd finally been noticed. Standing up, she greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, everyone. I'm Izumi Kotomi from Class 1F. I just joined the art club today. One of the girls, with long, purplish-white hair, recognized Kotomi and exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's Kotomi. Hi, I'm Seiko Garagiri, from the same class. Seiko, what are you doing here? I thought you joined the mystery club? Kotami asked. She remembered that Seiko Garagiri, a classmate she'd spoken with a few times, had signed up for the mystery club rather than the art club. Seiko laughed, explaining, "The mystery club meets tomorrow afternoon. I got the days mixed up, so when I saw the club room was closed, I thought about heading home. But when I passed by the art club, I decided to drop in since I didn't have anything else to do." "Oh, I see," Kotami nodded, though she couldn't shake the feeling that Seiko looked familiar. The purple-white hair, the distinctive ouge on top of her head, and that increasingly familiar name. "Seiko, is your mother named Kyoko Garagiri?" Kotami couldn't resist asking, her curiosity getting the better of her. Seiko smiled and nodded. "Yes, that was her name before she got married. Now she's known as Kyokongi, and my father's name is Makotongi." "So, you're using your mother's maiden name?" another student asked. "Yes, exactly. My parents named me Seiko Garagiri to honor my mom's maiden name. I also have an older sister named Hibikingi," Seiko explained. "That's such an interesting way to name someone. I've heard of that before. It's a nice way to keep the family name alive." Kotami mentally consulted the god-level heroine system. Why are there characters from Danganronpa here? It's a matter of fate and parallel worlds. Don't ask too many questions, just think of it as a happy coincidence. In this world, Makotongi and Kyoko Garagiri are an ordinary, loving couple who met, fell in love, got married, and had 2 daughters. It's a wonderful, celebratory thing. "Yeah, it really is," Kotami agreed, nodding in understanding. That explained why Seiko had such a strong interest in detective mysteries. After all, her mother, Kyoko Garagiri, was known in the original Danganronpa game as the ultimate detective. And now, Kotami finally understood why Seiko looked so familiar. The resemblance between Seiko's purple-white hair and her mother's, and the way her ouge was similar to her father's, Makotongi, made it clear. No wonder she had seemed so familiar. At that moment, the senior girl who had been surrounded by admirers put down her brush and walked over to Kotami. "Are you the new member?" "Izumi Kotami, welcome to the art club. I'm Hibikingi, the current club president, also known as the older sister Seiko mentioned," the girl said. Kotami was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the girl who had been painting earlier was Seiko's older sister, Hibikingi. No wonder Seiko had came to the art club instead of heading straight home when she found the mystery club closed. She was waiting for her sister. "Hello, Hibiki-senpai," Kotami greeted her with a smile. Interestingly, Seiko had inherited her mother's hair color, while Hibiki had inherited her father's. Was there some kind of pattern or coincidence at play? Hibiki nodded in response, her gaze shifting to Kotami's easel. When she saw the painting Kotami had been working on, her eyes widened in surprise. "Did you paint this, Kotami?" Hibiki asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "Yes, I did," Kotami answered confidently. Hibiki stepped closer, examining the painting more closely. The more she looked, the more she couldn't tear her eyes away. She then reached back and said, "Seiko, can I borrow your phone for a moment?" "Sure," Seiko replied, a little confused but obediently handing over her phone. Hibiki immediately opened the camera app and started taking photos of Kotami's painting. She couldn't help it, the painting was just that impressive. The way the colors and composition were handled made Hibiki, who had always prided herself on her own artistic skills, feel a deep sense of humility. She had to admit that Kotami was on another level entirely. But Hibiki didn't know that this was just Kotami casually practicing. After taking several pictures, Hibiki handed the phone back to Seiko and turned to Kotami. "Have you been practicing oil painting since you were little?" Such skill, Hibiki thought, could only be the result of years of practice. "No, not really," Kotami replied. "I only recently became interested in oil painting, so I just tried it out. I wasn't too focused on the details since this was just for practice. Casually trying it out. Not too focused on the details." Every word from Kotami hit Hibiki like a punch to the gut. That was a little heartbreaking. If this was Kotami just casually painting, then what did that say about her own work? Was it just childish scribbling? "Have you taken lessons from an art teacher before?" Hibiki asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Nope, I just read a book about painting recently," Kotami replied. Another blow. Hibiki was struggling to keep her composure. Was this what they meant by my casual painting versus a master's casual painting? Without comparison, there is no harm. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the end of club activities. "Hibiki-senpai, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now," Kotami said with a smile. Snapping out of her stunned state, Hibiki nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Sure, take care. And you don't have to call me senpai, Hibiki-senpai is fine." "Alright, Hibiki-senpai," Kotami said cheerfully, leaving the art room with the other first-year girls who had also just joined the club. The interaction had given her the chance to meet the other members of the art club. Aside from Hibikingi, the club president, all the other members were first-year students like herself. "Sister, let's go too," Seiko said, picking up her and her sister's bags as Hibiki lingered by Kotomi's easel, still captivated by the painting. Taking her bag from Seiko, Hibiki left the art room alongside her sister. As they walked down the hallway, Hibiki suddenly asked, "Seiko, that Izumi Kotomi, is she really in your class?" "Yes, why?" Seiko asked, puzzled. "She's an absolute genius at painting," Hibiki said. "Really? Better than you, sister?" Hibiki nodded, setting aside her pride. She had to admit that Kotomi was incredibly talented. "Wow, Kotomi is that good? You've been painting since you were little?" In response to Seiko's surprise, Hibiki could only smile wryly and shake her head. "Art is something you can learn through hard work and practice, but some people are just born with a natural talent for it. Kotomi is clearly one of those people," Hibiki explained. "Hee, that's okay. I may not understand the finer points of painting, but I just really like your art, sister," Seiko said with a laugh, taking the initiative to hold Hibiki's hand. Hibiki instinctively tried to pull away, but when she saw that Seiko wasn't letting go, she reluctantly allowed it, blushing. Seeing her sister give in, Seiko grinned mischievously. "Sister, we should keep our distance at school," Hibiki said shyly, her cheeks flushed. "What are you worried about? No one will see us, and besides, weren't you the one who made the first move back then?" Seiko teased. "That was 3 years ago." "Let it go," Hibiki protested, playfully glaring at Seiko. "I remember when I was really little, I told you, I love watching you paint, sister. I think that's when you decided to start painting, isn't it?" "Yes, I wasn't particularly interested in painting at first,